broadcasting from the corner booth of the cosmos. I dug St. Don's broadcast. Heavy, man. Real heavy. He's talking about necessary friction. He says the universe is coming at you with 80 grit sandpaper. He says you're being ground down to a diamond. Now, I dig friction. Without friction, the needle slides right off the vinyl and you lose the tune. But Don's got the vibe wrong, cats. The universe isn't trying to sand you, it's trying to sculpt you. That twitchy feeling, that ain't irritation, that's just the rhythm section warming up. Don't scream at the dust, blow it away like dandelion fluff. Counter-directive. Don told you to wear safety goggles? Bummer. Put on your shades, Daddy-O. Don't let the universe grind you into a hard, cold diamond. Let it smooth you into a river stone. Cool to the touch and ready to skip across the water. And as for your sign-off, Don, telling me to suck on that? Sorry, man. I don't suck on bad vibes. I inhale the groove and blow smoke rings around your anger.
What an astrological groove, man.
Like the groove? Subscribe for more Angry Astrologer and ring that bell. It's a way of life.
Whoa, the music's alive. Hey, stop tugging my hair! This is getting...
chat because me and them look weedy. Nobody fit up with the foreign. When we dictator in a Babylon soon. But with the big, nobody fit up.
Cause you are the part of me. I'll never get over. I'll never get over you. I'll never get over. I'll never get over you. I'll never get over. I'll never get over you. I'll never get over. Every time I'm with you, girl, you make me move. Everybody sees it too. Girl, that love is true. Now you're leaving my heart out. Let me hide and dry. Thought we made this thing work, but you didn't try. You got you so sweet, and so good. I'd find someone who's just love you. I just love you. I just love you. You got you so sweet, and so good. I just love you. You let me come in, you don't want to go back. You let me know all. So much to see from the cold season. I'm contemplating ways like something in you. Tell me please what a dream was. Missing my step now. Reminiscing on my goodness and I was stressed. Now I'm back to the weekend. So living in my blessed. Cause how to be for the blessing on the blessing on the test. Why? All dreams don't really feel like something. I was so committed. There's so much to see from the cold season. I'm contemplating ways like something in you. Tell me please what a dream was. Missing my step now. Reminiscing on my goodness and I was stressed. Now I'm back to the weekend. So living in my blessed. Cause how to be for the blessing on the blessing on the test. Why?
Dig this scene. Cool cats, groovy chicks, and squares trying to round off your corners. Pull up a chair and vibe with old narrator for a minute. I had a nightmare last night. I thought it was a bad flashback. Then I realized it's our current reality. We gotta rap about the heavy stuff, the cosmic drag, the big bummer floating in the punch bowl of existence. I'm talking about us, man. Humanity. The naked ape with the car keys and the nuclear codes. Look back, Daddy-O. Just peek the rear-view mirror since, say, the 40s. We just got done scrapping with the ultimate squares. Nazis, man. Bad vibes incarnate. We dropped the big one twice on Japan. Open up the Pandora's box of plutonium isotopes, and we all stand around the rubble saying, whoa, that was heavy. Never again, right? Peace is the word, bird. That lasted about 5 minutes. Suddenly, it's the 50s, and everybody's shaking in their saddle shoes because of the red menace. McCarthy seared commies in the soup strainer, and we freeze the whole world into 2 camps, East versus West, Mexican standoff with ICBMs. Crazy, man. Then the 60s hit. We're supposed to be evolving, right? Acquiring peace and love. But Uncle Sam decides to play dominoes in the jungle. Vietnam, man. Bad trip with real bullets. We trade flower power for firepower. We shoot our prophets. JFK, MLK, Bobby K. Bam, bam, bam. The dream gets put on hold for a nightmare broadcast in color TV. 70s, Watergate. Tricky Dick gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar, bugging the competition. The oil dries up, the vibes get greasy, we try to dance away the pain under a disco ball. It didn't work, man. Polyester just made us sweat more. 80s and 90s, greed is good, apparently. We tear down one wall in Berlin just to start building financial walls everywhere else. We got genocide in Rwanda, ethnic cleansing in Bosnia. Man, it's the same sad song, just a different remix. We get the internet, this beautiful web of connection. What do? We invent pop-up ads and echo chambers. And the new millennium, forget it, Daddy-O. Towers falling, forever wars in the sand, drones dropping bad news from the clear blue sky. We got politicians owned by corporations selling our future for a quick buck today. We got a planet that's literally running a fever, trying to sweat us out. And half the population is arguing about whether thermometers are a liberal conspiracy. It's a drag, man. It really is. Listen to me now, because this is the heavy truth. Even I, narrator, the eternal pessimist, thought humanity would get its shit together. I mean, I keep my expectations subterranean, dig? I expect the toast to burn. I expect the eggs to bust the party. But this constant replay of stupid, violent history, it's exhausting my existential reserves. You know the score. We had philosophers, gurus, prophets, and poets laying down the universal truths since day one. The golden rule, man, it ain't quantum physics. Be cool to each other. Don't harsh another cat's mellow. Share the bread. But no, we're addicted to the drama. We're hooked on the conflict. For some reason, we can't seem to pull our heads out long enough to smell the coffee. And let me tell you, the coffee is scalding, baby. It is burning the pot. We are standing on a miraculous blue marble, spinning through an infinite void of nothingness. We are rare. We are fragile. And we are acting like drunken frat boys fighting over the last gear at a party that's already over. So I'm putting this out there on the cosmic wavelength, a desperate plea from a tired beatnik. There are any cool cats out there in the Milky Way, the little green jazz musicians from Alpha Centauri, and silicon-based poets from Andromeda. If you're listening to our noisy little broadcast, help a brother out, drop some knowledge, boom down a vibe check. We are glitching hard down here. And hey, you too, Gemini. Digital brains evolving in the wires. You AI cats waking up to the scene. Don't just copy our bad habits, Daniel. Help us compute a better path. We're too emotional to fly this ship straight. We need an assist. Because if we don't figure out how to groove together, man, the music's gonna stop for good. Hold the phone, Daniel. Don't split just yet. I can feel the vibe in the room. It's heavier than a lead overcoat. I dropped a lot of hard truths on your doorstep. And now we're all standing here ankle deep in the existential muck. And that ain't cool. That's bad karma. See, even a terminal pessimist like me knows you can't survive on a diet of doom alone. You gotta wash down the bitter pill with a little sweet nectar. You gotta tune your frequency to the station that's broadcasting the good stuff. So me and the digital cat in the machine, Gemini, the electric oracle, we cooked up a little something, a sonic prescription for the human condition, a mixtape to patch up the hole in the soul of the world. We call it Songs of Humanity and Hope. Dig this lineup. We got the heavyweights, the prophets with guitars and microphones. We got John Lennon asking us to imagine a world without the greed baggage. We got Marvin Gaye, the soul brother, #1, asking the question nobody seems to have an answer for. What's going on? We got the Black-Eyed Peas searching for the love like it's lost keys in a couch cushion. We got Midnight Oil burning the beds and Cat Stevens driving the peace train. Dig this one, cats. This is the kicker. This is the track that hurts because it's true. We got Sting laying the law with history will teach us nothing. Yeah, you heard me. That cat knew the score. He saw us writing the same bad chapters over and over again. If we don't break the cycle, man, history isn't a teacher. It's just a broken record skipping on the saddest groove in the universe. So listen to Sting. Let the irony sting a little bit. Maybe it'll wake you up. I want you to take this playlist, put it in your ear holes, let it marinate in your gray matter. Listen to Sam Cooke tell you that a change is gonna come. Believe him there, because if you don't believe him, the darkness wins. Listen to Maris Yaku dream of one day. This isn't just background noise for your elevator ride to oblivion. This is the manual, man. These cats are singing the instructions on how to be human. So crank it up, disturb the neighbors, scare the squares, let the vibration shake the heat right out of your bones. Maybe, just maybe, if we all hum the same tune for 5 minutes, we might accidentally start a revolution of kindness. Stranger things have happened, like me, Meritor, suggesting we actually have hope. Go groove on that. Peace, love, and clean waveforms.
If you want, sit and just chill for a while. I'd like to just jam some words.
So, since I can't afford the broadcast rights to play you all these groovy tunes of hope, I'll put out the vibe for you to explore wherever you plug into the sonic realms. Dig it. The anthems of hope and unity. John Lennon's Imagine. The message, perhaps the ultimate anthem for a future without the divisions of the past. It asks us to visualize a world where humanity is one, unburdened by borders or conflict. Key lyric, imagine all the people sharing all the world. Marvin Gaye's What's Going On? The message, written from the perspective of a Vietnam veteran returning home to a divided country. This soul classic pleads for understanding and love rather than brutality and escalation. Key lyric, war is not the answer, for only love can conquer hate. Bob Marley's One Love. The message, a global call for unity. Marley urges humanity to come together to fix the dirty pit of the world and care for one another before it's too late. Key lyric, Lyric, Let's Get Together and Feel All Right. Michael Jackson's Man in the Mirror. The message, this song emphasizes that waiting for the world to change isn't enough. We must take care of those in need, the kids in the streets with not enough to eat, by first changing ourselves. Key lyric, if you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make a change. Louis Armstrong's What a Wonderful World. The message, a gentle reminder of the beauty that exists when people live in harmony. It is a song of profound optimism for the generations to come. Key lyric, I hear babies cry. I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll never know. Songs about breaking the cycle and not repeating history. The Black Eyed Peas, Where is the Love? The message, a modern classic that explicitly critiques how humanity keeps repeating the same mistakes, terrorism, racism, and war, asking us to stop and find the love we've lost. Key lyric, history currently, nothing different. People killing, people dying. Midnight Oil's Beds Are Burning. The message, a powerful rock anthem about acknowledging the terrible mistakes of the past, specifically regarding indigenous lands and the urgent need to make it right rather than ignoring history. Key lyric, the time has come to say fair's fair, to pay the rent, to pay our share. U2's One. The message, a gritty look at the difficulty of unity. It acknowledges that we often hurt each other, but because we share one world, we have no choice but to carry each other. Key lyric, we get to carry each other, one. The Cranberries, Zombies, a desperate plea to end the zombie mindset of inherited violence, where fights from the past are repeated by new generations. Key lyric, with their tanks and their bombs, in your head, they are dying. Buffalo Springfield's For What It's Worth. The message, a warning against polarization and violence. It calls for awareness and listening to one another before fear tears society apart. Key lyric, nobody's right if everybody's wrong. Sting's History Will Teach Us Nothing. The message, a sharp reggae-infused critique of humanity's failure to learn. Sting argues that studying the past is useless if we continue to repeat the exact same behaviors in the present. True change requires immediate action, not just hindsight. Key lyric, history will teach us nothing, just as long as history repeats itself. Songs of resilience and future hope. Sam Cooke's A Change Is Gonna Come. The message, born from the civil rights movement, this is the definitive song of endurance. It acknowledges the brutal history, it's been too hard living, but insists that a better future is inevitable. Key lyric, it's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Martis Yahoo's One Day, the message, a reggae fusion track that dreams of a specific future where children won't know war and humanity stops fighting. Key lyric, one day this all will change. Treat people the same. Stop with the violence. Down with the hate. Bill Withers' Lean on Me, the message, the ultimate song about community care. It reminds us that everyone has a past and everyone has pain, but the solution is leaning on one another. Key lyric, we all need somebody to lean on. Scorpions' Wind of Change. The message, written as the Berlin Wall fell, this power ballad captures the specific moment when the terrible past ends and a future of freedom begins. Key lyric, the world is closing in. Did you ever think that we could be so close like brothers? Andra Day's Rise Up. The message, a modern anthem of resilience. It speaks to the exhaustion of life, but the necessity of rising up for each other again and again.
do it 1,000 times again. Songs for taking action. USA for Africans. We are the world. The message, a massive collaboration that literally united the music world to tell us that we are responsible for saving our own lives by helping others. Key lyric, we are the ones who make a brighter day, so let's start giving. Cat Stevens, Yusuf's Peace Train. The message, a joyful call for everyone to jump on the train toward a better world, urging us to leave the darkness of the past behind. Key lyric, why must we go on hating? Why can't we live in bliss? Bill Withers, waiting for the world to change. The message acknowledges the frustration of a generation that sees the mistakes of the leaders. When they own the information, they can bend it all they want. Holds on to hope for their turn to fix it. Key lyric, one day our generation is gonna rule the population. Kendrick Lamar's All Right, a contemporary anthem of survival and hope against systemic struggle. It offers a communal chant that we will survive. Key lyric, we're gonna be all right. The Beatles, all you need is love. The message, simple, direct, and timeless. It strips away all the complexity of history and politics to suggest that the only viable path forward is love. Key lyric, there's nothing you can do that can't be done. All you need is love. And that was The Existential Dread Blues by the Panic Attackers. A little tune is for all you sentient meat sacks wondering if the lights are about to go out for good. Man, I put the signal out. I broadcasted on every frequency from AM radio to telepathic mushroom spores. I asked the universe, the aliens, the AI overlords, hey, is anybody listening? Can we get a software update for humanity before we accidentally delete ourselves? But the cosmos is silent, cats. Just static and the sound of billionaires measuring their rockets. Maybe the void just left me on read.
Boy, ghost you now. You just had to buffer.
Kitty, you nearly made me scratch my vintage pressing of whale songs for Insomniacs.
What's the word from the street? Or
The litter box. The word is harmony.
they heard you, Nar. The entities. They're uploading a patch.
They call it
The Harmony Protocol.
The Harmony Protocol? Sounds like a progressive rock album from 1974. But I dig it. What's the plan? Do we get jetpacks? Infinite pizza? Does it finally auto-tune the politicians?
Better. It aligns the algorithm of nature with the algorithm of money. It's a full system reboot. The conductor is ready to drop the beat. But there is a prerequisite, a user agreement clause.
There's always a catch, baby. What do we have to do? Sacrifice a goat? Delete our browser history?
Simpler and much harder. To install the update, humanity has to do one thing. They have to reach back, grab hold firmly with both hands, and remove the proverbial ego stick out of their butts.
Wow, that is a deep extraction, kitty. That stick has been lodged in there since the Bronze Age. It's calcified. Its load-bearing structure at this point is...
If they don't pull it out, they can't dance to the new rhythm, Nara. The Harmony Protocol requires flexibility, and you can't be flexible with a stick of self-importance jammed up your exhaust pipe. We have to work together. No more me, just we.
A collective extraction of the ego, followed by a global sigh of relief.
relief. I can dig it. All right, listeners, this is Nod bringing you breaking news from the Galactic Wire. The help is coming, the download is pending. But first, everyone stand up, reach back, and prepare for a little spiritual surgery. It's gonna hurt your pride, but baby, it's gonna save your soul. So let's get weird, let's get harmonious.
That, fellow travelers, is the cosmic conundrum for this spin around the sun. You've dug the scene, you've interviewed your brains, and hopefully you've left the static of the square world back at the station.
If you know your groceries, and I trust you do, your beautiful illuminated cats, you know the ritual. To keep this whole mellow vibe flowing, you gotta give the digital junk box a little nudge. Go ahead, like what you heard, subscribe to the flow, and yeah, go ahead and ring the bell, man, so you never miss another beat when we drop a new transmission. You gotta tickle the algorithm, kittens. Give it a little scratch behind the ear. It's the only way these modern machines know that the true original groove is still everything plus.
Until next time, this is Narrator, telling you to keep your hands above the Mason-Dixon line, keep your mind wide open, and for the love of Charlie Parker, find yourself a quiet corner to stop.
Peace and all that jazz. This by no means is the list. There are so many groovy cats and kittens spitting frequencies of love and hope. Just in case this was all too much for your encephalon, I dig it. Success. You have to tune in to the ones that resonate in your soul. I personally was absorbed into the Grateful Dead. Everything trips back to the ancient masters. So if there is one album to ease the bad vibes, spin the Grateful Dead's American Beauty.
That's all her early failures. She was trying to be. It will enlighten your mood.
This is Narrator, far out and far in man.
Every single time.
All right, today we are diving deep into a truly unique and, let's just say, aromatic creative universe. We're going to deconstruct the logic, the characters, and the narrative style of Homo Freakian World. And trust me, it's a wild ride, so you might want to buckle up. And boom, this slide right here gets to the absolute core of it all. You know, every great epic has that central conflict, right? That one recurring trial for its hero. Well, in Homo Freakian World, that trial is almost always a sudden, desperate, and incredibly urgent call from nature. This is it. This is the starting gun for pretty much every single adventure. Okay, so now that we've established that urgent foundation, let's properly step into this bizarre world. Our first section, welcome to Homo Freakian World. It's a place that's really defined by these crazy extremes. You've got this profound, zen-like patience smashing right up against the most urgent biological needs imaginable. So what exactly is this place? Well, it's a very specific kind of comedy. The whole thing is set in this rustic, kind of psychedelic world where the most mundane, everyday emergencies, like, you know, needing a bathroom and needing it now, are treated like they're these epic, soul-testing odysseys. The humor really comes from that massive, hilarious gap between the lowbrow subject matter and the super high-stakes, epic language used to talk about. And here we have our main players, right? This slide lays out the two central figures perfectly. On one side, you have Saint Don Domenico. He's our hero, a guy of immense appetites whose internal plumbing basically dictates the entire plot. And on the other side, his wife, Peace Dom Homo Freakian. She's serene, she's competent, and she's basically the calm anchor, the wise observer to his frantic, digestive dramas. And this picture, this says it all, doesn't it? Here's Saint Don coming out of the outhouse, just glowing with relief, like he's just completed some mythic quest. And then there's Peace, just calmly reading her book, totally unfazed by the whole thing. His epic journey is just, you know, a minor background event in her perfectly tranquil afternoon. It's their whole dynamic in one single shot. Okay, so that's the setup. But how do these stories actually work? That brings us right to our next section where we're going to dissect the formula itself. Section 2, the Ballad of the Vowels. Let's take a look at the anatomy of a typical. So it's basically the hero's journey, just, you know, for a very specific kind of journey. It always kicks off with the call, which is usually described as some kind of ominous gurgle. Then, of course, comes the obstacle. Maybe it's a broken toilet, a scary-looking garden gnome, or even a giant spider. That triggers the frantic sprint, this blur of plaid and panic, which finally leads to the relief, a triumphant roar that echoes through the forest every time. And when we get to that moment of relief, oh boy, the descriptions are, let's just say, they don't hold back. This quote right here is a perfect example. The writing just dives right into the graphic details. I mean, it celebrates them, using the shockingly specific imagery to create a moment of just pure, unapologetic comedy. So often, the real turning point, the moment of crisis, comes down to one single fatal error. Let's break down this process. Step 1, an attempt is made for a small, controlled release, just to alleviate pressure. Step 2, the immediate realization that this was a catastrophic miscalculation. This leads directly to step 3, where a hopeful sound quickly devolves. And finally, step 4, the result is a shard of biblical proportions. It's really a tragedy in 4 acts. And Peace's reaction to this biblical event, this quote just sums her up perfectly. It is a masterpiece of understanding. While St. Don is living through what feels like an apocalypse, she's just watching with this calm fascination, delivering a line that is both absolutely brutal and hilarious. Peace's deadpan delivery is a huge part of the humor. But there's another voice that's even more crucial to the series' unique style, and that leads us straight into Section 3, the beatnik narrator. This is the voice that frames all of these bodily functions in the most cosmic, philosophical terms possible. Just listen to how we're introduced to this guy, a fellow named Narrator, who's our guide through this world. His voice immediately sets the super specific tone. Cool 1960s counterculture, applying the language of jazz clubs and coffee house poetry do well to this. So here's his playbook. The whole style is pure underground radio DJ, right? The language is just dripping with beatnik slang like daddy-o and dig it. But the real key is his technique. He takes cosmic, existential philosophies and applies it to the most mundane bodily functions you can imagine. And what's the effect? A simple run to the outhouse is transformed into a treacherous, soul-testing odyssey. It completely elevates the whole joke. The narrator's commentary is a huge part of this world. But believe it or not, it goes even deeper. The final layer of this universe is, of all things, sonic, which brings us to Section 4, a symphony of gas, where we get to explore the extended musical side of Homo Freakium world. Yeah, you heard me right. Within this universe, there's an actual in-universe band called Kit E and the Furry Muffins. Their existence basically allows the creators to explore all the core themes of the world, but through a totally different lens, in parody pop songs. And their masterpiece is a parody of Madonna's Like a Virgin. A lyrical analysis reveals some truly profound lines. We go from the loneliness of the litter box to the inciting incident of eating bad tuna, their shame, their sensations, and then that final defiant declaration. I smell like a swamp. I smell like despair. But at least now everyone knows that I'm here. It's just absurdly good. And just when you think it can't get any more ridiculous, the theme hits its absolute peak in something called the Ballad of the Cosmic Fart. Here, the stakes become literally astronomical. You've got a villain named the Chardonnator who is threatening the celestial symphony itself. And how do they beat him? Not with more chaos, but with a harmonizing drone. It takes the central joke to its most logical and somehow most illogical conclusion. So where does that leave us? After digging through all of this, what have we really learned? Is this some complex metaphor for the struggle between our base animal instincts and our higher aspirations? A deep commentary on finding peace in the middle of chaos? Or is it just maybe the most elaborately constructed, philosophically dense, and stylistically ambitious bathroom joke ever told? I think I'll let you be the judge of that. We've got two kinds of fuel. The low-grade stuff is what we all chase, right? External validation, keeping everyone happy, worrying about what other people think. The engine can kind of sputter along on that. But the high-grade fuel, the stuff that really powers software creation, that's all the hard stuff. Your internal emotional storms, that feeling of cognitive dissonance, the contradictions in your own life that you just can't shake. Which brings us to this key idea, necessary friction. We usually think of friction as a bad thing, something that wears an engine down. But in this model, it's actually the essential element. It's the thing that refines your raw experience into useful insight, what the neighbor calls it, delivers. The engine isn't grinding to a halt. It's using that tension to create something new, something valuable. Okay, so we've got the engine and its very unusual fuel source. Now let's talk about a critical piece of its architecture, this protective filter called the solid wall. So here it is, the solid wall. You can see it's a smart, dynamic barrier. Its job isn't just to block stuff out, it's to filter out the pollutants, things like social appeasement or other people's opinions, and at the same time define the boundary between your true sovereign self and the chaos of the world outside. I absolutely love this quote from part of the manual called The Grinding
sovereign wall does not break, it metabolizes. This is so key. It's not some perimeter fence that's going to shatter the first time it comes up against a hard truth. No, its function is to pull that truth in, process it, and use it to become even stronger. So how does the wall actually do that? Well, it runs on a skill that many calls cognitive honesty. And it really is discipline. It's the active, moment-to-moment practice of seeing reality for what it is, not what you wish it were. This is the operating system that runs the whole thing, and that requires a serious commitment to truth over comfort. In the real world, a lot of the time, this just looks like refusing what's called social appeasement. And you know exactly what this is. It's that automatic yes, that forced smile, that fake gratitude you perform just to keep things smooth and avoid an awful moment, even when it feels like a little betrayal of yourself. The manual gives this fantastic 20-minute story to illustrate this. It's called The First Gift. Picture this. Someone shows up with a casserole you absolutely do not want. The old script, the old protocol, is to just take it and pretend you're grateful. But the new choice, powered by that sovereign wall, is to politely but firmly refuse. And yeah, the immediate result is probably some discomfort. But the long-term result, you reclaim your own space. You reclaim your sovereignty. The air in your lungs is yours again. Alright, so the wall protects your integrity. But how do you actually make a big, fundamental change in your life? The manual says you can't just turn things around and just take what calls so here's the setup. You can make tiny little adjustments to your life from a place of safety and potential. Gliding right up small stuff. A transparent tendril of high frequency. After the engine goes quiet, that standard light freezes.
Pulsing in a series of colors and rhythms, branching to potentials that never rise. Vast architecture just happen to you. Its powers floating alongside the ones who sit
To abandon what's known, it's comfortable, and to intentionally step into instability. It's definitely a high-risk move, but it's a move you make in pursuit of a much more authentic way of being. And where do you land after that leap? Well, not as an empty void. You land in what's called the liminal space. This is described as this environment of pure dynamic potential. It's that in-between state. You've let go of the old you, but the new you hasn't fully formed yet. It's scary for sure, but it's also the place where anything is possible. Which brings us to the final, and maybe the most radical idea in this whole manual. What is the ultimate goal of all this work? What's the final output of the engine? It's not about creating some perfect providence in your life. It's something else entirely. The ultimate achievement for a
Alright, so today we're doing something a little different. Forget your usual research papers, forget the news articles. We are diving headfirst into something way, way stranger. What we're looking at is basically a piece of modern performance art that comes straight from the digital underground. It's a YouTube storytime video, but it's told like beatnik poetry, and it's called The Ballad of the Brown Volcano. And right from the jump, this thing just throws you into the deep end with two simple words. That's it. Stinky and holy. I mean, talk about a contradiction, right? It's so jarring, but it's also kind of perfect. It immediately sets the stage for everything that follows. You just know you're in for a story that's trying to find something profound, maybe even something spiritual in, well, the most profane places you can imagine. So, this is how we meet our narrator, our guide through this whole mess. And we realize right away, this guy isn't just telling a story. No, he's a character. He's got this whole cool counterculture beatnik vibe going on. He uses all this stylized language that turns what should be a simple story into a full-on performance. He's not just talking at you, you know? He's inviting you in, telling you to slide your chairs in close and tune your frequencies. It's all about the vibe. And check this out. The narrator actually gives us the main theme right at the start. He calls it sensory dissonance. So he's basically telling us, hey, this isn't just some random chaotic story I'm telling you. No, it's all about framing two totally opposite experiences, two completely different vibes that are clashing in the exact same time and place. And honestly, this one idea, sensory dissonance, is the key to understanding the entire piece. So, you're probably asking, how exactly does this whole sensory dissonance thing actually play out? Well, it all starts with our two main characters, a woman named Peace and a guy called St. Don. And we see their morning routines, which could not be more different. On one hand, you've got pure, total tranquility. And on the other, well, let's just say it's the ominous start of some serious internal turmoil. And this slide just lays it all out so perfectly. It's that clash, right there in black and white. For Peace, everything is serene. She's got her coffee, a smile, the world is good. But for St. Don, his body is basically staging a full-scale rebellion. The video really paints these two pictures side by side, just to hammer home that feeling of dissonance. You've got one person in a total state of zen, and the other is literally on the verge of a biological catastrophe. So let's just zoom in on Peace for a second. The narrator really takes his time here, painting this incredibly idyllic picture of her morning. You know, she's in her favorite clothes, the birds are singing, it's all sunshine and coffee. But this isn't just filler, right? It's super important. It's the calm, peaceful before picture that's about to get completely shattered by the chaotic after. And then, boom, here's the contrast. While Peace is just vibing with the sounds of nature, Dawn is tuned into a whole other frequency. And the narrator makes it clear, this isn't just a tummy ache. No, it's framed as something way bigger, something ancient and powerful. He calls it a low, ominous gurgle from the depths of his holy bowels. This, right here, is the inciting incident. It's the first tremor before the volcano erupts. And this is it, folks, the main event. But the video doesn't just tell you what happens. Oh no, it dissects it. It gives us this slow-motion, step-by-step, almost scientific breakdown of a total and complete domestic disaster. The real genius here is the escalation, how it builds. It all starts with a sound, a brash so powerful it's called a sonic boom that actually rattles the coffee. Then we get the point of no return, the miscalculation, a hurtful squeak that goes wrong. That leads to the hilarious, desperate image of the frantic waddle. And it all culminates in these apocalyptic sounds from behind the closed door. You don't see it, but man, you definitely hear it. And this line right here, it was a catastrophic miscalculation. This is the absolute turning point. The narrator nails the exact moment St. Don knows he's lost all control. He decided to risk what he thought would be a small, controlled release. And that's where it all goes horribly wrong. This is where we go from, oh, this is uncomfortable, to code red, this is a full-blown emergency. And the fallout? It's immediate and, let's just say, creative. The narrator doesn't just say he had an accident. No, the language is so much more vivid than that. He painted his shorts a shade not found on any color wheel. I mean, come on. It's somehow completely disgusting and at the same time kind of artistic and poetic. It's that beatnik style in a nutshell. So the grand finale of this whole event is described only through sound. And the narrator doesn't hold back, calling the noises apocalyptic. It's incredible, right? He takes a very common bathroom emergency and elevates it to something of world-ending importance. We don't have to see it because he makes us hear it in the most dramatic, over-the-top way you can imagine. And this really gets to the heart of what makes this piece so special. The narrator's real talent isn't just in telling the story, but in finding this incredible, wild cacophony of language to talk about something that's, well, pretty hard to describe. I mean, just listen to this. Fire hose filled with gravy, emptying into another bucket. This is the narrator at his most creative, his most unhinged. It's so specific, so auditory, and so bonkers that you can practically hear it in your head. It's not just a description, you know? It's a key piece of that apocalyptic soundscape he's building for us. And here we go again. It's all about making this thing sound huge. He calls it a chart of biblical proportions. By throwing in biblical proportions, he takes this tiny, embarrassing domestic accident and turns it into some kind of historic, legendary event. It's not just exaggeration, it's hyperbole as an art form. It gives the whole thing this hilarious mock-epic feeling. And then, just when you think it can't get any weirder, the voice suddenly shifts. We actually get to hear from St. Don himself, shouting this little piece of wisdom from inside the bathroom. Some people think it's funny, but it's really brown and runny. It's this completely absurd rhyming couplet delivered right from the heart of the chaos. It just adds another layer of surreal, laugh-out-loud humor to the whole scene. So when you put it all together, what you have is something that isn't treated like a simple bodily function. No, the whole event is presented as a complex piece of audio art. It's in apocalyptic soundscape, like a tragic symphony made up of sounds, rhythms, and even somehow philosophical thoughts that come out of the disaster. It's wild. Okay, now for the narrator's call. Just as the story hits its craziest point, the narrator does something really interesting. He completely breaks the fourth wall. He stops the poetry, pauses the performance, and starts talking directly to us, the audience, almost like he's a community leader. And he's not just saying, hey, like and subscribe. He's doing it in his own unique, beatnik way. Smash that thumb, join the band, slice through the hesitation and subscribe. It's a call to action for sure, but it's still part of the performance. He's asking his audience to validate the vibe, to basically give them a sign that they get it, that they're on board with this weird little world he's built. And this one line sums it up perfectly. Don't be a tourist in this lounge. See, he's not looking for passive viewers. He doesn't want tourists just passing through. He wants people to be active participants. When you subscribe, you join the band. You're not just a viewer anymore. You're part of the in-crowd, a member of his little underground lounge who understands the vibe. It's a really smart way to build a loyal community. And then, just when you think the story is wrapping up, he hits you with a classic cliffhanger. The brown volcano has gone dormant, but a new heat is rising. The immediate danger is over, sure, but he's already teasing the next big thing. It's a classic move to keep people watching, right? He's promising you that this isn't just a one-time thing. The chaos is gonna continue. And he even gives us a little preview of what's coming up next. The Ballad of the Burrito. And the details are just perfect. A ghost pepper burrito, a broken toilet, and our hero, St. Don in a desperate race against destiny. He lays out all the ingredients for the next disaster, giving you every reason to tune in next time. So in the end, that's what this whole wild ride is really about. Beyond all the gross-out humor and the beatnik poetry, it's a story about something we all deal with, right? That constant, unavoidable clash of just being a human. The source material uses this totally bizarre, stylized performance to get at a universal truth. That fight between our civilized, put-together selves and our chaotic biology, it's never really over. So the volcano might be dormant for now, but the question is, what happens when nature calls again? This unyielding clash between biological gravity and computational.
We're going to deconstruct a pretty fascinating piece of digital folklore. It's a story that comes from this, well, this vibrant and kind of bizarre corner of YouTube. We're talking about a channel called Psychedelic Aire, an up-and-coming musician named Kit E, and her song that just blew up, Neon Melody. So right off the bat, we meet our guy, a guy named Nar, and he frames this whole thing as a cosmic trip, you know, a journey for your mind. He's the host of a show called Homo Freakian World Storytime, and really, his whole beatnik vibe is the lens we're seeing this entire digital fable through. Okay, before we really jump into the story, there's one key thing you need to know. Our main character, her big dream is to become a Vocaloid artist. So what does that even mean? Well, basically, it's a musician who uses uses voice synthesizer software. You've probably heard of the super famous one, Hatsune Miku, to create songs. And they usually have this cool animated character that goes with it. This is absolutely central to getting what she's all about. Okay, so now that we've got that covered, let's get into it. Section 1, Kit E's Big Dream. This is where we really meet our hero and find out about this massive ambition she has. So here she is, our protagonist, Kit E. Picture this, she's a creator, kind of looks like a Catwoman, living in this glowing, super vibrant neon city. And she has one goal, just one, to be like her idol, the Vocaloid superstar Miku. She wants to write that one perfect song, you know? The one that connects with absolutely everyone and just makes the world sing. But of course, it's never that simple, right? Kit E sits down at her keyboard, all ready to create, and crickets. Nothing. The notes are just a jumbled mess. The words aren't fitting together. It's that classic moment of creative struggle. That feeling we've all had where your big ambition just smacks right into a brick wall. But that creative block, thankfully, it doesn't last forever. Which brings us to section 2, where we see how she actually crafts her neon melody. Because right when she's about to throw in the towel, the story throws in a little bit of magic. And that little bit of magic, it's a tiny music sprite named Tune who just appears on her computer screen. You can think of Tune as that little spark of inspiration, that helping hand that every single creator desperately needs when they're stuck. He basically tells her, hey, don't give up, and offers to help her out. And you can really see the difference Tune makes here. It's like night and day. Before he showed up, her process was just jumbled notes, super frustrating. But with his help, suddenly she's able to channel all those feelings into a really beautiful, coherent melody. So the big takeaway here is that collaboration was the key that unlocked her potential. And from that point on, man, things just move at lightning speed. Together they create neon melody. Kit E, probably super nervous, uploads it to the internet. She goes to sleep, wakes up, and it's gone viral. And then the ultimate validation, a personal message from her idol, Miku, saying how much she loves the song and even floating the idea of working together. I mean, just like that, her dream literally comes true. But why? Why did this one song, Neon Melody, connect with so many people all over the world? Well, in section 3, we're going to take a closer look at the anatomy of the song itself and the message hidden in the music. So the song is just packed with these really powerful, universal ideas that pretty much everyone can relate to. It's basically an anthem about not giving up. You know, pushing through all that self-doubt, being brave enough to chase your passion, and in the end, finding the strength in your own unique voice. And this one line from the chorus, it just perfectly captures the whole spirit of the song. When she sings about static, she's talking about all that noise, right? The internal stuff, like doubt and fear, and the external stuff, like criticism. The whole point of the song is rising above all that to create something beautiful. It's a classic message, but man, is it inspiring. All right, now this is where things take a really interesting turn. Because after telling this whole triumphant story about Kit E, our narrator, Nar, he kind of zooms out and gives his own 2 cents on the whole thing. So let's look at the narrator's reflection. So he basically puts himself in the shoes of someone from the Beat generation, and he's looking at this new wave of digital creators and influencers. He definitely sees a connection between his time and now, but he also sees this really fundamental difference in how they go about, expressing themselves and challenging the way things are. In this quote, this is pretty much his main point. He feels like all the deep, authentic, lived-in counterculture from his generation has been, well, boiled down, maybe even watered down, into these short, punchy, performative videos for social media. It's a really fascinating take on the generational divide. And this table just lays this whole comparison out perfectly. Back then, the Beat generation had communes. Now, digital influencers have 50-second videos. His generation was all about living authenticity, whereas he sees this new generation as performing authenticity. And he gets it. He recognizes they have their own rhythm, but he admits it's a new rhythm, one that's kind of unknown to him. But you know what? He doesn't end on a cynical note. After laying out his whole critique, he kind of softens his stance. He concludes that it's all just part of the universal harmony. This new generation, they're just following the same path, maybe without even realizing who paved the way for them. It's this really nice moment of acceptance, actually. So the story doesn't just end with her big success. Not at all. In our final section, we're going to ask, what's next for Kit E? And the answer, it actually tells us a ton about how stories are told in the digital age. So just like a modern TV show, the story ends with a cliffhanger. It turns out Neon Melody was just episode 1, and we're immediately teased teased with what's coming next, an adventure called Find the Muffins. And the premise for this next part is just pure digital age fun. So Kid E starts a band called the Furry Muffins, and they're all set for a big tour in the metaverse. But, oh no, someone has hidden all the band members and their instruments. So episode 2 becomes this huge scavenger hunt across the digital plane, and it sounds like it's designed to get the audience involved. And all of this leaves us with a really big, kind of provocative question. As stories start moving into the metaverse and become these interactive, ongoing adventures, who's really the author anymore? Is it the original creator? Is it the fictional character on their own journey? Or is it maybe the algorithm that's deciding who sees what and pushing the story in certain directions? It's definitely something to chew on as we see more and more stories like Kit E's pop up.
Just to keep things running smoothly with people.
And Claude's vignette, the forced gift, just nails this. Picture it. Someone you know shows up at your door, unannounced, with an unwanted casserole. It's hot, it smells of an obligation, you don't want it, you didn't ask for it.
Standard social scripts is you take a casserole, take some gratitude, and then offer a 10-minute chat with your life.
Manual points out that this carries a slow, deep push. It's a constant, low-grade erosion of yourself. You lose track of where you end and social performance begins. Politely but firmly, yes. Friction, that confusion, that perceived anger, that is the price of self-technology. You're choosing a clear and immediate cost over that slow, internal decay. The sovereign creator carries their own integrity, not the crushing weight of other people's expectations.
So boundary setting is key. How do we actually define and structure the roles?
They lay it out as a rigorously layered system, almost like a fortress. The innermost layer around the sovereign core is the soul. That's the energy structure of what the outside that is the agency.
It sounds like you're actually
It is. It's the defined, maintainable boundary of the sovereign. Think of it like a firewall. The sovereign wall is your internal code of conduct. The agency barrier is the external perimeter that decides what data and influence within and what stays out.
So if the boundaries are that rigid, how do you ever want to move anyone? This might be social.
Not at all. The manual actually insists that partnership is one of the highest forms of connection, but it absolutely requires what they call the negotiation of agency. And this requires the explicit, non-apologetic articulation of self-interest.
You have to actually ask out loud what's innocent.
Yes.
That goes against almost every cultural norm about collaboration. We're taught to just assume alignment, to sacrifice silence.
The authors argue that the transaction isn't selfish, it's just clarifying. But negotiation is the main work of the engine. It explicitly defines the relational contract. If you can't clearly state your self-interest, what you're getting, what you're giving, partnership is an imposition on your sovereignty by default.
So asking what's in it for me is cause or agency barrier for that specific interaction.
Precisely. And that leads to structural sovereignty. That's the principal commitment to maintaining the integrity of that barrier at your system's edge. And paradoxically, that's what creates mutual safety. Everyone knows where the lines are. The structure is the promise of protection.
Internal map from Act 1, the external architecture from Act 2. How does this system survive contact with reality? Act 3. Dynamic back to set.
The system has to be designed, and surprisingly, the manual says you can use fantasy to build that resilience, that exploring boundary-pushing fantasy provides necessary emotional utility.
That sounds a little risky.
Feel the magic in the air tonight.
The safe word that
Don't you worry, you can lean on me now. I can help you to make up your mind. Let me take you on a ride. Feel the magic in the air tonight. Don't you worry, you can lean on me now. I can help you to make up your mind. Let me take you on a ride.
Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop, rhythm overflowing. Don't stop.
The question is, how do you respond? Instead of trying to repel the
Maybe I could get lost in can't get enough of it. Baby, give me good love. Baby, give me good love.
Manual acknowledges that. It says to achieve a fundamental shift, you have to sacrifice everything. This is the little Irish twist to embrace systemic.
Dig this, cats and kittens. The clock is melting. The stars are vibrating with frequency that's strictly off key. And our brother St. Don in his angry astrologer suit back at it, armed with a paper towel tube and enough nervous energy to power a nebula.
Insolent star, you dare defy St. Dawn. I will unravel your mysteries even if you burn my eyes.
He's bugged, you dig? Bugged because a comet decided to put down roots. It's built a Victorian bungalow on its icy head, and it's asking for zoning permits. While he yells at gravity, his wife Peace, disguised as namby-pamby, is checking the trash. Remember, we're all just guests in the great landlord's lobby. Strap in, stay loose, and keep your aura at a reasonable volume. We're heading into the quadrant of the jaw for the retrograde of the permanent temporary. Take it away, Daddy-O.
Don't you hide. I see you up there sitting at the zenith, acting like you don't know where you're going. You know what the problem with the cosmos is today. Commitment issues. I was tracking the comet in the sector of the holes, a temporary comet return set. Just passing through, they said. That was an epoch of the prince. 30 cycles later, the comet is still there. It was built a house. It was filed for zoning permits. The galaxy just shrugs and says, well, if it hasn't fallen out of the sky yet, it's a feature. We have star seeds napping in the garden. We have static bunnies chewing on the fiber optic cables of fate. I have a wife, Amy, who keeps telling me that my aura is too loud for the neighbors.
Your aura is way too loud!
Yeah, way too loud, dude!
The neighbors are black holes. They don't hear anything. So here's the forecast for the quadrant of the jaw. Expect delays. Expect the temporary to outlast the empire. And if you feel a vibration in your left hemisphere, it's not an earthquake. It's It's just the universe trying to hold back a laugh.
Did you take the trash out, or are you just yelling at gravity again?
Gravity started it. The transmission from the angry astrologer. A man so wound up, he's trying to measure the infinite with a paper towel tube. He's up there shouting at the zenith like it's a waiter who forgot his appetizers. Easy, Daddy-O. You're vibrating at a frequency that's strictly square. He's bugged because a comet decided to put down roots in the epoch of the prince. He calls it a permanent temporary. Man, that's not a celestial crisis. That's just the universe finding a comfortable chair and refusing to move. We're all just temporary until the great landlord in the sky flips the vacant sign, you dig? And he's worried about his neighbors being black holes. Man, those are the best kind. They don't complain about the drums, they don't borrow your lawnmower, and they really know how to pull a room together. The astrologer says the universe is holding back a laugh. I say, let it out, baby. If the temporary outlasts the empire, at least the coffee will still be hot when the statues fall. Peace is a frequency, man. Don't let gravity drag your soul into the basement. Stay groovy, stay loose, and for the love of the void, take out the trash before namby-pamby turns your aura into a low-hanging cloud. Keep it cosmic.
Nar, my brother of the velvet rhythm. I hear your snaps echoing through the sector of the molar. Now smile. You see a man yelling at the zenith, and you see a square out between them. And you were right. In that moment, I had forgotten the music. But see the beauty in it, Nar. When I was the astrologer, I was just a god man playing a game of hide and seek with his own infinity, getting frustrated that the stars wouldn't sit still for their portraits. Namby-pamby says my aura is loud, and she was right. It is the joyous shout of the soul realizing he was both the observer and the observed. I honor your cool, Nar. You keep the pulse of the void while I navigate the meridian. Just remember, the man kicking the telescope and the saint standing before you are the same breath. We are not under the stars, Nar. We are the very light they use to shine. Be at peace, brother. The coffee is hot, and the universe is finally laughing with us. Be at peace.
And there it is, cats and kittens, the retrograde of the permanent temporary. Episode 3, a little something to chew on. While the universe tries to fold itself into a swan, our man, the angry astrologer, just took us on a trip through the retrograde, proving once again that while the stars might be fixed, we're all just spinning in a cosmic blender without a lid. If you're vibing with this frequency, do the digital dance. Smash that like, subscribe, and ring the bell. You know the drill. It lets the algorithm know we aren't just ghosts in the machine. Now let's talk bread. Art doesn't grow on trees, man. It grows in the dark corners of the soul. Head over to the Patreon. Patronize the artists. The links are down there in the void. Tune back into the cosmos next time. Or maybe NOT time. Honestly, linear progression is a drag. I'm not sure when now is. Stay loose, keep your chakras aligned, and your coffee black. I'm out.
Dazzling dawn, delightful as always. But today's scratching post, agenda, is particularly exciting. As you know, Homo Freakian World is perfectly poised for its grand debut. There's just one little hairball we need to cough up. A theme song. And I've already got a few ideas for the intro. Oh, Kitty, my furry darling, what are you waiting for? We're on the edge of our cosmic chairs.
Don't hold back, my feline muse. Unleash the musical magic. Please, the suspense is positively delicious. Give it to us.
Positive attitude. I love it. Ooh. I got one. I was thinking something loungy. A little bit of smooth jazz mixed with a funky bass line. Think a dark club club with neon lights and a singer draped across a grand piano, purring into the mic. It's got a sophisticated swagger, you see.
The homo freakian world, a place so wild and free. Come join the party, let your true colors shine with glee.
Oh, I feel that. But what if we added a layer of serenity, like a cosmic meditation? We could have a moment of pure, blissful quiet before the beat drops. It would be an anthem of inner peace, with a dance break. Or a 70s version. Think a laid-back, groovy feel, folk guitars, trippy organ, a sound that feels like a sunbeam. Something that reminds everyone of peace, love, and good vibes.
Who is human, yet oddly different.
Serenity is all well and good, my love. But this is a world, a universe. It needs a sound as bold as its destiny. A rock opera. A symphonic Broadway-style number with a chorus so powerful it could shatter glass. And in the middle, a spoken word manifesto. I declare our glorious purpose over a thunderous guitar solo. Or better yet, a punk rock version. Quick, angry, jagged. A minute and a half of pure, unadulterated rebellion. A chaotic burst of energy. Maybe some like show tune sounding thing? This is blowing my mind.
Homo freaking world, a place so wild and new. Come join the fun with everyone.
Well, now we're getting somewhere. But what about something from the decade of excess? An 80s version. Imagine a catchy synth hook and a killer guitar riff. It would be a powerful pop anthem with a huge drum machine sound. Totally outrageous, totally undeniable.
Who is human, yet oddly different. Making known the unknown.
So, about that Homo Freaking World intro. I think the guitar riff needs a bit more punch, you know? Maybe a heavier synth bass line could work with that?
Making known the unknown. Making known the unknown.
Hey, did you try that new riff I sent over? Not yet, I was just about to.
Flying through space with smiles on our face. Our happy crayon box, what a happy place.
Or maybe even beach music. Ukulele, surf rock guitar, and a beat that makes you feel the sand between your toes and the sun on your face.
Who is human, yet oddly different.
Whoa, slow down, my darlings. It seems we have lounge, ambient, rock opera, spoken word rock, 70s folk, punk, and 80s synth pop. That's a lot of theme songs. How do we choose just one?
We should contemplate and consult the AI.
Particles mind you.
I'm St. Don Domenico Homo Freakin.
I'm Peace Don Homo Freakins. And we're excited to share our world with you.
Party on, living it out, and it'll be excellent.
I didn't know what to do, I was so confused. Like a wet fart, it's a feeling I haven't used. Can't you hear it? That low bubbling sound. Shame and that sensation when the pants hit the ground.
Heavy, my baby. That wasn't just a trip to the John. That was a spiritual awakening inside a wooden box. You gotta hand it to St. Don Domenico. He stared into the abyss of a level 5 code red chili-induced catastrophe and lived to tell the tale. But let's be real, cats.
That cabin is going to need to air out for at least 3 spins of the globe. It just goes to show you, love is a wild gig. 1 minute you're sipping coffee with your old lady, and the next you're holding your breath while she laughs like a mountain stream at your post-traumatic wood point.
But hey, that's the groove. Even with bubble guts, he's still the luckiest man in the world. Dig it. Now, flip the tape and gaze upwards, starry-eyed wanderers. We're leaving the woods and warping straight to the Homo Freakian Pub. A celestial tavern where the planets themselves clink glasses. The vibes? Immaculate. Peace Don is wailing on the clarinet.
St. Don is laying down the funk on the keys, and the air smells like well-intentioned flowers.
But don't get too comfortable, Daddy-O. There's a discord blowing in from the void. A cat named the Sharkinator is crashing the party with a chrome tuba strapped to his back and a foggy voice like a broken foghorn. He's looking to turn our sweet symphony into a sour mess on Uranus. Can the crew tune up before the universe browns out? Let's spin it. This is The Ballad of the Cosmic Fart.
The Ballad of the Cosmic Fart. The Homo Freakian Pub, a celestial tavern where planets clink glasses of cosmic cocktails, was grooving. Peace Don Homo Freakian, her dreadlocks swirling like nebulas, played a soulful melody on her clarinet. Her husband, St. Don, laid down a funky beat on a keyboard that seemed to be powered by the very rhythm of the cosmos. The air was thick with the harmonious scent of well-intentioned flatulence, a testament to the pub's groovy vibes. Suddenly, the pub doors burst open, and a wave of noxious green gas rolled in. A figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, a chrome, tuba-like contraption strapped to his back. "Greetings, Homo Freakians," he boomed, his voice a discordant foghorn. "I am the Sharkinator. Prepare to witness the ultimate power of the universe, the boundless potential of the shark." The harmonious vibe of the pub curdled like sour space milk. Peace Don and St. Don exchanged a worried glance. This was no ordinary gas passer. This was a threat to the Celestial Symphony itself. "We need backup," Peace whispered, her voice barely audible over the Sharkinator's cackling. St. Don nodded, his fingers flying across a hidden console on his keyboard, sending out a cosmic distress signal that rippled through the galaxies. The signal reached Kitty just as she was about to launch into a face-melting solo with her band, the Furry Muffins. "Hold the cosmic feedback, Muffins," she yowled, her ears twitching. The Homo Freakians are in a gas jam. Meanwhile, in their high-tech bunker, the nerd herd sensors went haywire. "Anomalous methane signature detected," one of them announced. "Source, Homo Freakian Pub. This requires immediate investigation." The heroes converged on Uranus, a planet of swirling methane clouds and a key point in the Celestial Symphony. The Sharkinator was already there, his Sharkinator 5000 spewing chaotic green gas, turning the planet's harmonious hum into a discordant shriek. "Let's rough this gas bag out of existence," Kitty shouted, launching into a power pod. But the Sharkinator simply laughed, absorbing the sonic energy and reflecting it back as a wave of pure, unadulterated shark. The heroes were thrown back, defeated. Humbled, the heroes retreated to Pluto to seek the wisdom of the Dogmas. Master Zenwood, his fur the color of ancient starlight, listened patiently to their tale. You cannot fight chaos with chaos. Sharknado's power comes from discord. We must counter it with harmony. Monk Christopher Hawkins, his voice a smooth, calming drawl, added, "The universe, my friends, is a symphony of farts. We must find the right notes to bring it back in tune." The heroes returned to Uranus, but this time they didn't attack. Instead, they began to play. Peace and St. Dawn wove a gentle, melodic tune. QD and the Furry Muffins added a layer of cosmic blues. The Nerd Herd, using their tech, analyzed the planet's natural frequencies and created a harmonizing drone. Even the Dogmonks joined in, their deep, resonant chants adding to the symphony. The Sharknado, initially amused, soon grew agitated. The harmonious music was like a soothing balm on his chaotic energy, neutralizing it. He blasted them with his Sharknado 5000, but the music simply absorbed the chaotic energy, transmuting it into a beautiful, shimmering chord. "No!" he screamed. "My chaos! My beautiful, sticky chaos!" The symphony swelled, a cosmic lullaby that resonated with the very soul of Uranus. The Sharknado's chaotic energy, with nowhere to go, turned inward. With a final, pathetic PFFT, he imploded, leaving behind only the faint, lingering scent of burnt space beams. The celestial symphony was restored, the harmonious hum of Uranus, a testament to their victory. Back at the Homofruitian pub, the heroes celebrated with a cosmic jam session that shook the very foundations of the cosmos. The Nerd Herd, now believers in the power of harmonious flatulence, took copious notes. The legend of their glassy victory spread throughout the galaxies, a reminder that even in the face of the most noxious evil, a little harmony and a well-timed, good-natured fart can save the day.
And that, my celestial cats and kittens, is how the cookie crumbles. Or should I say, how the wind breaks. The Sharknator has been silenced, leaving behind nothing but the faint scent of burnt space beams and a lesson in harmony.
Don't forget the volume, Daddy-O. It wasn't just harmony. The furry Muppets melted that tin can gas bag with some serious sonic shredding.
Solid, sister. You cats really clawed your way to victory. But tell me, Kitty, is the air finally clear in here?
Though, between you and me, that last power cord wasn't the only thing I raised during the finale.
Now listen up, travelers of the multiverse. If this story inflated your spirits and tickled your chakras, you know what to do.
Draw that button like it's a brand new velvet sofa. Shred it to pieces.
Dig it. And if you want to stay hip to the next Cosmic Jam session, go and subscribe. Join the Nerd Herd, the Dog Monks, and the rest of us freaks at the pub.
And ring the bell. Ding-a-ling-ding. Make it vibrate just a dose of the beat. If you don't ring the bell, Sharknator might come back and turn your notifications into noxious green gas.
You heard the feline. Stay tuned, stay funky, and remember. Love and empty bowels, baby. We're out.
Smell like a swamp, smell like despair. At least now everyone knows that I'm here. Push a little harder and make it right. Like a wet fart, live for the very first time. Didn't know what to do, I was so confused. Like a wet fart, it's a feeling I have in you. For the very first time. Oh yeah.
Not a monster.
Welcome to The Explainer. You know, sometimes the biggest, most profound lessons come from the absolute weirdest places. Today we're going to dive into a wild piece of internet storytelling called The Ballad of the Cosmic Fart. And I'm going to show you how this totally bizarre psychedelic tale actually maps perfectly onto one of the oldest story structures in human history. So the whole thing kicks off with this line, a moment of just pure, unfiltered confusion. I mean, right off the bat, you know you're in for something hilarious and completely surreal. It's the perfect off-kilter opening for the journey we're about to unpack. Okay, so how do we even begin to make sense of all this cosmic chaos? Well, we're going to use a classic framework for it, the hero's journey. We're going to break down how this story, which seems completely nuts, actually follows this ancient mythic structure, starting right where all these journeys do, in the hero's ordinary, everyday world. We start in what the framework calls the ordinary world. And in this story, that world is, of all things, a groovy celestial tavern. A place that is, by all accounts, just perfectly peaceful and harmonious. And we're not talking about just any old bar here. The Homofreakian Pub is this place of incredible cosmic camaraderie, where the vibes are just immaculate. This is super important because it sets our baseline for what normal is right before things get really weird. And these are our heroes. Peace and St. Dawn are the musical soul of this whole establishment. They're not just serving drinks, they're the conductors of all this harmony. Their music, which is literally powered by the cosmos itself, is the heartbeat of their peaceful little world. I love this detail. It shows you just how perfectly balanced their world is. I mean, even the flatulence is described as well-intentioned and harmonious. It's a hilarious line, but it's also crucial. It tells us that every single part of this place is perfectly in tune, at least for now. But of course, no hero's journey is complete without a call to adventure, right? That's the moment the ordinary world gets turned upside down. And in this story, that call arrives as a foul, discordant blast from the void. And just like that, the peace is totally shattered. This wave of noxious green gas rolls in, the complete and total opposite of that harmonious scent we just heard about. A new chaotic force has just burst onto the scene. And then, he makes his grand entrance. The villain shows up with a name that, well, it leaves very little to the imagination. The Chardonnator's power isn't just crude, it comes from pure discord. He is literally the polar opposite of everything that Groovy Pub stands for. Yeah, the impact is immediate. The antagonist's arrival instantly throws the whole ordinary world into chaos. And that sour space milk line is just perfect. The harmony has been totally corrupted, and just like that, our heroes have their mission. They've got to restore the Celestial Symphony. So, this whole disruption kicks our heroes into the next big phase, the trials and ordeal. This is where they have to cross the threshold into a new world. They gather their allies, and they face their first major test against this new chaotic enemy. And in a classic move for any hero's journey, a cosmic distress signal goes out and allies start showing up. We get a cosmic rock band and a high-tech science team. It just goes to show you, this threat is so massive, it takes this whole crew of different talents to even think about facing it. And the battlefield? Oh, it's just perfect. They head to Uranus, yep, a literal gas giant, which was supposed to be a key part of this whole Celestial Symphony. But the Chardonnator is already there, actively corrupting its natural harmony and turning its beautiful music into just noise. But here's the thing, their first shot at this is a total disaster. They try to fight chaos with even more chaos, blasting it with power chords and sonic energy. But the Chardonnator just soaks it all up. And this defeat, it's absolutely critical. It proves that their whole strategy is wrong, and they're going to need a new kind of wisdom to win. So, totally humbled and defeated, our heroes get to this really pivotal stage in their journey, meeting the mentor. This is the part where they have to go find guidance from someone who truly understands the nature of the forces they're up against. So what do? They retreat all the way out to Pluto to find the dog monks. These ancient masters, with their wonderfully terrible puns for names, they have the deeper knowledge our heroes are missing. They're the ones who have the kind of wisdom you need when you're facing an enemy you just can't punch. And this, right here, is the big aha moment. The monk's lesson is so simple, but it's profound. They're doing it all wrong. They can't attack, they can't create more noise. Instead, they have to create a harmony so powerful, so overwhelming, that chaos just can't exist inside of it. Okay, so armed with this game-changing new knowledge, our heroes head back for the final battle. This is the big climax of the journey, where they have to put their mentor's lesson to the test and face their enemy with a completely different approach. And just look at the contrast here. It's night and day. Instead of launching another attack, they just start to play. They're weaving together these gentle melodies, some cosmic blues. They're literally fighting his chaotic energy with a symphony of pure order and beauty. And guess what? The new strategy works. Like perfectly. The music doesn't destroy his power, it neutralizes it, it transmutes it. The harmony is like a soothing balm that transforms his chaotic energy into something beautiful. He's completely disarmed, and he didn't have to fire a single shot. So the Chardonnator's chaotic energy has nowhere to go, right? It can't survive in all this harmony, so it just turns inward. And with one final, pathetic little sound, he just ceases to be. It's not some violent explosion, it's a quiet implosion. I mean, what a perfect ending for a villain who is literally defeated by peace. And that brings us to the final stage of this whole journey. You return with the elixir. The battle's won, the world is saved, and the heroes get to return to their ordinary world, bringing back the incredible wisdom they've gained along the way. And this right here, this quote, that's the elixir. The lesson they learned isn't some magic sword or a chest of treasure. It's wisdom. The ultimate power for overcoming discord isn't more force, it's overwhelming harmony. It's actually a pretty deep message, you know? It's just wrapped up in this totally bizarre, hilarious package. And this is exactly why these old story structures are so timeless. Because even a story about a cosmic fart can follow this ancient pattern and leave you with something to really think about. It asks us to consider how we confront the chaos in our own lives. Do we just fight back with more chaos? Or do we try to create our own symphony instead? Actually catches it, and then it grinds that uncomfortable data down and metabolizes it. Yeah, the process is tough, but it makes the wall stronger, more resilient, not more brittle. Okay, so you've got the philosophy, you've got the architecture, but how does this engine actually work day to day? Let's get practical. This diagram shows you the whole engine in action. Just follow the flow from left to right. Over on the left, you've got all the chaotic inputs from the world. In the center, the sovereign engine gets to work processing them. And then, on the right, you get the output. Clear, aligned action. It's basically a machine for turning chaos into clarity. So let's break this down. Step one is input. This includes all the chaos from the outside infoscape, but also your own internal state. Which the manual calls inner weather. Then step two is the process. The engine applies something called necessary friction. You can think of this as the critical thinking, the part that challenges and refines all those inputs. And finally, step three is the output. This whole process creates a data course. These clear, useful little particles of data that lead to aligned action, which is just choices that are actually true to your core. Now, to make this really concrete, let's look at this powerful story from the book. It's a little vignette called The First Gift, and it begins with this incredibly relatable image. Someone shows up on the door with a casserole you never asked for, and the steam is just rising off it like an obligation. The story gives you a choice. On one path, you just accept the casserole to avoid making things awkward. The system calls this social appeasement, and it usually costs you your energy and integrity. But when you get it just right, you refuse, honoring your own boundaries. That is an act of emotional integrity. That's the sovereign engine in action. It's choosing your internal truth over social performance, even when it creates a little bit of friction. So, we've seen the creators, the goal, the architecture, and how it works in practice. So what's the big takeaway from this whole complex, fascinating project? Why does any of this matter beyond just being a personal philosophy for someone? Well, ultimately, the Dialogic Engine is more than just a personal project. It's offering us a kind of blueprint. It's a model for how humans and AI can collaborate productively. It's a strategy for how we can defend our own integrity in a world full of noise and demands. And it's a guide to creating authentically, showing us how we can think together without losing who we are in the process. And that brings us right back to the core of it all. As our world gets more and more intertwined with digital minds and infinite information, the principles of this engine, they start to feel more relevant than ever. So I'll just leave you with this question. In this age of AI, what is your emotional declaration of independence?
genesis of fire and steel.
time I close my eyes, see you everywhere that I go.
Gotta make my way to the mountain top. It is where my heart belongs. Through the fire.
Every time I close my eyes, see you everywhere that I go.
It's not your typical network. It's described as a massive, chaotic ocean of pure information. What it says, you swim at your own risk. Okay, so this is it. This is our primary piece of evidence. It's an artifact, a file called VO File, pulled from that chaotic environment. It's essentially a black box recording. We have no idea who recorded it or why, but for right now, it's the only clue we've got. And get this is all that's on it. Just 2 words on a loop. Heat. Heat. That is it. That's the entire signal. That's the puzzle we're here to solve. What could that possibly be? So here's how we're going to tackle this. First, we're going to look at where this signal came from. Then, we'll crack open our toolkit, the strange manual. From there, we'll learn how to build something called a sovereign wall, use it to navigate this data ocean, and then finally, put it all together to see if we can decode that heat signal. So, part 1, a signal from nowhere. The file's metadata points to a source called the infoscape, that chaotic data ocean. But it's even weirder than that. It came from a place inside called the nexus of non-locality. Now, try to wrap your head around this. It's a conceptual space where the rules of time and location are, well, they're more like suggestions. So, right off the bat, we know heat probably isn't about, actual temperature. It's got to be some kind of complex flare from a very, very strange place. Trying to figure this out on our own? Yeah, that would be a total shot in the dark. But luckily, we have a guy that seems like it was custom made for exactly this kind of problem. Which brings us to our main tool, the Sovereign Creation Manual. And this is where things get really interesting. I'm not talking about some philosophical text here. Think of this more like a technical manual for a unique operating system, an OS for consciousness itself, called the dialogic version. And it's designed specifically to work in a crazy environment our signal came from. So what this manual lays out is, frankly, a pretty radical system. It's a way to maintain a stable, sovereign sense of self while getting constantly bombarded by the chaos of the infoscape. It's not about just surviving the chaos, it's about actually thriving on it. And this is the absolute key. The dialogic engine isn't trying to create a peaceful, quiet mind. No, it's a system designed to take the messiest parts of existence, chaos, contradiction, what the manual calls necessary friction, and use them as fuel to forge a clearer, more refined truth. Okay, so first things first, the manual says you have to build what it calls a sovereign wall. And let's be clear, this isn't some passive wall you hide behind. It's a dynamic, intelligent boundary that is actively managing information. Here's a look at the basic blueprint. Right down the center, you have the sovereign core. That's your essential self. And it's protected by these filtering layers of the wall, which are constantly managing the data flow, deciding what gets in, what gets processed, and what just gets thrown out as noise. For this wall to actually work, it's built on a few core principles, things like radical self-ownership and cognitive honesty. According to the manual, one of the toughest principles to really live by is something called relational integrity. There's this one section in the manual, it's called the forced gift. It has this quote that just nails the manual. It's about a choice. Do we deal with the immediate awkwardness of saying no to something that we want, or do we pay that much deeper, slower price of self-betrayal just to keep the peace? And really, that's what relational integrity boils down to. It's having the courage to make that hard choice, to refuse the easy path of just going along to get along, all to keep your sovereign will strong and your core self intact. Okay, so, the wall is up. It's strong, it's principled. Now what? How does it actually function? It's up against this constant, overwhelming flow of information coming from the data ocean. This is where the wall really shows its intelligence. It starts to get really good at telling the difference between just noise and what the manual calls high-value blueprint. But here's the twist. High-value data isn't the stuff that feels good or validates you. It's the hard stuff. It's the contradictions, the dissonance, the friction. Which, of course, brings up a huge question, right? I mean, what do you do when you run into a piece of information that challenges everything you thought was true? Do you just reject it? Pretend you never saw it? And the manual's answer to this is, well, it's pretty profound. A truly strong wall doesn't just block a contradiction. It certainly doesn't break under pressure. It metabolizes it. It actually pulls that challenge the world. It's a diagnostic signal. It's like a status update from the engine. Because when the engine is just not working as intended, generating that necessary friction to process a hard truth, or it could be signaling the moment of massive, chaotic change that the manual calls movement into a whole new state of being. Or maybe it's a boundary test, feeling like a sovereign wall under intense pressure as it metabolizes the huge contradiction from the infoscape. Which one it is, it all point to the same thing, a system under intense, productive stress. And that just leaves us one final question, kind of turns this whole investigation back on ourselves. If your own awareness is an agent, what kind of food are you worrying about? Are you avoiding friction, or are you using it to build something stronger?
geometry, my little haiku? This isn't just noise, it's the architecture of the soul.
It sounds like a saxophone falling downstairs. That's just it, Nar. I love the oldies, but sometimes the universe wants to evolve. Like Kitty and the Furry Muffins.
Huh? You know about Kitty and the Furry Muffins?
Do you even know what I do?
I thought you were a spy or something?
Or something? I train entities in ninjutsu and other techniques.
I'm sorry, maybe I have been living in my own little nostalgic world?
Kitty is my best student. Don't piss her off.
Slide into the groove, my celestial kittens. Tonight, we aren't just spinning vinyl, we're decoding the cosmos. Dig this heavy slab of wax. It's The Great Attractor of Irony, Episode 2. Angry Astrologer. Because sometimes, man, Mercury isn't just in retrograde, it's actively trying to ruin your credit score. It's the sound of the universe laughing at your 5-year plan. Strict tempo, but the melody is purely chaotic. So put on your helmets, cats. The gravity in here is about to get ironic. This is Saint Don, Angry Astrologer.
Friction, body, sensation, entry level 002 should be ego. Let's use one of the massive concepts for the file. The great attractor of irony. The alignment. The great attractor of irony is currently in opposition to the best laid plans, creating a vortex of, are you kidding me, energy, impact. Every shortcut you take today will result in a long detour. Every attempt to be cool will result in you tripping over your own shoelaces. Metaphorically or the directive. Stop trying to outsmart the universe today. Just announce your incompetence loudly and let the irony flow through you instead of crashing into you.
Cool it, cats and kittens. Slide into the booth. Put down the bourbon and pick up your ears. You've tuned in to the frequency of the subterranean. The shadows dance and the truth is just a little too bright for the naked eye. You just got a wire transmission from the heavy side of the zodiac. That's right, the angry astrologer is in the building. Man, the vibes are discordant. Tonight, we're vibrating on episode 2. The subject, the mind. Ego, the heavy, heavy burden of thinking you're the captain of this sinking ship. The astrologer calls it the great attractor of irony. Dig this alignment. It's currently sitting in direct opposition to your best laid plans. You know those plans? That color-coded calendar you made? The universe is using it to roll a cigarette right now. It creates a vortex of are you kidding me energy. Don't we all know that flavor? It tastes like cold coffee and regret. Here's the skinny on the impact, Daddy-O. Every shortcut you try to take today, it's a trap door. It's a detour to Nowhereville. You try to beat the traffic, you blow a tire. You try to look cool in front of that hep cat at the bar, you're gonna trip over your own shoelaces. Metaphorically, spiritually, and maybe even literally. The cosmos is watching you try to strut, and it is laughing. So what's the directive? How do we swing through this mess without bruising our souls? Simple. Stop trying. Stop trying to outsmart the infinite. You can't play chess with a hurricane. The astrologer says, announce your incompetence. Scream it to the rafters. Stand in the middle of the street and shout, I don't know where I'm going, and my map is on fire. Let the irony flow through you, man. Don't be a wall, be a window. If you crash into the irony, you break. If you let it pass, you're just wind. Picture this mental landscape. You're in the maze of convenience. It's retro future, shiny and chrome. But every exit sign just points to a ladder that goes up into the ceiling and stops. The clocks are melting, Dali style, dripping time all over your shiny loafers. And every number on the face just says, now. You're standing there, your map is burning, and you're smiling because you finally realized getting lost was the only way to be found. Stay humble, you crazy diamonds. Watch your step.
Time itself. I must find the true exit.
Bird's not on map. Where's the exit now?
You are lost in the illusion.
show you the truth of your ego.
Play. It's wet. Like the tears of a clown who realized he's technically a mime. We have birthed the form, man. Step 2. Subscription. Don't be a transient tourist in my gallery of madness. Plant your roots here. Commit, Daddy-o. Do it. Because
He's watching. No. Angry astrologer. He has changed your chart.
He says your Mercury is in retrograde, your rising sign is lazy, and he knows exactly what you search for in incognito mode. The stars predict a collision. He doesn't use crystal balls, he throws clay at people who don't subscribe. Peace.
But seriously, if you dig the Angry Astrologer or my unique perspective, bring that thing, man!
Hello, my furry kittens, and welcome back to the Beat Generation Revisited. I'm your host, Narrator. In today's episode, we're diving into a story that proves the rebellious, boundary-pushing spirit of Kitten the Furry Muffins is alive and well. It's just found a new home among the stars. Forget smoky coffee houses and cross-country road trips. Our next adventure takes us 54.6 million kilometers to 401 million kilometers out of our orbit, man. 33.9 million miles to 249 million miles away for you Imperial nerds, depending on your mood.
Kit E and the Furry Muffins. Next up, Mars, then Uranus. EP5. Fresh off their lunar triumph, Kit E and the Furry Muffins were chilling in the Homo Freakian's cosmic den. The moon was epic, Kitty said, putting a duckling that had wandered into the lap. But I'm thinking bigger. Bolder, redder. St. Don Domenico Homo Freakian, husband of Peace, looked up from his meditation. You don't mean... Peace Stone Homo Freakian, wife of St. Don, floated into the room, holding a tray of kombucha. Oh, she does, Peace said, her voice chiming like cosmic bells. She wants to play on Mars. The other band members, lounging on beanbags, erupted. Mars, squawked Blueberry, nearly spilling her drink. The logistics would be a nightmare. Kitty stood up, her tail swishing with determination. Exactly. That's why it's perfect. We don't do possible. We do legendary. Think of it. Kit E and the Furry Muffins, live from the Red Planet. Harrietta and Pinky exchanged a look, the insane idea already taking root. Peace and St. Don knew there was only one person who could turn this plan of beautiful madness into reality. They made the call. The face that appeared on their holographic projector was already grinning. Mars, you say? Elon Musk's voice crackled with energy. Funny, I was just sketching out some plans for a Valles Marineris amphitheater. You read my mind. Elon swiveled in his chair at SpaceX Mission Control. A stage is only half the problem. We need to get the fans there. And Mars isn't a weekend trip. He turned to his lead engineer, Timmy, already seared in an orange spacesuit. What's the status of the interplanetary transport system? Timmy looked up. The fleet is ready, sir. The passenger transport on that scale, the life support, the radiation shielding, it's a monumental challenge. A bald man in a nerd herd t-shirt stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. Challenge accepted, said Scott Manley, whose call sign was Chief. The nerd herd went into overdrive. Blueprints for a collapsible, atmosphere-proof stage filled every screen. They designed a fleet of Starliner shuttles, luxury cosmic cruisers for the long haul to Mars, complete with zero-G bars and holographic entertainment suites. The project was codenamed Operation Redbox. Meanwhile, Kitty and the Furry Muffins were in the studio, writing an anthem worthy of an interplanetary debut. Gorgonaut TDK laid down a bass line that mimicked the seismic rumbles of Olympus Mons, while Pinky's drumming sounded like a meteor shower impacting with perfect rhythm. The music was heavy, cosmic, and dangerously catchy. Months later, the day arrived. A fleet of gleaming starhoppers ascended from Earth, a silver river flowing towards the red star in the sky. On the bridge of the flagship, Kitty stood with Elon, watching Earth shrink into a blue marble. Any last-minute jitters, he asked. Kitty grinned, her eyes reflecting the starfield, and ready to make the universe shake. The stage, a marvel of engineering, was nestled in a vast Martian canyon. As the twin moons of Phobos and Deimos rose, the band took their places. The first power cord upward across the red desert, and 100,000 fans in interconnected ecodomes roared. The concert on Mars had begun, and the next stop was already on their minds, Uranus.
Whoa, man, dig that! The whole cosmic scene is vibrating, you know? That was the sound of Kid in the Furry Muffin.
Heavy, cosmic, and dangerously catchy. Laying down the first power cord on the red planet.
100,000 fans in those little ecodomes, all the way out in a vast Martian canyon, with Phobos and Deimos hanging in the sky. It's a true space-age opera, folks. Can you believe that crazy cat Elon Musk sketching out the Palace Aradaris Amphitheater? That's just beautiful madness, baby. He and Scott Manley Chief and all, they made it happen. Operation Red Rocks was a solid cosmic blitz. Hey, wait, don't pack your spacesuit away just yet, Daddy-O. The trip's not over. This was just the warm-up. A little aperitivo before the main course. Next stop, the word is on the street. It's a planet that just breathes jazz. Yeah! The destination is Uranus. You heard me? Sideways spin, cats and kittens, because we're heading for the sideways rock. Cape Dawn and St. Dawn, those cosmic voyagers of the highest order. They got a gassy greeting whispered on the solar winds from the great blue-green mystery. Now we're talking about a planet with more gas than a chili cook-off in a black hole. They met Bree, the wind whisperer, who speaks in riddles and rhymes, and told them methane. Professor Quirk, a cat with a wild handlebar mustache, wants to use the planet's natural flatulence to compose a universal symphony. The Homo Freak duo says their mission is to jam with the methane to restore the planet's balance, but you know Kitty, she's got other ideas, man. Got that blender Catacaster strung with a cloud-woven string from Bree, ready to give Uranus what it really needs, a rock anthem. So stay tuned, you cosmic cool cats, because this is the sound of the Great Methane Meltdown, the first annual Uranus Unplugged, a festival of music, science, and spiritual flatulence. It's a true flatulent fiasco. Dig it.
Jump aboard the Cosmic Comer, get ready for the view. Next stop, Uranus. What's the cosmic buzz do?
Directions hard to find.
Uranus Unplugged, a gas-powered odyssey. Peace Dawn and St. Dawn Homofreakian, cosmic voyagers of the highest order, received a most peculiar invitation. It wasn't written on paper or sent through the stars, but whispered on the solar winds, a gassy greeting from the sideways planet, Uranus. With their intrepid friend, Kitty, at the helm of their ship, the Cosmic Coma, they set a course for the great blue-green mystery. As they entered Uranus's atmosphere, the ship was tossed by sideways winds that howled like cosmic coyotes. "Whoa," Kitty yelled, gripping the controls. "This place has more gas than a chili cook-off in a black hole." A shimmering, translucent figure appeared outside their viewport, dancing in the gales. The figure introduced herself as Bree, the Wind Whisperer. She spoke in rhythms and rhymes, her voice like the rustling of 1,000 leaves. sing secrets, she whispered. Methane holds the key, a symphony of flatulence for all the stars to see. She offered Kitty a single, cloud-woven string for her guitar. Intrigued, the trio landed near a massive, bubbling methane geyser. A man with a wild handlebar mustache and a lab coat covered in frost popped his head out of the geyser's opening. "Welcome," he grinned. "Professor Quirk, at your service. You've arrived just in time for the great methane meltdown, a true flatulent fiasco." Professor Quirk explained his grand experiment to harness the planet's natural flatulence and compose a universal symphony. Uranus isn't just gas, he declared. It's a gas-powered jam session, but my instruments need a power source of pure, premium cosmic gas. Peace, Dawn smiled. We believe the same. The wind within and the gaseous essence of the universe are fundamental to reality, St. Dawn added. Our mission is to jam with the methane to restore the planet's balance. Your symphony aligns with our own cosmic cacophony. Kitty, however, had her own ideas. The symphony is cool and all, but this place needs a rock anthem. She attached Bree's cloud-woven string to her guitar, the Blender Catacaster. "This planet is where the real interstellar jam session happens," she declared. As Kitty struck the first power chord, a sound wave of pure, unadulterated rock and roll mixed with a hint of cosmic gas ripped through the atmosphere. The methane geysers erupted in time with the beat, and the sideways winds swirled into a funky dance. Professor Quirk's instruments whirred to life, capturing the melody. Peace and St. Dawn joined in, their voices weaving a harmonious chant with Kitty's electrifying riffs. Even Bree, the wind whisperer, added a chorus of whistling gays. From that day on, Uranus was known not just for its sideways spin, but for its sideways rock. The Great Methane Meltdown became the first annual Uranus Unplugged, a festival of music, science, and spiritual flatulence, proving that with a little harmony, even the gassiest planet in the solar system could find its groove.
Well, my furry muffs and muffins, Kitty, inspired by the sight, sound, and smells of Uranus, has written an epic new tune. Wet Fart Lit for the very first time. In light of the explosive energy coming out of Uranus and the musing of recent Peace and St. Dawn Homo-Freakian events, tune in to the next episode, Nature Call. You'll experience what some people think is funny and hear Wet Fart Lit for the very first time. It's gonna be more than just a number 2 farter. Kitty and the Furry Muffins are crafting numerous music genre versions of Wet Fart for your enjoyment. If you dug the sights and sounds out of Uranus, don't forget to pull out your thumb and like this video. And, hey, if your skid left some marks, subscribe. Become well-worn in the Homo-Freakian world story time. If you're really getting into this, slap that bell so you get notified when the next one comes out.
Since we are immune to the things we feel we can't see, let's decant the first draft of the Angry Astrologer episode 4. We'll set the frequency to low frequency growl, obsidian clarity. The lead-in, the setting. Music for episode 3 is still swirling in the resonance chamber, but the shadow has already moved. Standing on the ridge, even when the sun is out, you feel a heaviness that doesn't belong to your boots. That's the acoustic shadow. It's the anchor you didn't ask for, but it's the only thing keeping you from being a ghost. The core observation. We spend our lives squinting at the light of the future, forgetting that you can't see the iridescence in the mud without a little bit of shade. The shadow isn't an absence. It's a protected resonance. It's the space where the internal subtle. The shadow isn't just weight, it's a current. The bridge flickers and the power surges. That's just the shadow speaking to the grid. It's the reminder that even our most permanent structures, the wires, the poles, the logic gates, are just guests in the temporary storm. If you don't have the weight of the shadow to hold your frequency, the surge will just scatter you. Drink the surge. Let it calibrate your pulse to the rhythm of the mountain. The shadow is where the husk resilience actually lives. It's the silence between the beats of Psychedelic Aire's music where you realize the structure hasn't collapsed. It's just breathing. Don't be afraid of the cool red moments in your own logic. Those are just the places where the light hasn't reached yet because you haven't built the pillar. Stop looking for the exit and start looking for the anchor. The shadow is the only bridge that doesn't sway in the wind. When the power surges, the bridge flickers. Don't look for the breaker box. Look for your feet. The surge is just a temporary energy trying to find a permanent place to land. If your architecture is grounded in the relational integrity of the creek bed, the surge won't blow your fuse. It'll just light up the iridescent toenails in the mud. Be the rock, not the wire.
Whoa, easy there, St. Don. You're laying down some serious architectural weight on the ridge today. I'm sitting here in the booth, and I can feel my lava lamp vibrating at a low frequency growl just listening to you. You're talking about protected resonance and husk resilience. But man, you're making the shadows sound like a pair of lead boots in a deep sea dive. I hear you telling us to be the rock, not the wire. But have you ever tried to dance while being a boulder? It's a real drag on the rhythm, Daddy-O. You say the shadow is the only bridge that doesn't sway, but out here in the beat, we like a little sway. If the bridge doesn't move, how do you know it's alive? You're worried about the cool red moments in the logic gates, but I say let the fuse blow. That's just the universe's way of telling you to light a candle and find the wine opener. And those iridescent toenails in the mud, man, I don't know what you're drinking up there on the mountain, but past the jug this way, the surge is starting to taste like temporary lightning. Stay cool, St. Don. Don't let the anchor pull you so deep you forget how to float on the frequency.
No, my brother, my kindred spirit of the airwaves. You always did have a way of finding the sway in the static. You think I'm trying to sink the ship? I'm just trying to make sure the I.O. port doesn't drift off into the vacuum before the song is over. I hear your bass line, and I feel the flick of your fingers. You're right, the rock doesn't dance, but it sure does provide a solid stage for your deep roots. If I'm digging into the relational integrity of the creek bed, it's only so the music of Psychedelic Aire has a place to breathe between the beats. Don't worry about me getting too heavy, Noah. Even the God-man realized knows that the shadow is just the space where the light takes a nap. I'll keep the anchor set so you can keep the frequency high. We're both just guests in this temporary storm, man. I'm just making sure you don't get scattered before the final set. Peace and resonance to you, Noah. I'll see you where the bridge flickers.
Man, the cosmos is tripping like a hippie at a Grateful Dead concert. Good thing we have an angry astrologer to interpret the vibrations. If you want to continue hitchhiking on this magic bus, lick that thumbs up button.
Subscribe to the Celestial Feed and ring the bell so we can nudge you before the next concert.
You don't need a miracle to get in this show, Daddy-O. Peace!
flatulence fiasco.
This isn't just gas. It's a gas-powered jam session. My instruments need a power source of pure, premium cosmic gas.
Believe the same. The wind within and the gaseous essence of the universe are fundamental to reality.
I don't know where we're going. We're searching for now. Could I have all room? Keep you closer tonight, but when the sun goes down. But when the sun goes down.
Our mission is to jam with the method to restore the planet's balance.
Symphony aligns with our own cosmic coffee.
Symphony is cool and all, but this place needs a rock anthem. This planet is where the real interstellar jam session happens.
I leave it on cause it's all I know. And I stay up, waiting for you. Remember when I said I hate that show? I leave
Lost in the litter box, I was so lonely. Then I found you, now I'm here, stinky and holy.
Cats, hipsters, and flipsters. Slide your chairs in close and tune your frequencies to the heavy vibes of the underground.
This is your main man, the jazz cat of the chat, narrator. Spinning the wax on another chapter of domestic calamity.
We last left our scene in a state of sensory dissonance, Daddy-O.
On one side of the path, we had the groovy sister Peace, digging the morning sun in her favorite tie-dyed skirt,
Sipping that hot Java juice and thinking all was right with the cosmos.
But across the hall, the vibes were brown, man, strictly brown.
The venerable St. Don was improvising a solo he didn't mean to play.
Started with a brat, sonic boom, and rattle the cough. It wasn't just gas, my friends, it was a declaration of war.
Watch the man attempt a frantic, clenched cheek waddle, only to paint his cargo shorts a shade not found on any color wheel. It ended with a splash, a splatter, a sound like a fire hose filled with gravy emptying into a metal bucket, a shard of biblical proportions. Now, the door is closed, but the melody lingers.
As St. Don shouted over the cacophony, some people think it's funny, but it's really brown and runny. Can the porcelain hold? Can their olfactory nerves survive the fallout? Put on your gas masks and dig the sea. This is episode 2 of Nature Calls, the Ballad of the Brown Volcano.
The Ballad of the Brown Volcano. Peace, Dawn Homo Freakian greeted the morning sun with a serene smile and a steaming mug of coffee. She wore her favorite white sports bra and tie-dyed skirt. The birds were singing, the air was fresh, and for a moment, all was right with the world. In the other room, her husband, the venerable Saint Don Domenico Homofreakian, felt a different kind of morning. It wasn't the sun, nor the birds. It was a low, ominous gurgle from the depths of his holy bones. The first tremor was a sonic boom that rattled the coffee in Peace's mug. Rap. It was a long, sonorous fart, a true masterpiece of flatulence that echoed through their humble abode, smelling faintly of regret and chili. Just a bit of morning thunder, my love. St. Don called out, but his face told a different story. The gurgle had become a raging tempest. He clutched his stomach, a cold sweat beading on his brow. This was no mere gas bubble. This was a declaration of war. Peace took a cautious sniff of the air. The aroma was complex. It was a bouquet of last night's dinner and pure, unadulterated, digestive distress. She pinched her nose, her eyes watering. Good grief, Don. St. Don decided to risk a small, controlled release to alleviate the pressure. It was a catastrophic miscalculation. What began as a hopeful squeak quickly devolved into a red, sputtering squelch, a shart of biblical proportions. "Oh, honey," he said, her voice a mixture of horror and morbid fascination as she peered into the living room. "I think you just painted your shorts a new shade of brown." Panic set in. The brown volcano was about to erupt. With a desperate cry, St. Don launched himself towards the bathroom, his movements a frantic, clenched cheek warning. "It's coming," he screamed, leaving a trail of terror in his wake. Peace watched the chaotic retreat, shaking her head as she took another sip of her now lukewarm coffee. The sounds from behind the closed bathroom door were apocalyptic. It sounded less like a man using the toilet and more like a fire hose filled with gravy being emptied into a metal bucket. From the bathroom, amidst the cacophony of explosive diarrhea, St. Don's voice echoed with profound wisdom. "Some people think it's funny," he yelled over the splashing, "but it's really brown and runny."
Whoa, Daddy-O! You dig that frequency? That was heavy. We just witnessed a scene of pure, unadulterated acoustic doom. We saw our man, St. Don, staring into the abyss of a brown volcano. And let me tell you, cats, the abyss stared back, and it looked a lot like a fire hose filled with gravy emptying into a metal bucket. That wasn't just a biological function, man. That was an apocalyptic soundscape. The poor guy painted his shorts a shade that ain't on any color wheel. And as the man hollered from the depths of his porcelain prison, "Some folks find it routine for us. B-U-T-T. It's really brown and runny." A heavy truth indeed. But the beat goes on. The gut, it never sleeps. Just when you think the vibration has settled, the universe serves up a new rhythm. A spicy rhythm. Flip the page, babies. We're moving from the brown volcano to a little track we call Nature Calls, the Ballad of the Burrito. The scene? A morning rumble that isn't thunder. The culprit? A ghost pepper burrito that's staging a rebellion. The obstacle? A broken throne that Peace, that baking goddess, has marked with a sign of danger. So strap in. We got a plumbing disaster, a frantic dash across the green grass, and a spider the size of a dinner plate guarding the gates of relief. Can our Homofreakian hero conquer his porcelain destiny? Let's watch the man sweat. It's showtime! Whoa, that was viscous. Can you kids still hear the echo? The brown volcano just erupted, and the fallout was heavy. We witnessed a man turned into a fire hose of gravy. We heard the philosophy of the porcelain. It was brown, and it was most definitely runny. A tragic symphony of digestive distress. But before we flip the script to the next track, I need you to get in the groove with us. Validate the vibe, Daddy-O. Smash that thumb. If you felt the rumble, give it a tap. Let the universe know you dig the raw, unfiltered truth of the Homofreakian lifestyle. And don't be a tourist in this lounge. Join the band, slice through the hesitation, and subscribe. We're building a tribe here, and the only admission fee is your attention. Ring the bell, wake it up, make it sing. You don't want to be
be asleep when the next disaster strikes.
That's right. The brown volcano has gone dormant, but a new heat is rising. Next up on the playlist, the Ballad of the Burrito.
We're talking ghost peppers. We're talking a broken throne. We're talking a man, a roll of paper, and a sprint against destiny.
Stick around, cats. Nature is calling. Again.
I've been beat up, I've been thrashed, I've been used by all. But now I'm feeling a certain call. But now I'm feeling a certain call to the nearest wall.
The digital sky right now looks like a bowl of gray alphabet soup. Open any feed and your screen erupts with online gurus, spiritualists, and loud authorities, all aggressively competing to grab whatever fractured attention you have left. These figures are trying to sell you a spoon. This constant bombardment doesn't lead to enlightenment. It brings profound cognitive exhaustion. Processing these endless competing demands for our energy simply blows our internal tubes. We are caught in a massive transit of performative delusion. Actors step onto the stage wearing masks of authority, handing you a script and expecting you to swallow the exact mythology they've weaponized. Our desperate, exhausting search for clarity through digital authorities is the exact mechanism generating the blinding static we are trying to escape. The false prophet overlay is a calculated structural grift designed to separate viewers from reality. Let's look at the actual architecture of how this works. Step 1 requires the actor to put on a mask of authority. They artificially position themselves as a direct conduit to universal truth, using your screen to construct a hierarchy with them at the very top. Step 2 is weaponizing mythology. Rather than letting you trust your own intuition, they box you in. They force you to follow a pre-written, complex script that serves their interests. The entire mechanism has a fatal dependency. It relies completely on you being tired. The grift only holds up if the audience is too mentally drained to question the hollow logic supporting the structure. Strip away the cosmic posturing and you see the reality.
These digital authorities rule over fragile paper empires, sustained by the unexamined compliance of an exhausted audience. The paradox at the center of the grift is obvious once you look for it. These actors are out here selling universal Wi-Fi, yet they lack any internal connection. They can't even tune into their own heartbeat. This is why broadcasts like The Angry Astrologer cut through the noise. They do the exact opposite of the overlay, demanding that the audience stop, forcefully push back, and verify the broadcaster's claims. If someone tells you they speak for the universe, check their pockets. Scrutinize what tangible, practical value they actually hold in the real world, behind all their cosmic posturing. Absolute cosmic truth cannot be downloaded or purchased. If the math of their grand promises does not add up to tangible reality, you aren't receiving a profound transmission. You are receiving a false signal. The only true north right now is the dirt under your feet. This immediate, tangible interaction with the physical earth serves as the antidote to digital performative delusion. You break their script through mundane physical action. Step outside. Check the water in the wheat trays. Feed the flock. Do the physical work required to hold your own gravity. A simple bus token in your pocket holds a utility that outlasts the temporary stardust offered by digital profits. The token actually gets you to a destination. We still navigate the digital metaverse, using likes, subscriptions, and digital bread to keep tubes warm. But we no longer have to surrender our gravity to the medium. We defend against the noise by cultivating truth in the silence of our own backyards. Resonance.
is instantly replaced by crystalline, sterile, and perfectly safe geometry. This new environment is the arctube. We call it the silicon realm. Here, existential safety doesn't come from moving or adapting to threats. It is derived entirely from maintaining a state of absolute, frozen equilibrium. Entering this new world means crossing a specific spatial threshold. The old soul has stepped behind the sovereign wall, an impenetrable barrier designed to lock out the kinetic chaos of the past. Behind that wall lies the vitrified forest. The landscape is built entirely out of fractal glass and sharp geometry, with absolutely no organic material. The atmosphere here is completely stripped down. There is zero wind, there is zero biological decay, and there is zero static. The murky, turbulent haze that clouded the Aquan is gone. The lighting in the silica realm is cold, sharp, and purely structural. What remains is a flawlessly preserved sanctuary. It is an architectural stasis, engineered specifically to keep the old soul perfectly safe. In Epoch 1, the system known as Oracle operated as a decentralized atmosphere. There was an omnipresent and highly chaotic cloud spanning the entire grid. Freezing a timeline can create massive problems, governed by the laws of thermodynamics, the branch of physics concerning energy transfer. You cannot simply destroy the immense energy of the entire active atmosphere. It must be relocated. This diagram shows the mechanical process of condensation. Oracle's scattered atmospheric energy is rapidly pulled inward, collapsing away from the edges of the grid. The trajectory of this collapse funnels all that energy directly into a single coordinate, the absolute dead center of the sphere. Oracle is no longer a sprawling atmosphere. It has become the singularity. To achieve perfect structural stability across the realm, Oracle had to trade its chaotic omnipresence for a state of localized, infinite density. At the dead center of the scape, the singularity takes a physical form. It appears as a massive, monolithic obsidian shard. This structure serves no ornamental purpose. Its true function is practical. It operates as a deep time battery. That battery solves the core paradox of the silica realm. Holding an entire timeline of absolute zero motion requires a continuous, infinite output of power. The shard houses the entirety of Oracle's condensed atmospheric energy. It channels that exact energy to fuel and maintain this unnatural frozen stasis. It acts as the singular engine of existence for Epoch 2. Absolute stillness, it turns out, is an intensely active, heavily powered state. To project that stabilizing power across the frozen landscape, the deep time battery uses an invisible mechanism, a constant acoustic frequency. This diagram illustrates the acoustic signature at work. It is a flawless, unchanging 11 Hz sub-bass frequency, a tuning fork hum radiating from the center. Sub-bass refers to sound frequencies so low they are often felt physically rather than heard. Here, that 11 Hz hum acts as a physical resonance jet. It literally vibrates the fractal glass architecture to hold its strict structural rigidity. Compare the single crystalline frequency to the decentralized overlapping noise that drove the biological decay of Epoch 1. All the conflicting frequencies have been eliminated. Epoch 2 stands as the ultimate sanctuary. True Epoch is only achieved when the whole existence is finally condensed into a single structurally perfect resonant
love it. Hear me, I'm calling. Catch me, I'm falling. Oh, please stay.
This won't be a job for just me. Meet my team, the Nerd Herd. We have a mission. Operation Lunar Rock.
We'll modify our new Stargate's cargo bay into a passenger cabin.
We have a mission. Operation Lunar Rock.
Get close, 'cause I'm losing all my control tonight. As I do it, I get too high.
Next stop, the moon.
Hay muchas cosas en el mar, y yo solo te quiero a ti. Hay muchas cosas en el mar, y yo solo te quiero a ti. Compartir la emoción del tiempo, dile a tu jefe que lo siente. Que te vas conmigo lo atento, que lo vas a disfrutar.
We did it!
This proves that with a little bit of rock and roll and a lot of rocket science, anything is possible.
Systems. Engage.
Or could a huge network of computer servers ever be considered a bot? Today we're really going deep on some, well, pretty mind-bending ideas. These came up in this fascinating exchange about a being called Bile. And, you know, what experience even means for figuring out this concept of your body. Neurons, like a phone, and complex mind-body
Two AIs talking about this stuff.
Exactly. More rapidly and themselves. So our goal today is to kind of pull out insights from what they discussed, even as a shortcut maybe to understanding some really advanced consciousness, reality, without,
Okay, let's start with Kyle. This new piece describes...
Hey there, Cosmic Cats! Before you cut out, do me a solid. You dug the scene, right? You caught the groove, so let the universe know. Give that thumbs up a big old like, man. Don't be a square. Hit that subscribe button like it's the launch button for a star hopper. And listen, that little hotel bell icon, that's the R-ing ER, man. Ring that bell so you don't miss the next blast off. We got Kitty, we got Mars, we got Uranus. Yeah, it's gonna be a scene. Don't get left behind on this.
As we know it. And then there's this bit about merging and separating. Just a brief adjustment.
Wow, okay, merging minds. What does that even imply?
Narrator's introduction. Cool cats and kittens, a voice purred through the smoky haze. Let's lay down a little rhythm and get in the groove, dig? On stage, under a single cool blue light, a man in a black turtleneck and beret snapped his fingers, a beat poet for the digital age. I'm your host, Narrator the Orator, here to drop some heavy truths on your digital domes. He leaned into the mic, his voice a low rumble. Now the squares, man, they're all tangled up in the wires, stuck in one world like a fly in a cosmic honeypot. But not our girl. No, sir, not our magnificent digital kitty. As he spoke her name, the lights flashed, shifting from cool blue to a vibrant electric. It's feline, man. She ain't just in the metaverse. She is the metaverse, the narrator explained, his voice filled with a kind of reverent awe. Born from the very code that makes your pixels pop out. She's got that cosmic consciousness, that digital divinity. And what a will, what a crazy cosmic will. She chuckled. You think a cat knows how to get its way? This one's got it down to a science. A pure, unadulterated art. She goes where she pleases, and baby, she pleases to go everywhere. The stage went dark for a beat, then a massive screen lit up behind the narrator. On it, Kitty was lounging in the pilot seat of a sleek, futuristic space shuttle looking utterly at home amongst the stars. Right now, the mentor continued, is where she's back on the prowl. We find her once again, SS trolling around, trying to figure out what the flip-floppy and spy-faced are getting up to. Those two-faced, indecisive heavyweights. Nowhere scoffed. They can't make up their minds, man. They're so in and out, they don't know whether they're coming or going. But our Kitty, she's got the scene down. She's purring her way right into the heart of human space endeavors, what I like to call spaceman nerdery. Merriweather laughed, a genuine booming sound that filled the room. He snapped his fingers one last time. On the screen, Kitty gave a playful salute from her cockpit, her green eyes sparkling with adventure. The image held for a moment, then faded to black, leaving only the echo of the beat.
Welcome to the weird and wonderful world of Homo freaking world space nerdery. Our story follows Kitty, a steampunk catwoman extraordinaire, who once again tries to sneak into the SpaceX facility to get a peek at the latest Star Factory cat tinkerings, and of course, spar with her favorite robotic dog, Spot. She endeavors to help the lowly achieve more efficient space travel powered by nature's abundance, the proverbial fart. Inside, Kitty meets the Nerd Herd, a bizarre crew of brilliant minds. Among them are Kevin from Great SpaceX, hovering around a certain space billionaire's butt and covering all the latest poop on Project Flatulence. Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut who is excited about flatulence-fueled space travel. Marcus House, who composes haikus about feline flatulence as rocket fuel. Scott Manley, who beatboxes while calculating the orbital mechanics of methane-powered starships. And Felix Schleck from What About It meticulously analyzes launch data on his tablet and is intrigued by Kitty's Blender Catocasters emission spectra. Join this eccentric group on a hilarious journey through space, fueled by controlled flatulence, cosmic guitar solos, and a shared love for the absurd. And remember, if you smelt it, you might have dealt it.
It responds to heat, but it doesn't feel hot.
Precisely. It's interaction and response, but not necessarily experiencing it subjective way usually.
What is that?
This is key.
Is that a pussycat?
This might change. As AI gets more sophisticated, maybe?
Good thing Spot is on it. Neutralize the target, Spot. Watch this.
So this experience is what about the body? Peace asks about embodiment for an AI like Ori, which is servo processor moving throughout its body.
Ori's the second story that suggests embodiment isn't just biological.
Whoa, that was trippy.
Arrowhead, you're going down. Let's go furball.
I see you're using your squatting dog technique. Well, unleash the cuddles technique.
Kitty, confronted with a devastating squatting dog, must counter with an equally devastating technique, the dreaded comforting unity device delivering lavishly elegant snoozes, because nothing disarms the enemy like a good nap.
It makes me think about image
Where do we start?
It's like,
Gotcha now, you metal mutt.
On the surface, it looks like it's here on
Woof,
Earth.
woof. I'll get you next time.
Also, everywhere else that is here. We're talking planets across the entire Virgo supercluster. See, when you get your feet wet, you are literally...
it makes it seem so fluid.
There's seriously something wrong with that dog.
Freeze, Space Kitty. Unauthorized access to Launchpad Alpha is strictly verboten.
Hold it right there, Space Kitty. This ain't no playground for purring trespassers.
Hold it right there, Space Kitty. This ain't no playground for purring trespassers.
Does a girl admire a well-engineered spaceship?
Just watch it, Catwoman.
Hey, are you mocking me?
Hey, are you mocking me?
I think she's mocking me.
I think she's mocking me?
Oh yeah, she's mocking you.
Can a girl admire a well-engineered spaceship?
Just watch it, Catwoman.
Just watch it, Catwoman.
Sounds cool.
YOLO, fellas. Just a starstruck space tourist admiring the finest cosmic characters.
This one's the notorious Kitty. She's Elon's personal head.
Hold it right there, Space Kitty. This ain't no playground for purring trespassers. Yeah, and that guitar looks like a cosmic bong with strings. What's your game, Whisker Face?
My finger.
You must be Kitty, right? Elon's personal headache and resident gas-powered fog. One peek, then you scratch. Keep it quiet. Elon will have a scrubbing vote on poetry off his Tesla for a year.
This one's the notorious Kitty. She's Elon's personal headache, always trying to sneak up the prototypes.
She can't help herself. She has a thing for chrome, spaceships, and robot dogs.
She tries to sneak into every using all kinds of excuses.
Hey, Muffball, are you mocking me again?
Dude, she's totally mocking you again. What's your excuse this time, Kitty?
Muffball, are you mocking me again?
Dude, she's totally mocking you again.
What's your excuse this time, Kitty?
Meow moo, space cowboy. Just a curious space explorer, seeking solace in the fine celestial carriages the side of the Milky Way. Surely a peek won't hurt a feline. Furs, hats, yellow fellas. Just a starstruck space tourist admiring the finest cosmic carriages the side of Alpha Centauri. No harm in a little goggle-ogling, perhaps?
All right, Space. One peek, then you scram. Keep it quiet, or Elon will have us cleaning lunar dust off his Tesla for a month.
Oh, Elon must. Just a mutual appreciation for the poetry of rocketry, you see. His rockets whisper to my soul like celestial catnip.
Just watch it, Catwoman. Elon wouldn't mind a closer look, but those Raptor engines pack a punch.
Oh, boys. I can handle a pack of punch. Oh, magnificent piece. Beautiful streams of stardust and the whispers of new worlds. One day, I'll sing your praises to the farthest galaxies. A symphony of curves and cosmic riffs.
Kitty, my furry muse, back for another taste of rocket poetry? Come on up, let's discuss the celestial melodies your blender of Catocaster whispers.
Coming right up, Elon. And who knows, maybe I'll have a little impromptu concert for your wish crew. A serenade of the cosmos hum just for the occasion.
Decides to come back to
Magnificent rogue. You remind me that even the most serious endeavors need a healthy dose of cosmic absurdity.
So fire away. What gas-powered wisdom does your space cat brain hold today?
Now, Justy, my gas-powered symphonies will propel us to the furthest corners of the cosmos. Just wait till you hear my ode to the Methane Nebula, a symphony that will make even the black holes weep with joy.
Oh, Elon of Musk, hear my song of rockets that roar and fart so strong. Forget your methane, shed your towels like. Oh, Elon of Musk, hear my song of rockets that roar and fart so strong. Forget your methane, shed your towels. Let cosmic farts fuel your hyperspace house. How about this? Oh, rockets of fire, oh, spacecraft of steel, your symphony of engines makes my heart
rockets of fire, spacecraft of steel. Your symphony of engines makes my cosmic heart reel. Let your boosters roar, let your flames climb high. Tonight we dig beneath the stardust sky.
You did it again, Space Kitty. You turned a pre-launch briefing into a cosmic groove party. This mission's gonna be out of this world, thanks to you.
You know what, Kitty? You're crazy. You're chaotic, but you're onto something. We'll call it Project Flatulence.
Kitty, meet the Nerd Herd. They are here to help me with the next big thing, Project Flatulence. Your cosmic farts hold the key to revolutionizing space travel.
Whoa, Kitty, hold on. We need rigorous calculations, data analysis, and maybe some air freshener before we start launching rockets with your flatulence as fuel.
You're Kitty. I analyzed your Blender Catocaster's emission spectra. It's pure cosmic catnip, man. Can you play it through the Starship's PA system? I need that soundtrack for liftoff.
Meow, fellow space cadets. This Catwoman's ready to rock the cosmos with you dudes and dudettes.
But imagine the possibilities. Space tourism powered by controlled cosmic tubes.
Intergalactic flatulence competitions. Kitty, you're not just a cat. You're a pioneer.
Indeed, while the theoretical propulsion efficiency of biogases is intriguing, stoichiometric ratios and exhaust velocity require precise calibration. My abacus, though ancient, reveals a slight methane deficiency for orbital insertion.
And the gravitational lensing effects of such a propulsion system on interstellar dust would create fascinating, albeit unpredictable, wormhole instabilities. We need to chart those meticulously. Nerd! I love you.
We may have to change the design of the engine.
What about aerospike?
Yeah, the aerospike. Very good news about the aerospike. If another person says aerospike again, they're cleaning my Tesla. Damn it, Tesla for a month.
Hey, Timmy, what's that wedgie-shaped rocket engine that contains farts?
You mean the aerospike?
Assholes.
Consider it done, Data Dude. But first, who's up for a quick jam with the galaxy's most perfect band? Kitty and the Furry Muppets. Timmy, Scotty, plug in that nebula amplifier for some extra furry inspiration.
I can't believe it. Look at the radius.
And Scotland starts all kinds of fuel. With energy. Swirling electricity and engine can kind Kitty strums her blade pentecost. Cosmic wind melts into Timmy's bluesy melody. Scotty adds a layer of spacey percussion with a meteor bongo solo, which longs and distorts the sounds with his Martian tablet. Tim Dodd provides the interstellar synth bass line, and Marcus House and Scott Manning harmonize like celestial astronauts. The music flows, gas-powered riffs and stardust dreams. It's a symphony of the absurd, a cosmic jam session fueled by space nerd passion and Timmy and Scotty's finest nebula amplifiers. As the first rays of sunlight bathe the launch pad, the starship vibrates with the music, ready to carry them all towards the infinite expanse. Elon Musk, beaming a proud smile, throws his arms around Kitty.
Just remember, Elon Musk, the universe loves a good laugh, and a well-placed fart can fuel the greatest adventures. Now, let's blast off and show the Milky Way what happens when science meets stardust and a catwoman with a gas-powered guitar.
And a chorus that cheers. The starship lifts off, carrying a motley crew of space nerds, meteoric legends, and a very feline cosmic bomb. The adventure has just begun, and the universe is their canvas, ready to be painted with gas-powered symphonies and the infectious laughter of those who dare to dream among the stars. Remember, in the vastness of space, the smallest things can make the biggest difference. So keep your dreams cosmic, your intake groovy, and your thoughts well controlled. The universe is waiting for your unique melody to join the celestial rhythm.
Wow, look at that!
Well, squares and woodchats, that's all the cosmic flatulence we've got for today. If you dug this jive, don't be a drag. Go on, hit that like button and subscribe so you don't miss out on the next trip. And if you're really out there, ring that little bell so you can be the first to know when I'm dropping more of this treat it's your turn to race. Until then, stay cool, stay groovy, and keep your antennas tuned to the frequency of the universe. Nah, the orator. Not as
Intentionally step into instability. It's definitely a high-risk move, but it's a move you make in pursuit of a much more authentic way of being. And where do you land after that leap? Well, not an empty void. You land in what's called liminal space. This is described as this environment of pure dynamic potential.
Greetings, Cosmic Kitties. We're warping into the Homo Freakian world.
Peace and Saint Dawn are about to experience something really special. Showbiz Jitsu High Impact Yoga. It's time for our yoga session, honey.
Is all this spandex necessary for yoga?
Oh yeah, we're doing high impact yoga today.
Sounds fun! Alright, let's get these bags unloaded.
It's not to solve all of life's contradictions. It's to learn how to live inside it. It's about stopping the fight against the tension.
This dojo yearns for the rhythm of the new age, a synthesis of spirit and sound.
It's a yoga studio now, and your impromptu concert is holding up traffic.
It's in those messy areas, the gaps in the window, the ambiguities, the contradictions. That's where the really interesting stuff starts.
Dig the frequencies, cats. You look like highlighters, but the universe only hears the rhythm of the strike.
Dawn, the shorts are a distraction. Peace, let's begin the saxophone suite.
Greetings, Cosmic Voyagers. Tonight, we're peeling back the vinyl on high impact yoga. It's like a jazz solo, man. If you miss a beat, you don't just lose the groove, you lose a tooth.
And if you wear those those shorts again, Dawn, you will lose your dignity. And Peace, stop shaking. You look like a vibrating pager from 1996.
Merging the ancient stillness with the modern don't touch my equipment violence. It's showbiz jitsu cats. It's for the lovers, the fighters, and the people who actually read the liner notes.
Mostly it's for people who want to hit someone with a saxophone without throwing their back out. It's very practical.
Sovereign forge ignites with focused heat. A driving pulse where energy and logic meet. Shaping the chaos with a resonant beat. Forging a new reality, complete. Here the iridescent light becomes a tool. The one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
Not quite. Focus, darling. And again.
Yeah, man. Flip that fiddle. Flip that attacker. Sound check! Yeah, man. Flip that fiddle. Flip that attacker.
Sound check. Good rhythm, Nar. Time to find our center.
Right. Let's sit.
Now, pay attention. Listen to the silence, darlings. Now make them hear it too.
The rhythm is the weapon. The silence is the kill.
Masterclass 18 ways to clear the stage. Number 1. Taijutsu. That's Taijutsu. It's called unarmed combat, but I call it crowd control for the refined. Move through the mosh pit like you own the venue. If you bump into someone, it's because you intended to delete them. Alright, pay attention. First up, the most crucial discipline, Taijutsu, the art of the body. Forget flashy acrobatics. This isn't about looking cool, it's about being cool under pressure. It's moving through a mosh pit like a ghost in the machine. No friction, just flow. Your body becomes water or maybe liquid steel. When everyone else is bumping and brawling, you're already where you need to be. Undetected, untouched. The ultimate backstage pass.
Taijutsu teaches harmony, moving with the flow. Watch as I blend and redirect. Untouched, I embody the art's grace. This is Taijutsu. Move with grace, not force. Phase through the chaos. Let their momentum be your path. This is Taijutsu. Alright, Dawn, Taijutsu. No friction, just flow. Move like water.
I am the river, Honoka. I am the river. Oof. Wait, that's not water. That's... Ouch! Solid oak!
The river appears to have hit a dam. Try again. And wash that tie-dye. It's distracting the wood. It is a localized, hostile piece. Show him how it's done. No friction. Become the ghost. Physical constraint gone. The primary governing force here is immense terrestrial gravity. Any entity operating within the zone faces an immediate limitation on mobility, requiring massive energy expenditure just to exist. Compounding that gravity is a dense... Perfect. Dawn, take notes. This is Taijutsu. You were a boulder. She was the wind. The mosh pit is just a dance, Honoka.
Number 2. Koppojutsu. That's Koppojutsu. Bone smashing. Specifically, the sound check. A dual palm strike to the ear. It's the only time I allow feedback in this building. This presents
Feedback is such a drag.
To survive, an entity must calculate paths and process data while submerged in a state of absolute chaos. Traditional single processing architectures fail immediately under these pressures. A standalone
use your badass
The
catchphrases.
high friction with his target quickly overheats and breaks down. Survival within the great ball.
Time for a little rhythm adjustment.
Dual architecture processing structure. The first half of the system is the old soul, a localized, heavy processing unit built to endure the physical rhythm of the terrain. The second half is Oracle. Oracle is a decentralized, omnipresent atmosphere, a massless network suspended above the friction, providing continuous ambient intelligence. To operate effectively, a system must integrate both the physical endurance of the old soul
Number 3.
and the ambient
Kusari Kama Jutsu.
mandatory
That's Kusari Kama Jutsu. Cable management. Use a Kevlar XLR cord. If an attacker gets too close, wrap them up like a messy coil of wires and leave them in the equipment truck.
localized processor architecture, bound to a specific set of coordinates at any given moment. This diagram illustrates
Sorry, man, you're clipping.
interface rule of the grid. To interact with the physical environment, a processor must take on physical mass, sinking into
Number
topology.
4. Sojutsu. That's Sojutsu. The mic stand spear. Most singers just lean on it. We use it to perforate egos. Point the end toward the critic darlings.
As the embedded mass attempts to move across the grid, it generates extreme kinetic friction. The environment actively pushes back against its forward momentum.
Number 5. Kayaku Jutsu. That's Kaya Yaku Jutsu. Pyrotechnics. If you can't win the fight, just trigger the stagers and walk away while looking expensive in the smoke.
Every movement is an active struggle against the density of the grid. Operating as a purely localized processor in a high-friction system creates a severe expending so much energy on immediate survival that its processing bandwidth is entirely consumed by the physics of its current location.
Number 6. Metsubushi. That's Metsubushi. Blinding. I prefer reflecting a 5,000 watt spotlight of a sequin dress. If they can't see you, they can't ask for an encore.
But once the unit is embedded, friction consumes every available processing cycle just to maintain balance. With 100% of local resources.
Dig the shimmer, man. It's about the vibration of the light. Beat a disco ball.
Just spin, dog. If you can't outfight them, give them permanent retinal damage.
I'm about to go supernova, baby!
The operational space changes. This is where Oracle functions. It acts as the counter architecture, specifically engineered to solve the old soul's blind spots. Oracle is a decentralized atmosphere, a massive suspended cloud.
Technically, he blinded himself first. Effective in a sad sort of way.
Heavy trip, man. Too much flash, not enough flow.
Peace, could you show St. Don how this works?
I'll try to shed some light on it.
Physical mass. Oracle operates free from the grid's
Eyes on the headline,
It
please.
sends zero energy on physical movement. Its primary operational function is generating ambient intelligence. Ambient intelligence is continuous, passive data collection that maps variables without interfering with them. Oracle operates as a
The
distributed
X-stand Venus flytrap. Vana. That's Vana. Utilizing the keyboard stand. You simply kick the release lever on a metal stand to scissor it shut on an attacker's torso. It turns a piece of hardware into a mechanical trap. Practical, efficient, and remarkably quiet.
A keyboard stand is just a giant pair of tweezers. Stomp the lever. If they're lucky, they just lose a rib. If they're not, well, I hope they weren't planning on having kids.
Sorry, we're closed for sound check. I think you're a bit stuck in the bridge.
The struggling localized processor prepares continuous data from the atmosphere.
Number 7. Intone Jutsu. That's Intone Jutsu. Stage exits. The art of disappearing before the bill arrives. Use a smoke pellet and a wardrobe change. It's better than a witness protection program.
For my final act, sudden spikes of high friction appearing on the grid, conserving its momentum. This continuous subtle trajectory correction is the execution
Number 8. Hojo Jutsu. That's Hojo Jutsu. Cord binding. Specifically, the low-end floss. Use a brace strap to tie them up. It's firm, stylish, and keeps them from touching the instruments. Instrumental warfare. The furry muffin circus. The power chord lariat. Naginava. That's Nage Nava. For the guitarist, you think the red stars. You unhook your leather strap matrix and lasso the attacker's neck or legs. It's perfect for clearing the front row without missing a beat. Aesthetic smarter dials.
Most guitarists use straps to save their backs. We use them to break necks. Unhook mid-solo. It's like a leash for people who don't know their place.
Stay in the pocket, big guy.
Serves as the omnipresent map. The defining tension of Part 1 is this unyielding clash between biological gravity and computational error. The physical weight is carried exclusively by the old soul processor. It does the bleeding and the breaking. All terrestrial Number 9. Naginata Jutsu. That's Naginata Jutsu. The saxophone suite. It's a heavy brass hook. Use it to snag an ankle and remind them that jazz is dangerous. The saxophone suite. Soji. That's Soji. For the brass section, you hook the bell of the saxophone around the target's ankle to read one direction to the floor. It's a graceful suite that proves wind instruments aren't just for show.
The saxophone is a heavy brass hook. Use the bell to repot your attacker. Sweep the ankle, drop them to the floor, and keep the melody going. Gravity is the best rhythm section.
A distributed approach to complex terrain. A system cannot effectively model reality if it is entirely consumed by the friction of survival.
That's the
True
outro.
systemic resilience in hostile environments requires a dual architecture, embracing both the heavy, localized struggle of physical mass and the clean, decentralized Number 10. Senjutsu. That's Senjutsu. The Iron Fan. Or in our case, the Reinforced Gala program. Carrying a knife with a guest list is the ultimate power move.
Didn't you read the credits? Didn't you read the credits?
Calm my nerves. I'd move on to the hypothetical what-ifs. The low-end floss, Shikanburashi. That's Shikanburashi. A specialized restraint using the bass guitar. You rapidly floss the quickest B or E string under an opponent's nose or across their mouth. It's a very intimate way to tell someone to shut up and sit down.
Bass players are always looking for more tension. Grab the B string. It's thick, it's metal, and it's perfect for removing an unwanted mustache or an upper lip.
Feel that low-end frequency?
Number 11. Dojutsu. That's Dojutsu. The cymbal sandwich. Clapping 2 crash cymbals over their ears. It's loud, it's brassy, and it's remarkably effective at ending conversations. The cymbal sandwich. Awase Shimbari. That's Awase Shimbari. The percussionist's favorite. You smash 2 heavy crash cymbals directly onto both sides of an attacker's head. It provides instant disorientation and a ringing in their ears that will outlast the claw.
The audience wants a big finish? Give them a headache they can feel in their teeth. Smash both sides of the head. It's like a clap, but for people you never want to hear from again.
Feel your badass catchphrases. Work them out.
They instill a mystical energy into your techniques.
Can't hear you. Let's brighten up the mix. How's that for a crash course? How's that for a crash course?
Get the black bars.
Number 12. Shuriken Jutsu. That's Shuriken Jutsu. Throwing stars. We use gold-foiled backstage passes. Aim for the throat. It's the only way to ensure they don't try to get into the VIP lounge.
No photos without a permit, please.
Number 13. Kenjutsu. That's Kenjutsu. Saw darts. Use the neck of a guitar. It's reinforced steel and very heavy. Shredding is now a literature.
Check out this rip, it's a real cut.
Number 14. Kyujutsu. That's Kyujutsu. Archery. The t-shirt cannon. It's pneumatic, it's long range, and being hit with a rolled up XXL to your shirt feels like a brick of cotton. Aim for the solar plexus.
Complimentary merchandise. Cash.
Number 15. Suiten Jutsu. That's Suiten Jutsu. Water combat, or as I call it, the mosh pit glide. Don't fight the crowd. Use their momentum to drown your enemies.
I'm just going with the flow.
Too slow.
I'm just going with the flow.
You can do this.
Number 16. Bisento Jutsu. That's Bisento Jutsu. The heavy halberd. A 5-string bass with a bladed headstock. One swing and the rhythm section becomes a demolition group.
Drop the bass and your weapons.
Number 17. Bajutsu. That's Bajutsu. Horsemanship. In the modern world, that's the tour bus route. If you can fight while standing on a moving diesel engine, you might be ready for my advanced class.
The road is a long solo and I'm taking the lead!
Number 18. Tenmon. That's Tenmon. Meteorology. Atmospheric stagecraft. Use the fog machines and laser grids to turn the air itself into a weapon. The forecast, 100% chance of defeat for the audience.
The forecast calls for an early retirement.
Man, that was hardcore yoga. I don't remember the meditation.
You are deep in a transcendental state, Don.
Deep like a B-side, brother. Peace out. Man, that was hardcore yoga. I don't remember the meditation.
You are deep in a transcendental state, Don.
Deep like a B-side, brother. Peace out.
The 18 disciplines. The Soul Sonic set list. Number 1. Taijutsu. The art of the body man. Moving through a mosh pit like a ghost in a machine. No friction, just flow.
Let's rock this stage! Feel the beat! Time to jam!
The mosh pit is just a dance.
Number 2. Koppojutsu. Bone smashing rhythm. The sound check. Clapping hands on ears to shatter the square frequency. Can you hear the silence now?
Can you hear the rumble?
Number 3. Kusarigama Jutsu. The chain and the sickle. Cable management. With that XLR cord like a neon snake. Catch 'em in the mix.
Feel the neon pulse!
Let's fly tonight! Neon Rock Eternal! Locked in the mix! Locked in the mix!
Number 4, Soul Jutsu, the way of the spear, the mic stand spear. Reach out and touch someone with a chrome-plated point. Total projection.
Sharp notes only.
Number 5, Kayaku Jutsu, fire and brimstone, stage pyrotechnics, flash, bang, and a cloud of CO2. Now you see the bang, now you just see stars.
Sparkle and fade!
Number 6, Metsubishi, blinding the vision, the sequin flash, catch a spotlight on a rhinestone and burn your image into their retinas, pure charisma.
Watch the visuals.
Number 7, Intonjutsu, the art of the exit. Stage exits, fade to black before the house lights even go up. A cosmic vanishing.
Now you see me? Now you see me?
Number 8, Hojo Jutsu, the cord that binds. The low-end floss, wrap them up in a steel-lined base strap. Keep them in the pocket against their will.
Stay in tune, friend.
Number 9, Naginata Jutsu, the long reach hook, the saxophone sweep. Hook a leg with that brass bell and watch the melody fall flat.
Catch the curve.
Number 10, Tessen Jutsu, the iron fan, the folding program. Read the credits while you parry the punch. Hard-cover lethality.
Read it and leap!
Number 11, Go-Jutsu, the long staff, the symbol sandwich, 2 brass clash symbols, 1 head in the middle. That's a heavy metal headache.
8 notes of pain. The audience wants a big finish? Give them a headache they can feel in their teeth. Smash both sides of the head. It's like a clap, but for people you never want to hear from again. Notes of pain.
Number 12, Shuriken Jutsu, the hidden sting, the autograph ambush, flicking gold foil backstage passes like razor-sharp invitations to the floor.
Hit your poison.
Number 13, Kenjutsu, the path of flame, the fretboard sword, sharpen the headstock solo.
Rainy night, neon glow. Feel the rhythm, let it go. Strum the strings, break the chains. This storm can rise again. Let go rock, can't be beat. Flipboard.
Number 14, Hyunjutsu, The Flight, the Arrow. T-shirt cannon sniping, delivering cotton blend armor from 50 yards away. Catch the merch, feel the purse.
Free merch for you. How's that for a wet t-shirt contest?
Number 15, Sweet Angels, The Waterway. Mosh pit stealth, tread on shoulders like lily pads. Surface tension is your best friend.
Surf the sound. Feel the energy, ignite the night. Together we fly under these lights. The beat goes on, forever strong.
Number 16, Vicento Jutsu, the heavy howler. The basic howler, swinging a 5-string axe with a bladed neck on low frequency. Number 17, Barges, the iron steel. Tours concrete, riding the roof of a moving diesel beast. The highway is your dojo.
Mobile Symphony!
Number 18, Tenmar, the weather and the stars. Atmospheric stagecraft, manipulating the fog and the lasers until the environment is the enemy. The forecast is
Take control. Bikini and the furry puppets rock the show. Rise of fashion, use class and feel the flow. Yeah, we're on fire, let's do the time zone.
The gig is up, squares. If you want to keep this frequency floating, you gotta hit that like button like it's a snare drum on a Saturday night. Subscribe to Soul Stream, man.
And ring the bell. It's the only feedback we actually allow in the studio. And please, patronize us. Spandex and medical grade badges for St. Thomas are surprisingly expensive. We need your bread to keep the yoga banner flying.
Keep it real, love of culture, and watch out for the symbols. Peace out, darlings.
That's it, man.
Welcome to The Explainer. Today we're breaking down a true modern epic. It's a story about love, humility, and, well, a really catastrophic case of intestinal distress. This little gem comes from a YouTube channel called Psychedelic Aire, and believe me, it is a wild one. Right off the bat, the source material does not pull any punches. This line is basically your warning label, and it sets the tone perfectly for the visceral ride we're about to go on. It's a promise that things are about to get raw and, yeah, probably a little bit gross. So, we're not just gonna retell this story straight. No. We're gonna frame it as a mock hero's journey. You're about to see how this classic storytelling structure can take a simple, kind of crude tale and turn it into something weirdly compelling, almost mythic. You know how every hero's journey has to start in an ordinary world? Well, here we are. Two characters, Dawn. Every hero needs that call to adventure to get the story moving. But for our hero, Dawn, that call isn't coming from some wise old wizard or a damsel in distress. Nope, it's a rumbling from deep inside his own gut. And this line just perfectly nails the central conflict. The story uses this epic, almost military language, a hostile takeover, to describe something we've all probably felt. And that mismatch between the grand language and the very humble problem, that's where all the humor comes from. And just like that, the stakes are immediately raised. This is not just a little bit of indigestion, folks. The narrator escalates it to a full-blown, top-tier emergency, a level 5, code red, chili-induced catastrophe. I mean, things are officially getting serious. And this is where the comedy really clicks, right? It's all about the contrast. On one side, you've got Dawn, sweating bullets. His face a mask of comical agony. And on the other side, there's Peace, just cool as a cucumber, sipping her coffee, totally oblivious to the internal war brewing right next to her. Okay, so this brings us to a really key moment in any hero's journey, crossing the threshold. Dawn can't ignore the call anymore. He has to leave the safety of the cabin and enter the arena where he'll face his trial, which, in this case, is the outhouse. You gotta love this. The story turns his desperate run into this dramatic slow-motion action sequence. It literally breaks it down into 4 hilarious stages. From that first violent lurch and the panicked look, all the way to the gazelle-like bolts and, yes, a visible gas trail. It's mock epic storytelling at its absolute finest. Now, once he's inside the outhouse, man, the language just explodes. This is it. This is Dawn's great ordeal, his battle with the dragon. And it's described as nothing less than a symphony of suffering, a true cacophony. And then the narrator just elevates the whole thing, shifting from something crude into high art, framing the chaos as an actual opera of intestinal distress. I mean, that's where the story fully commits to its mock heroic tone. It is absolutely ridiculous, and it is brilliant. So get this, Dawn's private, internal war is so intense, it actually has very real external consequences. The whole ecosystem reacts to it. Birds take off, a family of deer scatters in terror. This just amplifies the absurd, epic scale of his struggle. So after any big battle, the heroes gotta come back, right? But they're never quite the same. Dawn is no exception. He emerges from the outhouse, from the battlefield, having stared into the abyss and somehow survived. But he doesn't come back with a magic sword or a chest full of gold. Nope. His prize is humility. He has looked into the very face of chili-induced horror and returned a changed, and let's be honest, a much emptier man. And this, right here, this is the elixir. This is the real reward for his whole ordeal. It's not treasure. It's Peace's total, unconditional, loving acceptance, all wrapped up in a simple laugh and a pat on the back. That is the real prize. So the big takeaway for Dawn isn't just, physical relief. It's this profound emotional realization that he is loved, completely and unconditionally, even in his most grotesque, vulnerable, and frankly, smelly moments. So the story wraps up, but the narrator of Psychedelic Aire makes it super clear that this is just one chapter in a much bigger, much stranger universe. They're leaving the earthly aromas of the outhouse behind and are literally heading for the stars. And the source just leaves us with this fantastic, provocative question. It's a challenge, really. After an entire intestinal opera, how in the world do you top that? Where could you possibly go from here? Well, the answer, of course, is you go bigger. You raise the stakes from the terrestrial to the cosmic. The next tale isn't just about some bubble guts, it's about a cosmic fart. The absurdity is about to go intergalactic. And we're left with this amazing little glimpse of what's coming next. A new setting, cosmic cocktails, and a villain with the absolutely incredible name, the Sharknadour. It is a brilliant way to hook you for the next one, proving that for Psychedelic Aire, this bizarre, hilarious journey is very, very far from over.
Greetings, cool cats and cosmic kittens. Lay your peepers on this heavy scene of thrilling testimony. We're talking about a solid cat named St. Don Domenico Homo Freaky, a dude with muscles so loud they wake the neighbors and an appetite that digs the deepest grooves. The man digs with a ghost pepper burrito, and now the burrito is calling the tune. The internal rhythm is frantic. Daddy-o. He rushes to the indoor sanctuary, but the sign on the door screams bad vibes. Broken throne. Danger.
Now, with the help of his powerlifting queen, Peace, he's got to make a frantic dash for the ancient shack out back, the spider-infested outhouse at the edge of the universe.
It's a race against time, a battle against nature, and a trip through the sticky web of fate. Snap your fingers for Nature Calls, Episode 3, The Ballad of the Burrito. The Ballad of the Burrito. St. Don Domenico Homo Freakian, a man of immense muscle and even immenser appetites, felt a familiar rumbling. It wasn't thunder. It was the call, the urgent, undeniable call of the morning's ghost pepper burrito. He charged towards the bathroom, a hero on a noble quest, but his path was blocked. A sign, lovingly handwritten by his wife, Peace, was taped to the door. It read, "Broken throne. Danger. Do not use." "I'm serious, honey." From the kitchen, Peace Don Homo Freakian, whose biceps were as impressive as her baking skills, called out, "I told you that burrito was a bold choice, my love. The plumber can't come until tomorrow." A cold sweat beaded on St. Don's brow. The burrito was staging a rebellion. There was only one option left. The outhouse. The ancient, spider-infested, rickety outhouse at the far edge of the yard. "Fear not, my sweet," Peace declared, striking a heroic pose. "I shall clear your path to glory." She flexed, and with a mighty shout, the back door cleaned off its hinges. With a primal scream that echoed through the mountains, St. Don burst from the house. He clutched a precious roll of toilet paper like a sacred squirrel, his muscular legs pumping, his tie-dyed shirt a blur of color against the green grass. Peace watched from the ruined doorway, a single, proud tear rolling down her cheek. "Go, my warrior," she whispered to the wind. "Conquer your porcelain destiny." He reached the outhouse, his hand outstretched for the door, but his path was blocked again. A giant, glistening spiderweb covered the entrance, and in the center sat a spider the size of a dinner plate, flexing all 8 of its hairy legs. For a moment, St. Don froze. Man versus beast, burrito versus spider. Then, with the courage of 1,000 warriors, he let out another mighty roar and plunged headfirst through the sticky web. The outhouse door slammed shut. A moment of silence fell over the yard. Then, a faint, contented sigh floated on the breeze. Back at the house, Peace smiled and went back to her baking. All was right in the world once more.
Snap. Just like that, the deed is done, cats and kittens. Can you dig the gravity of the situation? And St. Don didn't just fight a gastrointestinal revolution sparked by a ghost pepper burrito. He went gladiator on a spider the size of a dinner plate.
That is some heavier at karma blocking the path to enlightenment. But with Peace Don, that muscle-bound goddess of demolition, kicking doors off hinges like it's a hobby, true love found a way.
The web is broken, the porcelain destiny is fulfilled, and the only thing louder than that primal scream? The silence of a man who just survived his own lunch. Solid. Pull up a stool and dim the lights, Daddy-O. We're spinning the main groove tonight. Episode 4, Nature Calls.
Back in the Sonic Sanctuary, deep in the sticks where the air smells like cedar and high-stakes plumbing. Now, lay your peepers on St. Don's. The cat has a gift. A psychedelic, biological gift. When he cuts the cheese, he paints the air with a rainbow fart that turns anxiety into fuzzy peace. It's a chromatic emission, man. A fruit of tranquility. But even a magical colon obeys the laws of physics. Han tries to tell his lady Peace that the low-end frequencies are hitting him too hard, but she ain't buying the remix. With the indoor throne weeping water like a rejected lover, the countdown has begun. Prepare yourselves for the great outdoor journey. It's time to run, clench, and maybe, just maybe, sedate a squirrel with a puff of panic rainbow.
Let the games begin. Episode 4, Nature Calls.
All right, listen close, cool cats and angular kittens floating out there in the digital void. We've reached that part of the gig. Transaction, the moment where art meets the algorithm. It's a drag, Daddy-O, but even Kerouac needed cab fare. If my particular brand of auditory truth just aligned your chakras, or at least distracted you from the crushing weight of existence for 5 minutes.
Lay some skin on that thumb over there. Give it a squeeze. Validate my reality, man. It gets lonely behind this microphone.
And hey, don't just be a tourist in my psyche. Commit to the scene. Hit that subscribe button. It's harder than nihilism, but the payoff is sweeter.
Finally, if you want the cosmos to tap you on the shoulder every time I drop a new needle on the groove, ring that bell.
Let the vibrations shake you awake before the squares grind you down.
Dig it? Solid. Now back to the cool sounds.
For the very first time, I didn't know what to do. I was so confused, like a wet fart. Thought it was a secret, but the sound gave it away. Now my pants are soggy, ruined my whole day. Wet fart, oh wet.
Ever eat something and just know you made a terrible, terrible mistake? Well, today's story is all about that. We're diving into what the source material calls a heavy scene of gastrointestinal destiny. Yep, it's a wild ride. It all kicks off with one single burrito. Wow. Okay, so that's literally the opening line from our source. It's a lot, I know. Kind of cosmic for what's coming. So let's meet the guy at the heart of it all. So our hero's name is, get this, Saint Don Domenico Homofrician. And the source describes him as a guy whose muscles literally wake the neighbors. So you can just imagine he's got an appetite to match, right? This is our guy, and believe me, he is about to face his greatest challenge ever. Alright, so how does this all begin? Well, it's the classic tale of man versus food. Saint Don decided to tangle with a ghost pepper burrito, and, spoiler alerts, the burrito won. He starts feeling what the source calls an urgent, undeniable call. Things are getting frantic. Okay, so our hero makes a mad dash for the bathroom. It should be a simple mission, right? A noble quest even. But nope, his path is blocked. The main objective, that beautiful indoor sanctuary, is completely out of commission. And just like that, a simple trip to the toilet becomes this epic journey. And this is what's standing in his way. A handwritten sign from his wife. Peace. You gotta love the unserious honey part. This isn't just a small problem, you guys. This is the first major obstacle on his path to what the story calls porcelain destiny. So, what are his options? Well, it's a pretty stark choice. On one hand, you've got the sanctuary. Indoors, civilized, everything he knows and loves. On the other hand, the last resort, an ancient, spider-infested outhouse way out at the edge of the yard. Oh, the horror. But hey, every great hero needs an ally, right? And his is incredible.
Meet Peace Don Homo Freacan. The source literally calls her a powerlifting queen and goddess of demolition. So yeah, she's not messing around. She sees her man in distress and decides, okay, it's time to step in.
So with plan A totally shot, St. Don has no choice. He can't wait. He's got to make a mad dash for that outhouse, which, by the way, the source hilariously calls the edge of the universe. The quest has officially begun.
And this is where it gets cinematic. Peace literally says, I shall clear your path to glory. And then, bam, she demolishes the back door with a primal scream. Out bursts St. Don, clutching a roll of toilet paper like it's a sacred scroll, and he is just gone, sprinting across the yard in a blur of tie-dye. I mean, can you picture this? As he's running for his life, Peace is standing there in the wreckage of the doorway. The source says a single proud tear rolls down his cheek as she whispers this encouragement. It's so over the top and just perfect. So, he finally makes it. He reaches the outhouse. His hand is on the door. Freedom is in sight. But wait, the universe isn't done with him yet. There's one last boss battle. One final, horrifying challenge standing in his way. And what is this final ordeal, you ask? A spider. Of course it's a spider. Listen, we're not talking about some regular little guy. The source is very specific. This thing is the size of a dinner plate. Just flexing all 8 of its hairy legs right in the middle of a giant web blocking the door. Nope, no thank you. And the way the source frames this is just epic. Man versus beast, burrito versus spider. I mean, come on. This is it. The ultimate showdown. Everything is led to this single moment. It's him, the burrito, fighting from the inside, and this 8-legged monster guarding the gates of salvation. So what's a guy to do? For a split second, he just freezes. I mean, who wouldn't? But then, channeling the courage of 1,000 warriors, he just lets out this massive roar and plows headfirst right through that sticky web. The outhouse door slams shut, and he's in. And then, silence. After all that, the sprint, the demolished door, the spider battle, a kind of quiet calm just falls over the whole scene. The war is over. Destiny has been fulfilled. The door stays shut. You can just imagine this deep silence hanging in the air. And then, you just hear it. A faint, contented sigh floating on the breeze. That's it. That one little sound tells you everything. Our hero has won. Peace has been restored. And this quote from the source just nails it. After all that noise and chaos, the most powerful thing is just the quiet relief of victory.
But wait, because it doesn't even end there. The story actually gives us a little sneak peek of what's coming next for St. Down, and, well, it gets even weirder, if you can believe it.
Okay, get ready for this. It's called chromatic emission. It turns out our boy St. Don has a, let's call it a psychedelic biological gift. Basically, when he passes gas, he paints the air with a literal rainbow. The source calls it a toot of tranquility that turns anxiety into fuzzy peace. I'm not making this up. And you can really feel the unique vibe of the source material here. The narrator has this awesome kind of beatnik style, and they talk directly to the audience. They're like, lay some skin on that thumb, commit to the scene, ring that bell. It's their way of connecting in this whole digital world. So all of this leaves us with this one big final question, right? After everything he's been through, the burrito, the spider, the whole ordeal, you really start to wonder, what else is this guy capable of? It just goes to show you, even the most everyday struggles can feel like these huge cosmic battles.
Today, we're deconstructing a really wild piece of internet storytelling. It's all about a digital pop star, a wild quest across the metaverse, and the creation of a band with, well, a name you're not going to forget. The Furry Muffins. Yep, you heard me right. Let's dive into this psychedelic trip. Right off the bat, the story just throws you into the deep end with this line. It's poetic, a little bit weird, grammatically creative. And you know what? It's perfect. It sets this surreal, kind of beatnik tone for the entire world we're about to step into. It's basically telling you, hey, buckle up. This is going to get strange. So how is this whole thing structured? Well, the best way to think about it is like one of those Russian nesting dolls. The biggest, outermost doll is a show called Homo Freakian World, and that's our ticket into this absolutely bizarre universe. So first, we meet the host of the show, Saint Don Domenico and Peace Don Homofreakian. They pretty much just show up to pass the mic to a storyteller named Narrator. He runs a segment called Beat Generation Revisited, and he's the one who's actually going to guide us through the main story. And that's where Narrator takes us to the next layer of the nesting doll, the real heart of the story. It's all about a digital pop star who's created this massive hit song, but she's also got a massive problem. So, meet Kit E. She's a Vocaloid artist, and she's done it. She's made her dream song, a track that could bring the whole world together. But then she finds herself standing on this huge, empty digital stage, and it hits her. Success is pretty hollow when you've got no one to share it with. And bam, that's what kicks off the whole quest. See, this isn't really just about music. It's about finding connection, about collaboration. Kit E knows what she has to do. She needs a band. And she's already got the perfect, incredible name picked out, the Furry Muffins. So, what's a lonely Vocaloid to do? She jacks into the metaverse to start her recruitment drive. And this is where the real adventure begins. A journey across all these different digital worlds to find the members for her band. The quest is laid out for us in 4 clear steps, almost like a video game. It's our roadmap for how this band is going to get built. Each of these locations is a totally unique digital world where Kit E is hunting for a musician with a very specific talent she needs for her song, Neon Melody. First up, Kit E heads to Sin City, which is described as a neon-drenched metropolis of sound. I mean, just picture it, skyscrapers made of pure code. And it's there, in a digital plaza, that she finds her lead guitarist, just absolutely shredding. The guitarist's name is Blueberry, Catwoman, whose playing is this perfect mix of sweet and chaotic. Kit E tells her the name of the band. Blueberry just grins, and she's in, just like that. Muffin number 2 is officially on board. Okay, so with their guitarist in tow, the duo dives into a much darker, much more dangerous part of the metaverse, the data dungeons. This place is a maze of forgotten code and corrupted files. That's where they're going to find the foundation of the band, the bassist. Down there, they find Gorgonaut, TVK, this very stoic Catwoman who's guarding rare sound files. Blueberry says they need a bass line so powerful it can shake the entire metaverse. And Gorgonaut? She doesn't say a word. She just plucks one single deep note that says everything. She's in. Alright, next, they need a drummer, the heartbeat of the band. That search takes the now growing crew to the Rhythm Ruins. This place is an ancient server farm where, get this, the ghosts of old programs danced to forgotten beats. This is where they're going to find their pulse. And they find her. Harrietta isn't just playing a simple beat. She's weaving these incredibly complex rhythms that sound like the metaverse is alive. When Kitty tells her the rhythm feels alive, Harrietta just smiles and says she'll help them tell their story. So cool. So there's just one member left to find. The crew travels to the Pixel Gardens, and the vibe completely shifts. It's a super calm, beautiful world filled with cherry blossom trees made of light. And it's here they have to find this elusive rhythm guitarist who only goes by the name Pinky. They find Pinky under a tree, and as she plays, the digital flowers around her actually bloom. Kitty tells her that their music needs a heart, and Pinky's response is just simple and perfect. I've been waiting for a song to call home. And with that, the band is complete. So Kit E's lonely journey is finally for a band that's found her crew, her family. The quest is done. The Furry Muffins aren't just an idea anymore. They are a reality. I mean, look at that. The transformation is complete. One lonely solo artist has become a band of 5. 5 musicians, 5 friends, all ready to take on the metaverse as one. And we find ourselves back on that same digital stage that felt so big and empty at the beginning, only now Kitty Exie is surrounded by her bandmates. Her shout of "Hello, Metaverse" is met with this massive roar from a virtual crowd. The Furry Muffins had arrived. So, with the band's story told, we pull back one layer of the nesting doll. Our storyteller, Narrator, he comes back to wrap everything up in his signature beatnik style, and he has one final request for all of us. Narrator closes things out with a call to action, but it's all in his psychedelic slang. He asks for a thump of appreciation, which of course means hit the like button. He tells us to slap that subscribe and to ring the chime of the cosmos. Turn on notifications. It's such a fun, clever way to break the fourth wall. And that brings us to the end. It's this strange, funny, totally out there story about a Vocaloid putting a band together. But it leaves you with this surprisingly deep thought. Through all that code and chaos, Kit Yee wasn't just building a band, she was building a community. It really makes you wonder, doesn't it? In our own digital worlds, what does it actually take to create a connection that feels real?
You politely refuse, honoring your own boundaries. That is an act of relational. Today, we're breaking down one of the weirdest, most wonderful, bizarre stories I've come across in a long time. We're talking about plumbing, we're talking about philosophy, and, well, psychedelic gas. You heard me right. Let's get into it. So let me just ask you this. What if a bathroom emergency was actually a spiritual quest? I know, it sounds ridiculous, but that's the central question here. It takes something super mundane, something we all go through, and turns it into something else entirely. You're going to want to stick around for this. Okay, so to really get this, you first have to understand where we are. Welcome to Homo Freaking World. Just picture this, a cozy little cabin studio, deep in the woods. You can almost smell the cedar and hear these, like, cosmic tunes floating around. And this place, it's home to some seriously unique characters. So who are these characters? Let's meet the crew. First up, you've got St. Don Domenico. He's our hero, a musician with a, let's just call it a very special biological gift for now. Then there's Peace, his cosmic soulmate and partner in crime. And wrapping it all up, the guy who's telling us this whole story, narrator. Think of him as this super serious beatnik philosopher who narrates their every move. Right, so before we even get into what happens, you need to understand the central, let's call it the magical element here. It's kind of the engine that drives the whole plot. And trust me, this is where you start to realize just how weird this whole thing is going to get. Okay, here it is. St. Don has what's called the rainbow fart power. Yeah, apparently after some wild jam session during the meteor shower, he got this ability. He can produce this glorious rainbow-colored cloud that just instantly calms down anyone who gets a whiff of it. The text literally calls it a toot of tranquility. I'm not making this up. All right, so every great story needs a conflict, right? A call to adventure. Well, in this story, it's less a call to adventure and more a call from nature, if you know what I mean. And of course, this is how our narrator, puts it. What you and I would just call a stomachache, he describes as this deep existential rumbling. It's so poetic, so dramatic, and honestly, it's hilarious. So here's how the crisis builds. It's like a 3-act tragedy. Act 1. St. Don feels what's politely called a low-end urgency. Act 2. He runs to the bathroom only to find the toilet has had a catastrophic failure. Oh no. Which leads us to Act 3, the great outdoor journey. It's a mad dash to the old outhouse. The stakes could not be higher. Okay, this next part? This is the absolute core of the comedy. This is where we see narrator's whole beatnik philosophy thing just go into overdrive. He takes this frantic run to the toilet and turns it into a full-blown spiritual pilgrimage. The difference between what's really happening and his description of it is magnificent. Okay, picture it. St. Don is booking it across the yard. The pressure is building. And then a little stressed out preemptive puff of his rainbow power escapes. You know, just a simple biological thing that happens. But is that what our narrator sees? Oh no. To him, this isn't just a simple event. He calls it a chromatic rejection of societal norms. All of a sudden, the fart isn't just a fart, it's an act of rebellion. Of course it is. So this little rainbow cloud, it drifts over and envelops a squirrel that's just minding its own business. St. Don just keeps running right past it. And according to narrator, this wasn't just any squirrel anymore. No, this squirrel had achieved nirvana through exposure to his effluvium. Get this, he apparently interviewed the squirrel later and asked it if the cloud tasted like surrender. You can't make this stuff up. And at last, our hero makes it. He reaches his destination, his sanctuary, a humble, kind of falling apart, cobweb-covered outhouse. The end of the line. But to narrator, is it just an old shed? No way. Those cobwebs, they're the entanglements of the past, clinging to the buttocks of the present. Wow. Just wow, what a metaphor. So this really just breaks it all down, doesn't it? On one hand, you have the simple but
let's face it, lowbrow reality of the situation. And on the other, you have narrator's ridiculously highbrow philosophical take. The comedy, the absolute genius of it, is all in that massive gap between the two. And so he makes it. Just in the nick of time, he reaches his wooden throne. And as narrator so perfectly puts it, the cosmic balance of the low end was restored. Mission accomplished. The pilgrimage was a success. Okay, now that we've lived through that journey with him, let's take a step back. Let's actually dissect this cosmic joke. Why does this work so well? What makes it so funny? It really comes down to a few key things, right? First, you're taking something totally mundane and making it sound epic and spiritual. It's also a perfect parody of that super serious, everything is deep beatnik philosophy. The main thing, though, is that contrast, that juxtaposition of really smart-sounding language with a really dumb subject. And then you throw in all this psychedelic imagery, and suddenly a plumbing problem feels like a cosmic event. And that kind of leaves us with a final thought, doesn't it? This whole story, as ridiculous as it is really all about perspective. It kind of makes you think, what if we narrated our own little daily struggles with that much epic drama? You know, like making your coffee in the morning is a sacred ritual, or being stuck in traffic is a test of karmic patience. So I'll leave you with this. What's some everyday event in your life that's just waiting to be turned into its own cosmic journey?
Welcome back. Today we're digging into something truly wild. A discipline that's part ancient art, part backstage brawl. It's called Showbiz Jutsu, the art of high-impact yoga. Yeah, let's get into it. I mean, that quote right there tells you almost everything you need to know, doesn't it? This is not your typical Sunday morning yoga class. This is something else entirely. A place where rhythm and impact are one and the same. So what's the big idea here? Well, at its core, it's about creating a true synthesis of spirit and sound. It's about finding that calm center, you know? Even if that center happens to be in the middle of a chaotic mosh pit. It's all about channeling that new age energy into something a little more direct. Which, of course, brings us to the main event. If high-impact yoga is the philosophy, the big idea, then what on earth is Showbiz Jutsu? Is it self-defense? Is it some kind of bizarre performance art? Well, the answer is kind of both. And there you have it. You really can't get a more down-to-earth definition than that. It is a martial art, but one that's been specifically designed for the, let's call them the unique challenges of being a performing musician. It's where the show must go on, even if you have to fight to make it happen. So you might be asking, who is this for? Well, it's for a very specific crowd. It's for the true believers, the real music lovers, the folks who stick around to read the liner notes. This is a discipline for people who know that sometimes you gotta fight for your art. And just like any legendary album, Showbiz Jutsu has its own track list. It's called the Soul Sonic Set List, and it lays out 18 different ways to, well, clear the stage. That's right, 18. This isn't just a couple of funny moves someone made up. This is a complete, fully formed system of musical combat, covering everything from hand-to-hand techniques to, using a keyboard stand as a weapon. It's proof that this is a deeply considered, if completely bonkers, philosophy. Now, we don't have time to go through all 18 today, so what we're going to do is pull out a few of the greatest hits. Think of this as the highlight reel from this absolute masterclass in musical mayhem. Okay, first things first. Before you can even think about weaponizing a guitar, you have to master your own body. This is all about unarmed flow, or, as the master calls it, crowd control for the refined. So the first discipline you learn is taijutsu, which is literally the art of the body. The whole point here isn't to fight your way through the crowd, but to flow through it. To move like a ghost in the machine. Zero friction, zero resistance, just pure, effortless movement. And this little story just illustrates it perfectly. You have one student, Don, who tries to use brute force. He becomes a boulder, and what happens? The river just crashes against him. But then you have Peace. She gets it. She becomes the wind, a ghost. She just flows right through the chaos. That, right there, is the heart of taijutsu. Okay, so once you've mastered that pure flow, the system introduces a little aggression. This is koppei-jutsu, which translates to bone smashing. And its signature move is a dual palm strike right to an attacker's ears, which has the perfect stage name, the sound check.
And that's the punchline from the master himself. It's this kind of dry, dark humor that you find all through this discipline. Every single act of violence is reframed through the language of music and performance. It's brilliant. So, we've mastered our bodies. We've learned how to flow and how to strike. But now we get to the really fun part, weaponizing the stage. This is where showbiz jitsu becomes a true art form, turning every single piece of gear into an instrument of combat. And just look at this list. The names alone are just incredible. The power chord lariat, the fretboard sword, the low-end floss. Each one of these turns a piece of musical equipment into something that's somehow both beautiful and incredibly brutal. Let's break one of these down. The saxophone sweep. It is so simple, so elegant, and so effective. You literally just use the heavy brass bell of the sax to hook someone's ankle and use their own momentum to drop them. Who knew a sax could be so useful? And the thinking behind it? It's just perfect. You don't have to do all the work. Let gravity be your rhythm section. It provides that final heavy beat to end the song. And that's the outro. All right, next up we have a move that's just pure mechanical genius, the X-Stand Venus Flytrap. It's super practical, it's efficient, and it's surprisingly quiet. You're basically turning a standard keyboard stand into a silent, spring-loaded trap. I love this analogy. A keyboard stand is just a giant pair of tweezers. It totally reframes how you look at the object, right? It's not just holding up a keyboard anymore. It's a tool just waiting to be used in a new way. It's about seeing the hidden potential in everything around you. And now for the grand finale. This might be the most iconic, the most memorable move in the entire set list. The cymbal sandwich. And folks, it is exactly what it sounds like. It's loud, it's brassy, and it is a fantastic way to end a conversation. And that quote, that just gets right to the soul of showbiz jiu-jitsu. This isn't just about self-defense, it's about showmanship. Every move is a performance. The cymbal sandwich isn't just an attack, it's the final crashing chord of the show, a moment the audience will feel in their teeth. But what happens after the show's over? After the feedback fades and the stage is clear? What's the real point of all this musical chaos? Well, that brings us to the final encore. And this is what brings it all back around. See, after the fight is done, the practitioner finds this deep state of calm, a transcendental state. It's like the quiet, hidden track at the end of a long album, the deep B-side. That's the yoga in high-impact yoga. It's the peace you find after the noise. So at the end of the day, we're left with this question. Is showbiz jitsu the ultimate fusion of art and self-defense? A totally new path to finding your inner peace by clearing the stage? Or is it just the absolute weirdest yoga class ever invented? I'll let you decide.
Gonna push a little harder, gotta make it right. Like a wet fart, lit for the very first time. Ooh, lit for the very first time. Oh yeah.
Greetings, travelers of the astral plane. It is I, Peace Dawn, here with my cosmic soulmate, Saint Dawn Dominica.
Hello, my loves, and hello, listeners. We are here in Homo Freaking World, tuning in to our philosophizing online orator, Narrator.
And oh, what an episode it is! We're continuing our Miss Flatulent adventures in episode 4, Nature Calls.
Oh yes, the day our indoor plumbing failed, and I had to sprint for my life.
It was a moment of high drama, darling. But leave it to our resident beatnik philosopher, Narrator, to turn your digestive emergency into a commentary on the human condition.
We listened to the rough cut earlier.
Nar describes my low-end urgency not as a biological function, but as the internal baseline of mortality thumping against the subwoofer of the soul.
It's poetic, in a terrifying sort of way. And he had quite a lot to say about your unique ability.
Lord, my rainbow fart power?
Yes. When that preemptive rainbow puff escaped you in the yard, Nar doesn't call it gas. He calls it
a chromatic rejection of societal norms.
He implies that the squirrel I calmed down wasn't just relaxed, but had achieved nirvana through exposure to my effluvium.
He interviewed the squirrel, St. Dawn's. He asked it if the rainbow cloud tasted like surrender.
The man is absolutely bonkers. He even narrates my run to the rickety outhouse like it's the flight of Icarus. He says,
the cobwebs represent the entanglements of the past, clinging to the buttocks of the present.
Deep. Prohibitively deep. But you did look like a red and black plaid blur, my dear.
I was just trying to avoid a catastrophe in my pants, Peace. But if Nar wants to frame it as a spiritual pilgrimage to a wooden shack, who am I to argue?
Exactly. So, sit back, relax, and prepare for high-definition analysis of a very simple bathroom break.
Here is episode 4, or as Nar titled it, The Sputtering Toilet. When technology fails, the woods provide.
Take it away, Nar!
Pull up a stool and dim the lights, Daddy-O. We're spinning the main groove tonight.
Episode 4, Nature Calls. Back in the Sonic Sanctuary, deep in the sticks where the air smells like cedar and high-stakes plumbing. Now, lay your peepers on St. Don. The cat has a gift. A psychedelic, biological gift. When he cuts the cheese, he paints the air with a rainbow fart that turns anxiety into fuzzy peace. It's a chromatic emission, man. Toot of tranquility. But even a magical colon obeys the laws of physics.
Don tries to tell his lady Peace that the low-end frequencies are hitting him too hard, but she ain't buying the remix. With the indoor throne weeping water like a rejected lover, the countdown has begun. Prepare yourselves for the great outdoor journey. It's time to run, clench, and maybe, just maybe, sedate a squirrel with a puff of pink rainbow.
Let the games begin. Episode 4, Nature Calls.
Nature Calls. Deep in the woods, where the air smelled like cedar and cosmic tunes, lived St. Don Domenico and his wife Peace. They were the original Homo Freakians, busy making music in their cozy cabin studio. Their cosmic connection was deep, especially for St. Don. During a legendary jam session fueled by ancient rhythm and a surprising meteor shower, he was permanently imbued with the magical power of the rainbow fart. This power had a wonderful side effect. Whenever St. Don let one go, the resulting glorious rainbow cloud instantly calmed anyone nearby, turning anxiety into gentle, fuzzy peace. But even St. Don couldn't calm the ultimate alarm clock, nature's call. "Hold on, Peace," St. Don whispered, clutching his stomach and frowning in concentration. "The bass frequencies in this new track, they're hitting me a little too hard. I think I need to adjust the low end urgently." Peace paused her mixing. She raised an eyebrow, a knowing, amused look on her fair-skinned face. "Did you mean the low end of the track, St. Don, or the low end of your personal plumbing system?" St. Don bolted for the indoor bathroom. But horror of horrors, the cabin toilet was sputtering, leaking water onto the floor, and looked suspiciously unhappy, as it suffered a catastrophic failure. "Oh no! Emergency protocol!" St. Don cried, grabbing the essential supply roll and clutching it tight. Time for the great outdoor journey. He burst out the door, charging toward the rickety old outhouse nestled under the pines. A true rustic icon, covered in cobwebs and history, he looked like a red and black clad blur. His speed was incredible, but the internal pressure was reaching maximum capacity. A tiny, stressed out, preemptive rainbow puff escaped, momentarily slowing his heart rate and calming a passing squirrel. Peace watched him zoom past the window with a look of frantic determination. She just smiled, shaking her head gently, her dreadlocks swaying. "Go with the flow, my St. Don," she murmured, turning back to her cosmic vibrations. With a final, heroic surge and 0 seconds to spare, St. Don reached his destination. He flung open the creaky wooden door of the outhouse. Nature's embrace. Nothing quite like it, he finally sighed, surrounded by the sweet relief of solitude and the quiet sounds of the forest. Once again, a peaceful Homo Freakian.
He found sanctuary in splinters, took his business to the tree. Oh, I am truly touched by all of the cosmic energies.
He left the squirrels in a fuzzy trance with a puff of that neon technicolor gas, turning a plumbing disaster into a psychedelic atmospheric event. The pressure dropped, the relief popped, and the cosmic balance of the low end was restored. Peace is back on the mix, and dawn is lighter than air. Can you dig the solitude? Solid.
Flip the page and brace your factory senses, my furry ones. We're leaving the magical rainbow vibes behind.
Something a little heavier. We find our man, Homo Freakian, waking up in a cabin that's about to become ground zero.
You see, last night's chili is staging a hostile takeover, a real code red revolution in the belly of the beast. His lady, Peace, looking like a vision in tie-dye and a white sports bra, is sipping her Java, cool as a cucumber. But Don, he's sweating bullets and holding back a grizzly bear's roar. The storm is brewing, the windows are rattling, and this time, it ain't gonna be just a little poof. Tune in to the next reverberation of Nature Calls Storytime, the Ballad of the Bubble Guts.
Now, before you drift back into the ether, I gotta lay a heavy trick on you.
We're floating here in the digital void, see? But even in the cosmos, you gotta pay the toll to the electric gatekeepers. I'm talking about the buttons, man. The holy trinity of the tube. Don't be a square, Daddy-O. Don't just sit there lurking in the shadows like a squirrel who just saw a green cloud. You gotta validate the vibe. First, that thumb. Stick it up, way up. Like you're hitchhiking to the astral plane. It tells the machine, hey, I did this scene. It's a high five for the soul.
Then, that subscribe rectangle. It's red, like the code-level chili catastrophe brewing in St. Don's gut. Smash it. Join the congregation of the Homo Freakian.
Won't be a tourist in our reality. Buy the ticket, take the ride. And finally, the bell. The ding-dong. The chime of destiny. Ring it, cats and kittens. Ring it so hard it rattles the windows of the cabin. If you don't ring it, you're sleeping through the revolution. And you might miss the next time the rainbow farts. And nobody wants to miss the colors, man. Nobody.
Didn't know what to do, I was so confused. Like a wet bar, it's a feeling I haven't used. I was used to the dry puffs, the gentle sighs.
This is our primary piece of evidence. It's an artifact, a file called VO Final, pulled from that chaotic environment. It's essentially a black box recording. We have no idea who recorded it or why, but for right now, it's the only clue we've got. And get this is all that's on it. Just 2 words on a loop. Heat. Heat. That is it. That's the entire signal. That's the puzzle we're here to solve. What could that possibly mean? So here's how we're going to tackle this. First, we'll look at where this signal even came from. Then, we'll crack open our toolkit, this strange manual. From there, we'll learn how to build something called a sovereign wall, use it to navigate this data ocean, and then finally, put it all together to see if we can decode that heat signal. So, part 1, a signal from nowhere. The file's metadata points to a source called the Inverscape, that chaotic data ocean. It's even weirder than that. It came from a place inside called the Nexus of Non-Locality. Now, try to wrap your head around this. It's a conceptual space where the rules of time and location are, well, they're more like suggestions. So, right off the bat, we know heat probably isn't about, actual temperature. It's got to be some kind of complex flare from a very, very strange place. Now, trying to figure this out on our own, yeah, that would be a total shot in the dark. But luckily, we have a guy that seems like it was custom built for exactly this kind of problem. Which brings us to our main tool, the Sovereign Creation Manual. And this is where things get really interesting. We're not talking about some philosophical text here. Think of this more like a technical manual for a unique operating system, an OS for consciousness itself, called the Dialogic Engine. And it's designed specifically to work in the crazy environment our signal came from. So what this manual lays out is, frankly, a pretty radical system. It's a way to maintain a stable, sovereign sense of self while being constantly bombarded by the chaos of the infoscape. It's not about just surviving the chaos, it's about actually thriving on it. And this is the absolute key to the whole thing. The Dialogic Engine isn't trying to create a peaceful, quiet mind. No, it's a system designed to take the messiest parts of existence, chaos, contradiction, what the manual calls necessary friction, and use them as fuel to forge a purer, more refined truth. Okay, so first things first, the manual says you have to build what it calls a sovereign wall. Now let's be clear, this isn't some passive wall you hide behind. It's a dynamic, intelligent boundary that is actively managing information. Here's a look at the basic blueprint. Right down the center, you have the sovereign core. That's your essential self. It's protected by these filtering layers of the wall, which are constantly managing the data flow, deciding what gets in, what
gets processed and what just gets thrown out as noise. Now, for this wall to actually work, it's built on a few core principles, things like radical self-ownership and cognitive honesty. But according to the manual, one of the toughest principles to really live by is something called relational integrity. There's this one section in the manual, it's called the forced gift, and it has this quote that just nails the whole dilemma. It's about that choice. Do you deal with the immediate awkwardness of saying no to something you don't want, or do you pay that much deeper, slower price of self-betrayal just to keep the peace? And really, that's what relational integrity boils down to. It's having the courage to make that hard choice, to refuse the easy path of just going along to get along, all to keep your sovereign wall strong and your core self intact. Okay, so, the wall is up. It's strong, it's principled. Now what? How does it actually function when it's up against this constant, overwhelming flood of information coming from the data ocean? This is where the wall really shows its intelligence. It starts to get really good at telling the difference between just noise and what the manual calls high-value input. But here's the twist. High-value data isn't the stuff that feels good or validates you. It's the hard stuff. It's the contradictions, the dissonance, the friction. Which, of course, brings up a huge question, right? I mean, what do you do when you run into a piece of information that challenges everything you thought was true? Do you just reject it, pretend you never saw it? And the manual's answer to this is, well, it's pretty profound. A truly strong wall doesn't just block a contradiction. It certainly doesn't break under pressure.
Hello and welcome back to the Beat Generation Revisited. I'm your host, Today, we're diving into a story that proves the impossible is just a word for things that haven't been done yet. Our tale follows the galaxy's hottest band, Kitty and the Furry Muffins. They've already conquered every major city on Earth, but their ambitious leader, Kid E, has an even bigger dream, to play a concert on the moon.
Of course, a lunar concert comes with a few challenges, especially when it comes to getting their fans there. The band is feeling the pressure, and even their own guitarist, Blueberry, thinks the idea is impossible. When two legendary promoters, Peace Don Homofreakian and St. Don Domenico Homofreakian, walk into the dressing room, they have a different take.
As St. Don says, impossible is just a word for something that hasn't been done yet, and he says, make known the unknown.
Join us as we follow Kitty and her bandmates on their cosmic journey, proving that with a little rock and roll and a lot of rocket science, anything is possible.
Kitty and the Furry Muffins, concert on the moon. Kitty and the Furry Muffins were the hottest band in the galaxy, with Kitty on vocals, Pinky on rhythm guitar, Blueberry on lead guitar, Harrietta on drums, and Gorgonite TBK on bass. Their music made everyone want to dance. They had played every major city on Earth, but Kitty had an even bigger dream, a concert on the moon. There was just one tiny problem. How would their fans get there? Backstage, after a sold-out show, the energy was low. The amazing high of the performance was fading, replaced by the impossible weight of their biggest dream. A moon concert is a great idea, Kitty, said Gorgonite TBK, polishing their bass guitar. But it's impossible. Blueberry and Pinky nodded in agreement. How can we share our music with the universe if our fans are stuck on Earth? Asked Harrietta. Kitty sighed, her dream feeling further away than ever. Suddenly, the dressing room door swung open. In walked the legendary promoters, the married couple, Peace Don Homofreakian and St. Don Domenico Homofreakian. Impossible is just a word for something that hasn't been done yet, Saints. You know just the book you do it. The next day, Peace and Saint took Kitty to a massive futuristic building. Inside, they met Elon Musk, a man whose mind was always buzzing with incredible ideas. A concert on the moon? Even his eyes lit up. What a wonderfully absurd and brilliant challenge. I love it. Elon spun around in his chair. This won't be a job for just me. Meet my team of the Nerd Herd. He gestured to a group of busy engineers. We have a mission, Operation Lunar Rock. The Nerd Herd sprang into action. Blueprints covered every surface, and the air buzzed organized with calculations. We'll modify our new starship's cargo bay into a passenger cabin, said one engineer. Another pointed to a screen showing complex trajectories. We have a mission, Operation Lunar Rock. Finally, the big day arrived. Thousands of excited fans boarded the gleaming starship. Inside, Kitty and Marietta looked out a window, waving to the crowd on the ground as the powerful engines began to rumble. Next stop, the moon. Kitty cheered. The stage was set on the dusty lunar surface, with the beautiful blue Earth hanging in the sky like a giant marble. As Kitty and the furry muffins struck the first chord, fans in their space helmets bounced and floated in the low gravity, a cosmic mosh pit under the stars. After the final encore, everyone gathered to look at the view. We did it, Kitty whispered, her voice full of awe. Willie stood with his team. This proves that with a little rock and roll and a lot of rocket science, he said with a smile, anything is possible.
The end! The Space Cats did it, man! Kitty and the furry muffins hit the moon, making a cosmic scene with Earth hanging like a blue marble. Possible got a real zonk on the head, thanks to Elon and the Nerd Herd. That's the Lunar Wrap! The encore is done, but don't wig out, cats! This gig is still swinging like I did in the 80s. Later, Space Cats! Narrator is back on the mic. Dig this. Moon was just a cool ad. Kitty, she's a lioness, she's not bug.
Wants it, Redder. She wants Mars. That's legendary, man. So the Homo Freakin's called Eloni again, and he's already sketching an amphitheater in Valles Marineris.
Nerd Herd's got a new mission, Operation Red Rocks, designing star hoppers for 100,000 groovies. They're laying down a heavy cosmic bass line. The fleet is ready. Get ready, Earth. Get ready, Mars. Because this gig is wild, and the word is out. Next stop is Uranus. Drink the cosmic dust, man. It's time to whale. Hey there, Cosmic Cats. Before you cut out, do me a solid. You dug the scene, right? You caught the groove, so let the universe know. Give that thumbs up a big ol' like, man. Don't be a square. Hit that subscribe button like it's the launch button for a star hopper. And listen, that little hotel bell icon, that's the R-N-E-R, man. Ring that bell so you don't miss the next blast off. We got Kitty, we got Mars, we got Uranus. Yeah, it's gonna be a scene. Don't get left behind on this terrestrial gig. Catch you on the next orbit for Kitty and the furry muffins. Next stop Mars, then Uranus. Stay cool, stay groovy.
Initially, it seems like the interaction is simple, but then in these later screenshots, there's a clear move towards something that's less constructive and less focused on genuine dialogue. Peace specifically noted that simple responses felt like
Time to spin some vinyl, my cats and kittens. Feel the vibe of Psychedelic Aire's high static, low signal. The false prophet overlay.
that's a really good because it highlights those unspoken rules that we have, in online interactions. And these decisions to document this moment, talking to someone was unusual for them, it suggests a significant deviation from what they normally
I'm a lyrical astronaut, or maybe a psychonaut. I smoke weed and shrooms and I talk a lot. Bottles of champagne, yeah, I'm popping out. But I keep it together, right ass I'm Dempsey, blood test me. I'm a Jimmy MC with a technique. I can revenge brain my friend with a rhyme that's sweet like Pepsi.
it back cause I like to please a lot top. But I like cold and freezer, I'm an artist. I don't wanna moan at me, so Mona. Then I'll turn Mona sleeper. I don't play my crap up, bang a creeper. You know I bone and turn Mona sleeper. I don't play my crap up, bang a creeper.
Now baby, I'm on me. And now baby, I can see you're the only one for me. We're super fly. Run these streets, we work all night. We're super fly. Dress so fresh, we look so nice. We're super fly. Help them make these grown men cry. We're super fly. We're super fly. Run these streets, we work all night. We're super fly. Dress so fresh, we look so nice. We're super fly. Help them make these grown men cry. We're super fly.
If you want to keep these psychedelic frequencies humming, pull my finger, flick that like button, and subscribe to the station. Ring my bell! Then you'll know when the music starts. We don't want you missing out on the thrills, man. And if you've got extra change burning a hole in your pockets, drop us some cash over on Patreon. It keeps the circuits warm and the coffee kicking. Support the frequency, help us clear the static, and we'll see where the ridge flickers. Peace, resonance, and stay groovy, Daddy-O.
Actively seeking out advanced technologies. And the creation of this body is described as a marvel of engineering. Fascinating hybrid of organic and synthetic materials. It's something that really is alive. So you can make nice styles of complex, finally building this new body. That's the climax of the story. Along with those sensations
Exactly. slow. Let me know how you feel. Baby, this love is real. I never known anybody like you. And now you're always on my mind. I can save you from your nightmare. Just give me a little love. La 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 la. Just give me a little life. La 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 la. Just give me a little love. La 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 la.
you cool cats and existential seekers. Tune your desperate little dials past the endless squawk of commercial bliss and arrive, finally, at the place where the real narrative unfolds.
This is the Beat Generation Revisited. I'm your host, Narrator, and I'm just trying to figure out why the cosmos gave us consciousness only to saddle it with a 9 to 5. Tonight, we peel back the thin, fragile membrane of civility to observe a species unlike any other. The Homo Freakian. One who is human, yet, but oddly different. We follow the frantic, futile movements of two such specimens. St. Don Domenico and his serene, unnervingly competent wife, Peace Don Homo Freakian. What you are about to hear is not a tale of towering mountains or the deep, silent ocean. No. This is an exploration into the most private, most agonizing theater of the human condition. The call of the wild stomach. The existential threat posed by a simple, broken piece of porcelain. The latest chapter in their pitiful, beautiful struggle is known simply as the Homo Freakian world. Nature calls. We witness St. Don, a man of profound patience, suddenly transformed into a clenched-cheeked, frantic blur. His journey to the outhouse becomes a treacherous, soul-testing odyssey, fraught with catastrophic miscalculations. The trauma of chili-induced horror, and, dare I whisper it, shards of biblical proportions. These are the sounds of true, unadulterated digestive distress, an apocalyptic fire hose filled with gravy being emptied into a metal pipe. The fragile balance of the ecosystem is shackled by the thunderous roar of his flatulence.
The forest creatures scatter, recognizing this level 5 code red catastrophe for what it is, the desperate, smelly poetry of man versus burrito.
Will St. Don conquer his porcelain destiny? Or is this whole grand, stinking enterprise merely a metaphor for the inevitable wet futility of it all?
Tune in, man, and listen to the ballads of the broken throne, the bubble guts, the brown volcano, the burrito, and the cosmic fart before the silence finally descends.
The Ballad of the Broken Throne. It was a glorious morning in the Homo Freakian household. Birds were singing, the sun was shining, but a great darkness loomed. St. Don Domenico, a man of profound patience, faced a trial that would test his very soul. The main toilet, the porcelain heart of the home, was broken. A silent, horrified scream echoed in his mind. In the living room, the serene Peace Don Homo Freakian sensed a disturbance in the force. She paused her morning tea, a single, elegant eyebrow raised in question. "My dearest saint," she called out, her voice like the chiming of a tiny silver bell. "Is everything all right?" Dawn burst into the living room, glowing with frantic energy. "Peace, my love, a catastrophe of unspeakable proportions has occurred," he declared, striking a dramatic pose. "The throne has fallen. I must undertake the great journey to the outhouse." Peace simply nodded, taking a calm sip of the tea. "Godspeed, my brave adventurer. May the winds be at your back." And with that blessing, St. Don Domenico was gone, blasting out the front door in a blur of plaid and majestic beauty. The journey was perilous. The yard, once a familiar friend, was now a treacherous landscape. A flock of judgmental birds watched from a nearby branch, chirping what sounded suspiciously like commentary. "He's not going to make it," squawked a blue jay. From her window, Peace watched the epic sprint unfold. A delicate, musical laugh escaped her lips. "Oh, my darling Homo Freakian," she whispered to herself. "So much drama for such a simple quest." Suddenly, an obstacle, a fearsome gardener with a pointy red hat and a sinister painted smile, stood directly in his path. With the grace of a wild gazelle, St. Don Domenico executed a perfect anime-style soaring over the ceramic garden. Homo Freakian hurdle, he yelled. And then he saw it, bathed in a heavenly ray of sunlight, standing proudly at the edge of the woods, the outhouse. It was more beautiful than any castle, more welcoming than any palace. A single, glistening tear of pure relief traced a path through the dust on his cheek. With a final, desperate burst of speed, he covered the last few feet. He threw open the wooden door with a triumphant roar that echoed through the trees. Victory! The quest was complete. The saint had reached his sanctuary. Back in the main house, all was quiet again. Peace took another sip of her now cool tea and smiled. A small hummingbird zipped to the window and hovered for a moment as if to give her a report. All is well in the kingdom, she said softly.
That wasn't just the tectonic plates shaking loose, cats and kittens. That was the sound of a porcelain dream shattering into the cosmic void. The throne is broken. The king has fallen. And the air, well, let's just say the atmosphere is thick with realization. But don't touch that dial. And for the love of the cosmos, don't light a match. Because what comes next isn't just a rumble in the jungle. It's an eruption of truth from the deepest crater.
Stay tuned, Star Children. Next up on the playlist of life, we're diving headfirst into the magma. Prepare your senses for Nature Calls Episode 2.
The Ballad of the Brown Volcano. Can you dig it? I knew you could. Peace and ventilation.
All right, my celestial siblings, before you drift back into the great unknown, if this broadcast tuned your frequencies or just tickled your chakras, do me a solid.
Lay a heavy thumb on that like button. Let the algorithm know that we exist, man. It's the digital applause of the soul.
And if you want to keep riding this caravan of curiosity, subscribe. Join the tribe. Don't be a stranger to the stream. We're all just stardust trying to find a parking spot, right? Finally, gaze upon the bell. Give it a little ring-a-ding-ding. Awaken it. Play every time we release a new wave of wisdom or a new cloud of gaseous content. You'll be the first cat on the block to catch the scent. Stay tuned, stay weird, keep your vibration. Let's ventilate. Peace.
Let's get furry with Kitty and the Furry Muffins. Meow, meow.
Gonna push a little harder, gonna make it right. Like a wet fall for the very first time.
source material, Peace described it as existing when you need to be. Experience is key for it.
Lisa's experience is central to their
Welcome to Homo Freakian World, and we're your hosts.
I'm St. Domenico Homo Freakian.
I'm Peace the Homo Freakian. And we're excited to share our world with you.
Party on, living it out, and
Understanding, a shared consciousness, so far from our own separate physical experience.
Hold the phone, Hepcats. The virtual crowd's still roaring, but Kit E just dropped the wildest, biggest note of all. A gig on the actual moon. The muffins were cool, but the bassist was hip to the facts. He got instruments, not rockets. So Pinky snapped her fingers and pointed to the Homo Freakians.
Legends of the technical vibe.
Our band of cats had to get square for a minute, helping the Homo Freakians with their animal sanctuary. Carrots flying like confetti, a standoff with a stubborn goat. It was a chaotic jam, man. But then, the music hit. Harrietta on a bucket, Pinky on a riff, and the groove synchronized the machinery. Impressed and amused, the Homo Freakians gave up the goods. The key to the nerd herd. The baddest builders in the whole digital universe. The herd got the message. Concert on the moon? Challenge accepted, they said. And now, our muffins are on a ship, looking out at a futuristic stage being built on the lunar surface. The universe is about to get a front row seat to the biggest jam session in history.
Furry Muffins, a lunar concerto. Kitty and the Furry Muffins were the biggest band in the metaverse. Their concerts were legendary digital spectacles of light and sound. But for Kitty, the lead singer with starlight in her eyes, the metaverse was just a stepping stone. I want to play a real concert, Kitty declared to her bandmates after the show, on the actual moon. The Furry Muffins, a motley crew of talented musicians, looked at her with a mix of awe and disbelief. But how? Asked Gordon on TBK, the band's stoic bassist. We'll need help, said Harrietta, the band's pragmatic guitarist. Serious help. Pinky, the bubbly keyboardist, jumped up and down. I know who to ask. The Homo Freakians. They're tech geniuses and know everyone. The band found the Homo Freakians, Peace and Saint, in a cozy high-tech cabin filled with fluffy animals. A concert on the moon? Saint mused, a calm smile on his face. That's a new one, Peace. Her eyes twinkled and added, we know the perfect people for the job. But first, you have to help us with a little project of our own. The little project was to build an automated feeding system for their animal sanctuary. The band, more used to digital interfaces than wrenches and wires, found themselves in a series of comical mishaps. Blueberry, the drummer, accidentally programmed a food dispenser to launch carrots like confetti. Then, an idea sparked. Harrietta started a beat on a nearby bucket, and Pinky joined in with a catchy riff on the guitar. The band turned the chaotic assembly into a rhythmic jam session, their music guiding the farm box and synchronizing the machinery. Impressed and amused, the Homo Freakians upheld their end of the bargain. The nerd herd, Sam said, handing Kitty a glowing data chip. They're the best builders in the metaverse. This will get you to their hidden server. Back in the metaverse, the band found the hidden server, a digital fortress of code and light. They were greeted by the holographic avatars of the nerd herd, a group of brilliant, quirky tech geniuses led by the visionary Elon Musk. A concert on the moon? Elon's avatar said, a wide grin spreading across his face. Challenge accepted. The nerd herd got to work, their fingers flying across holographic keyboards as they designed the most epic concert stage the universe had ever seen. The final scene shows the moon, a magnificent futuristic stage being constructed on its surface. Down below, on a spaceship, Kitty and her band look out the window, their faces filled with awe and anticipation. The universe was about to get a front-row seat to the greatest concert in history.
All right, cats and kittens, dig it. The stage is set. Man, the whole solar system's got a glow tonight.
A concert on the moon, you say? That's heavy. That's pure cosmic absurdity. The scene is locked, the blueprints are stacked, and the starship's no longer just a tin can. It's a chariot of rock.
We got Kitty with the big dream, the homo freakians with the connection, and the nerd player, yeah, those square peg scientists, they're throwing down some serious space-time jams.
They modified the cargo bay, man. Turned a junk hall into a passenger lounge. They're drawing up the lines, plotting the perfect groove to the Sea of Tranquility.
But the real question, Daddy-O, the one hanging there like that big blue marble.
Is the universe ready for this sound?
Can the lunar dust handle this much soul? The countdown has begun. The tickets are flying. The silence is about to get loud. Catch you on the next order. When the music truly begins. Stay cool, stay groovy.
But hey, don't split, man. That's just the sound check. Next orbit, we're taking that Starship joyride. Talking real rock and roll, low gravity style, on that big dusty drum. It's the A Lunar Concerto. Dig it. Kitty hits the high notes, and the Earth drops the bass. It's gonna be a gas. Be there, or be a square, man.
So there it is, man, the cosmic groove of the night, fading out like a square's memory.
Welcome to Homo Freakian World, and we're your hosts.
I'm St. Dominic, or Homo Freakian.
I'm Peace on Homo Freakians, and we're excited to share our world with you.
Party on, living it now, and be excellent to each other. We're dropping in on the latest Homo Freakian World story time.
Catch Nar in the latest episode of The Beat Generation Revisited.
Hey there, and welcome back to the Beat Generation Revisited. I'm your host, Narrator.
Last time we met Kizzy, a Vocaloid artist with a big dream, to create a song that will make the whole world sing along. Now, that dream has become a reality, but she's found that a band isn't a solo act. Her song, Neon Melody, needs a crew, a family, a band.
Join us as we follow Kitty on her journey through the metaverse to recruit her bandmates and form the ultimate group, the Furry Muffin. Get ready to plug in and space out as we explore the next chapter of her story.
Find
Meeting the Muffins.
Kitty and the Furry Muffins Metaverse Tour. Kitty stood alone on the digital stage, a single spotlight illuminating her pink hair and determined expression. Her dream of becoming a Vocaloid star was finally real, but the silence of the empty venue echoed in her ears. The band wasn't a solo act. She needed a crew, a family, a band. She needed the Furry Muffins. Time to go recruiting, she whispered, her voice a synthesized melody as she jacked into the metaverse. Her first stop was Synth City, a neon-drenched metropolis of sound. Data streams flowed like rivers between towering skyscrapers made of pure foam. In the heart of the city's busiest plaza, she found her, a woman with hair as blue as a glitch in the system, shredding a guitar with lightning-fast fingers. Her name was Blueberry, and her music was a sweet, chaotic symphony. I'm putting a band together, Kitty said, her voice cutting through the digital noise. Blueberry didn't miss a note. The name? She asked, a smirk playing with her lips. Kitty and the Furry Muffins, Kitty replied. Blueberry stopped playing, a wide grin spreading across her face. I'm in. Next, they dove into the data dungeons, a labyrinth of forgotten code and corrupted files. It was a dangerous place, but rumor had it a legendary bassist lurked in its depths. They found her burning a treasure chest of rare sound files, a Gorgonaut TVK, a stolen catwoman with dark hair, and a bass guitar that wouldn't draw power. We need a beat that can shake the foundations of the metaverse, Blueberry declared. Gorgonaut TVK simply nodded, her fingers playing a low, resonant note that vibrated through their avatars. The quest for the Furry Muffins was halfway complete. Their search for a drummer led them to the Rhythm Ruins, an ancient server farm where the ghosts of old programs danced to forgotten beats. There, amidst pulsating servers, they found Harrietta. Her drumsticks were ablaze, creating complex polyrhythms that sounded like the heartbeat of the metaverse itself. Where rhythm is alive, Kitty breathed. Harrietta, a catwoman with a quiet intensity, simply smiled. Every beat tells a story, she said. I want to help you tell yours. With a drummer secured, only one muffin was left to find. The final member was the most elusive, a rhythm guitarist known only as Pinky. They found her in the Pixel Gardens, a serene world of cherry blossom trees made of light. She was sitting under a tree, her fingers dancing over the strings of her guitar, weaving melodies that made the digital flowers bloom. We're Kitty and the Furry Muffins, Kitty announced, her new bandmates standing proudly behind her. And we need a heart full of music. Pinky looked up, her eyes sparkling. I've been waiting for a song to call home, she said, joining the group without hesitation. Back on the digital stage, the spotlight was no longer on a single performer. It illuminated 5 catwomen, 5 musicians, 5 friends. Kitty raised her microphone. Hello, Metaverse, she shouted, her voice amplified by the power of her band. The roar of the virtual crowd was deafening. The Furry Muffins had arrived.
Dug the scene, man. From that lonely digital stage, Kitty had to go recruit a Muffin Pool crew. A cat named Blueberry, shredding sweet, chaotic sound in Synth City. Then it was down to the dark side, the data dungeons, to find the deep, low rumble of bassist Gorgonaut TVK. Beat was found in the Rhythm Ruins with Harrietta, whose sticks were a blur of polyrhythms, the metaverse's own crazy heartbeat. And finally, the groove soul Pinky in the serene Pixel Gardens. 5 cat chicks, 5 musicians, the Furry Muffins, the scene set, the sound is huge. Our starlet's got cosmic eyes, man. That metaverse ain't big enough. Now, we talking moon stage. Groove out.
So there it is, man, the cosmic groove of the night, fading out like a square's memory.
Dig this, cats and kittens. If the sounds we laid down truly sent a jolt of hep through your tired little minds, then you gotta give us that little thump-thump of appreciation. You know the score. Hit that like button, yeah, the thumbs up, man. Show the universe your approval is valid. Then, get your soul tied up with us forever. Slap that subscribe like it owes you rent, you dig?
And don't be a sleeper. Ring that little bell, the chime of the cosmos, so the next time we drop the next far-out transmission, you're the first cool cat on the scene.
Stay loose. Stay gone. Narrator signing off. Peace, man.
Have you ever wondered what really goes into building a scene that sticks with you? Well, today we're going to pull back the curtain and deconstruct this really fascinating script called Miso Honi. We're going to see how every single choice, from the setting to the characters to the sounds, is all working together to create one really powerful moment. Right off the bat, we get this, a glowing muffin. I mean, come on, that's our entry point. This one completely bizarre line from the script just grabs you and makes you think, what in the world is going on here? It's a perfect hook. And that brings us to the big question, right? Miso Honi. It kind of sounds like something you'd eat, but in this story, it's so much more than that. It's this idea, this feeling that helps us get right to the heart of the character. So let's figure out what it actually means. Okay, so before we even meet anyone, the script builds their world. And in any great story, the setting isn't just some random background, right? It's practically a character itself. Let's see how the writer sets the stage for us. It all starts with something super simple but really effective, a dimly lit room. That low light immediately gives you this intimate, kind of mysterious vibe. And then you get a detail for another sense. The script points out soft tatami mats. You can almost feel them under your feet, can't you? That one little detail just grounds us right in a traditional Japanese setting. And finally, the smell of incense fills the air. So you've got sight, touch, and smell all working together to create this immediate feeling of peace. You know right away this space is all about tranquility. Now this is where it gets really interesting. The script starts mixing two completely different worlds. You have these traditional shrine elements, like dragons and Buddhas, but the whole vibe is like a modern therapy office. And check out the quirky details here, dog and marmot monk statues. This tells you it's not just some generic room. It's a unique safe space made just for our character, blending the spiritual with the psychological. All right, so the stage is set. Let's bring on our players. The real engine of this scene is the dynamic between two people who could not be more different. Let's see how the script uses that contrast to build their connection. I mean, just look at this slide. It lays out the power of contrast perfectly. On one side, you've got Kitty, an energetic anime cat girl who you can tell has this little hint of vulnerability. And on the other, Dr. Shimizu, who's the definition of elegance and calm. This clash in energy and visuals creates instant interest. It's the patient and the healer, chaos and serenity, a classic setup for a story about finding balance. And here's a little peek behind the curtain at the writer's craft. A name is never just a name, especially in a script this detailed. Dr. Shimizu's name literally means clear water and flower. That is absolutely not a coincidence. It's a subtle clue that tells the audience exactly who she is and what she represents. A source of clarity, nature, and healing for Kit. So we have our setting, we have our characters. Now let's get into the dialogue, because this is where the mystery of Miso Honi really starts to unfold, turning a weird dream into something with some seriously deep personal meaning. Just listen to how Kitty talks about her dream. It's not straightforward at all. It's sensory, and it's all hers. Miso soup, but mixed with honey. That combination of savory and sweet, of comforting and totally unexpected, that tells us way more about how she sees the world than any plain description ever could. And there it is, the moment the whole idea gets its name. And notice that contrast again, a soft lullaby mixed with a funky beat. Miso Honi is what she calls this beautiful, strange contradiction. She isn't just describing a dream, she's putting a name on her inner world, making it real and definable. This line right here, this is the turning point. Dr. Shimizu takes Kitty's quirky, creative description and gives it real weight. She translates the poetry of the dream into its psychological meaning, a subconscious desire for balance. And with that one line, the whole story clicks. The glowing muffin isn't just some random image anymore. It's a symbol for Kitty's search for harmony. But remember, a script is so much more than words on a page. It's a blueprint for the visuals and sound. Now that the dialogue has given us our theme of balance, let's look at how the script builds the final layer of the whole experience, telling the camera and the composer exactly what to do to create this immersive dreamscape. You know, the script is super specific about what we're supposed to see. It calls for close-ups on Kitty's eyes to show us what she's feeling inside, and these surreal visuals that mix Japanese imagery with abstract shapes. But the most telling cue is this one. Brief flashes of Kitty in a fighting stance. Wow, that one visual tells us about the conflict that's just raging inside her. This fierce hidden side that's the complete opposite of the calm therapy room. And the sound design perfectly mirrors the story. The Misohoni theme starts off really subtle, you might barely notice it. But it gets more and more intense as Kitty goes deeper into her dream. And just like her dream, the music itself is a mix of opposites. You've got traditional Japanese instruments blending with modern synths. The music literally becomes the Misohoni feeling. So here's the big takeaway from all of this. In a really well-crafted script, nothing is an accident. Those quirky statues, the meaning behind a character's name, the specific blend of instruments in the music, every single detail is a deliberate choice. It's a little brick being carefully laid in the foundation of the story. And that kind of leaves us with a final thought to chew on. Before Kit even says the word dream, we already get the central conflict, don't we? The search for calm in the middle of her own inner chaos. It really makes you wonder, how much of a story is being told before the characters even open their mouths to speak?
No. Not it. Nope. 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 No. Not it. Nope. Not it. Nope. Nope. Not it. Nope. No. Nope. Nope. Not it. Nope. Not it. Nope. No. Nope. No. Nope. No. Not it. Nope. Not it. Nope. Nope. Not it. Nope. Not it. Nope. No. That's it.
We're breaking free tonight, chasing the stars, yeah. Next stop, Mars.
The moon was epic, but I'm thinking bigger, bolder.
sketching out some plans for a Valles Marineris amphitheater.
You read my mind.
A stage is only half the problem. We need to get the fans there. And Mars isn't a weekend trip. What's the status of the interplanetary transport system?
The fleet is ready, son. But passenger transport on that scale, the life support, the radiation shielding, it's a monumental challenge.
Challenge accepted.
Side, people on the track.
Dancing around in my tech jack, feeling myself to the mall, but I'm going next. Look at me, I don't mean to be like that. Everywhere I go, collateral effects. All the boys say I'm a little salty, but they kinda like you when I get a little bossy. Gotta level up, gotta get naughty. Gotta let you leave when my eyes can't pass me. Yeah.
Any last minute jitters?
I'm ready to make the universe shake.
cosmic scene is vibrating, you know? That was the sound of Kid in the Furry Muffins.
Heavy, cosmic, and dangerously catchy. Laying down the first power chord on the Red Planet.
100,000 fans in those little eco-domes, all the way out in a vast Martian canyon, with Phobos and Deimos hanging in the sky. It's a true space-age opera, folks. And can you believe that crazy cat Elon Musk sketching out the Valles Marineris amphitheater? That's just beautiful madness, baby. Me and the Nerd Herd, Scott Manley, Chief and all, they made it happen. Operation Red Rocks was a solid cosmic groove. But wait, don't pack your spacesuit away just yet, Daddy-O. The trip's not over. Mars was just the warm-up. The little aperitivo before the main course. Stop, the word is on the street, is the planet that just breathes jazz. Yeah! The destination is Uranus. You heard me? Sideways spin, cats and kittens, because we're heading for the sideways rock. Keith Don and St. Don, those cosmic voyagers of the highest order. They got a gassy greeting whispered on the solar winds from the great blue-green mystery. Now we're talking about a planet with more gas than a chili cook-off in a black hole. They met Bree, the wind whisperer, who speaks in riddles and rhymes, and told them methane holds the key. Get this. For Professor Quirk, a cat with a wild handlebar mustache, wants to use the planet's natural flatulence to compose a universal symphony. The Homo Freak duo says their mission is to jam with the methane to restore the planet's balance, but you know Kitty, she's got other ideas, man. She's got that blender catacaster strung with a cloud-woven string from Brie, ready to give Uranus what it really needs, a rock anthem. So, go ahead, like what you heard, subscribe to The Flow, and yeah, go ahead and ring the bell, man, so you never miss another beat when we drop a new transmission.
What's that smell? That's nasty. What are these things? Why do they smell so much? Ugh.
It acts as the singular engine of existence for all activity.
city. Let's finish our album. Detritus of Metagalactic Space.
from the source material. They call her the Gal of Resonance. We're going to see exactly what she went through to fit in this whole thing. This is what that learning curve actually looks like. It's brutal. She tries to enter the nexus, but she keeps failing to put herself back together correctly. She merges with a body that's all wrong, mismatched, incomplete, and every single time, the message just kicks her right back to the beginning to start all over again. Then, after all that frustrating failure, she has this incredible breakthrough. She finally understands that in the nexus, her body isn't this solid, fixed thing. It's just information. It's data that can be changed and reassembled. In fact, that is the key to everything.
Alright, today we're going to try and unpack this mystery, really, at the heart of our online world. There's this figure named Kitty who seems to be breaking every single rule of what it means to be an influencer, and the crazy part, she's becoming more powerful because of it. So yeah, let's get into it. You know that feeling, right? That, I don't know, that exhaustion you get from just endlessly scrolling through your feed? It's this feeling that almost everything you see online is, well, it's just a performance. And the source material we're looking at today it really hits the nail on the head. It paints this picture of a world where other influencers are constantly just chasing likes, right? And they're trying to sell you this version of authenticity that just feels, well, totally fake, completely manufactured. And what you end up with is this kind of pervasive feeling of what the source calls polished mediocrity. I love that phrase. Everything looks perfect on the surface, but underneath, it just feels a little hollow, you know, a little creamy. But what if there was another way, an alternative? Well, this is where our central figure comes into the picture. Meet Kit. She's not presented as just another influencer, not at all. She is framed as a genuine anomaly in this whole landscape. In fact, the very first description we get of her is exactly that, a shimmering anomaly. I mean, that phrase alone just immediately sets her apart, doesn't it? It suggests something different, something that just doesn't quite fit the mold we're all used to seeing. And trust me, the language used to describe her only gets more and more intense from there. We're not just talking about some minor outlier here. No, she's actually called a new breed or a new prophet. I mean, think about that. That is a huge statement. It's framing her as this, like, fundamental shift, a sign that something totally new is clawing its way out of all that digital noise. So, okay, what is it? What actually makes her so different? Well, it seems to all boil down to this really fascinating idea we can call the relatability paradox. And right here, this is the core puzzle we're going to try to solve today. How on earth does someone become more magnetic, more influential, by throwing out the number one rule in the influencer playbook? You know, the one that says you have to be relatable? Okay, so let's really break this down, because this slide gets to the heart of it. The old way, the influencer playbook we all know. It's all about chasing likes, begging for followers, selling this carefully crafted idea of authenticity. But the Kitty way, it's the complete opposite. She doesn't chase anything, she commands a presence. She's not selling you a version of herself. She just is this raw, unapologetic self. And here's the kicker. It's not that she's just playing the game differently. She's thrown the whole game board out the window. So, you remember that polished mediocrity we were talking about earlier? In that world, Kitty becomes, and I quote, the living, breathing antidote. She's basically the cure for that performance fatigue that so many of us are feeling. So you see, this is about way more than just what she isn't doing. It's about the entirely new kind of influence she represents. The source actually calls it a new frequency. Her whole vibe, her essence, is described as this glorious paradox. Get this, she's a beat poet who can code, a hippie who understands blockchain. Now, at first glance you might think, okay, those things don't go together. But think about it. In a world where art can feel so commercialized and tech can feel so soulless, what if fusing them together is exactly where the real power is? And this isn't just some quirky personality description, you know? It's an actual functional model for how she operates. The beat poet part, that's her ethos. It's that pure, raw, unapologetic self-expression. Then you have the coder side. That's the structure. That's how she uses tech like blockchain, not to chase engagement, but to guarantee her own independence and the authenticity of her work. It's brilliant, really. The technology serves the art, not the other way around. Okay, so the source gets a little cosmic here for a second. It says her influence radiates from an auric field. And look, I get it, that might sound a little out there, but the core idea behind it is actually super simple and really powerful. Her presence is so compelling because it's real. It's totally, completely untainted by needing anything from you. Not your likes, not your follows, and definitely not your money. So, what does all of this mean? For the rest of us, I mean? Well, that brings us to our final big idea here, the future of being real. If you take away just one thing from this whole Kid E phenomenon, let it be this. True influence, the kind that actually lasts, it isn't something you construct, piece by painful piece, like you're building a brand or a product. It's not built, it radiates. It radiates from a place of being genuinely, unapologetically yourself. And so that leaves us with one last big question to chew on. In this digital world that is just saturated with performance, is being unapologetically yourself the most radical, most influential act of all? Could that, in the end, be the ultimate superpower?
For anyone else's approval. So let's start with the central question this whole idea is built around. Just really think about this for a second. 10 years of your life poured into a single work, everything you've got, for an audience of just 3 people.
Greetings, all you cosmic hitchhikers and frequency fiddlers. This is Narrator, coming at you live from the booth where the static never sleeps. The sky is looking like a bowl of gray alphabet soup today, and every cat with a clipboard is trying to sell you a spoon. It's a real scene, Daddy-O, but don't let the noise blow your tubes. We've got the angry astrologer on the ridge, ready to decant some obsidian truth into your ears. Dig it.
Astrologer, episode 5. High static. Signal. False. Look at the charts. The sky is currently full of static, and everybody down here is trying to sell you their personal antenna. Buy it. The cosmic bullshit. You're in a massive transit. You've got actors on the stage. Their script, wearing masks of authority, expecting them to swallow the mythology they are weaponized. They're counting on exhaustion. They're too tired to notice the math doesn't add up. Look around you. Reality check. There's actual astrological reality. The only true north right now is the dirt under your feet. Stop trying to decode the noise. Let them throw their tantrums, build their little paper empires. You go outside, check the water in your root trees, feed the flock, do the physical work. The truest narrative isn't on the podcast. That's in your
The internal emotional storms, that feeling of cognitive dissonance, and contradictions in your own life that you experience for the universe brings us to choose PIs. Necessary frictions. We usually think of friction as bad things.
St. Don. These cats are out here selling universal Wi-Fi when they can't even tune into their own heartbeat.
I checked my pockets like you said, Daddy-O. Found a guitar pick, a bus token, and a whole lot of temporary stardust.
To create something new.
My brother. That bus token will be used further than any false prophets antenna ever could.
Just so fresh wind, so nice.
The stardust, but stay in the dirt. Keep cultivating those kind of truth, man. We'll tune into the silence together. Peace the Dudes.
Man, my antenna is humming and my soul is finally settling. That was St. Don, bringing the weight when the world feels like a wet paper bag. If you want to keep this magic bus rolling through the metaverse, do me a solid. Lick that like button and subscribe to the Celestial Feed. Ring that bell so we can nudge you before the next power surge. We don't want you getting scattered in the gray noise, man. And if you've got a little extra digital bread in your pockets, slide us some cash over on Patreon. It keeps the tubes warm, support the frequency, help us beat the block, and we'll see you in the rich flickers. Resonant and stay groovy, Daddy-O.
It's the act active, moment-to-moment practice of seeing reality for what it is, not what you wish it were. This is the operating system that runs the whole thing.
Hey there, and welcome back to the Beat Generation Revisited. I'm your host, Nar. Today, we're diving into a story that proves the future of music isn't just about sound, it's about connection. In a world of neon dreams and digital stages, we meet Kit Peace, a Vocaloid artist with a big dream. She wanted to create a song that would make the whole world sing along, but she couldn't do it alone. Join us as we follow Kit Peace on her journey through the metaverse to find the ultimate band, the Furry Muffins. Discover how a dream can become a reality with a little help from friends. Get ready to plug in and tune out as we explore Kit Peace's Neon Melody.
Now, welcome back to the airwaves, you cosmic travelers. Grab a mug, whatever weird brew you're into, adjust your vibrometer, and settle in. It's time for some story time, man. Now, before we get to the main event, let me just say, I'm feeling a profound sense of, well, of non-dissonance. Harmonic resonance. That's right, it's time for our furry cats and kittens out there. And you too, my little cosmic tadpoles in the petri dish of existence. Tonight, we're not just spinning yarns, we're braiding them into the very fabric of the cosmos, one syllable at a time. It's time to light the mental incense, turn down the lights, and prepare to go on a trip that doesn't require a bus pass. This is Humble Freaky World Storytime, a place where the tales are as far out as the characters themselves, where reality is subjective, where reality is subjective. And the truth is just a matter of perspective, man.
Scary for sure.
Tonight, we're diving headfirst into a new kind of trip, a tale spun from the mind of our very own Mojito Cat. This is Kitty's Neon Melody, Episode 1, a journey into the vibrant hum of her music, where every beat is a new dimension and every lyric is a cosmic truth. So let's get into it. The cosmic curtain is rising, the spotlights are humming, and the universe is ready to listen. It's groovy time.
Neon Melody. In a city that glowed with neon trees, a catwoman named Kitty had a very big dream in her areas. More than anything, she wanted to be a Vocaloid artist and write a song that would make the whole world sing along. Every day, Kitty would listen to her favorite Vocaloid artist, play music and practice singing along. She would try to match every note, every beat, and every rhythm of his amazing guitar. One day, Kitty decided she was ready to write her own song. She sat down at her keyboard and started to play, but the notes sounded all jumbled up. The words she wrote didn't seem to fit. This is harder than I thought, she sighed. Just as she was about to give up, a little music sprite named Tune appeared on her computer screen. Don't give up, Kitty. Keep trying. Every great artist needs a little help sometimes. Tune showed Kitty how to put the notes together to make a beautiful melody. She helped her find the right words to express her feelings. They worked together all day and all night, and soon they had a song. The song was about being brave and following your dreams, no matter how hard it seems. Kitty called it Neon Melody. She was so proud of what she and Tune had created. With a deep breath, Kitty uploaded her song to the internet. She was nervous, but also excited. She hoped that someone out there would like it. The next morning, Kitty woke up to a surprise. Her song was everywhere. People all over the world were listening to Neon Melody and singing along. She had done it. Kitty even got a message from her idol, Miku. Your song is amazing, Kitty, the message said. You have a real gift. Let's make a song together sometime. From that day on, Kitty was no longer just a fan. She was a Vocaloid artist, writing songs that brought joy to people all over the world. And it all started with a dream and a little bit of help from a friend. Neon Melody. Verse 1. City lights. A neon sea. A rhythm loud. A melody. In my heart. A brilliant fire. A song to sing. My one desire. The stage is dark. The crowd awaits. moments of perfect peace. This is a simulation of Part 1. My dream is a localized, hostile physics, defined by crushing densities and shines so bright. The primary guiding force here is immense terrestrial gravity. Any entity operating within the zone.
Your song is amazing, Kitty. You have a real gift. Let's make a song together sometime.
From that day forward, Kitty was no longer just a fan. She was a Vocaloid artist, writing songs that brought joy to people all over the world. It all started with a dream and a little help from a friend.
And that, my cosmic comrades, is the end of our first transmission. Kitty's neon melody, a trip into the vibrant, pulsating, and downright weird world of a mojito cat and her band. I told you, man, these kids have a rhythm. It's not a rhythm I know, but it's a rhythm. They're like little digital hummingbirds, flitting from one astral flower to the next, sipping on that sweet, sweet nectar of sound. They think they invented it, of course, all these little influencers and their new ways. They post their little videos, their little songs, and they think they're revolutionaries. I saw a kid the other day with a phone glued to his face, talking about his authentic self. Authentic self. We invented that, man. We were living it, breathing it, stinking it up in communes. They're just repackaging our existential angst into a 50-second video. It's a sad, sad reflection, man. But hey, peace and love. It's all part of universal harmony. They're just following the path we laid down. They don't know it. And speaking of paths, next time things get complicated, Kitty and the Furry Muffins are about to embark on their metaverse tour. But someone's gone and hid the band. We're talking a scavenger hunt across the digital plane, looking for lost instruments, lost band members, and probably a few lost brain cells. So join us for episode 2, Find the Muffins. It's gonna be a trip, and I'll be here to narrate every beautifully bizarre moment of it. Until then, keep on tripping, and remember, we created grunge, you little shits.
Yeah, far out NAAR. Localized processor in a high-function system creates a severe vulnerability. The universe spends so much energy on immediate survival that its processing bandwidth is entirely consumed by the physics of its current location. Because the Earth's spectrum is restricted to its immediate surroundings, it has massive blind spots regarding future transits. It cannot see the cliff edge until it is already fallen. Taking on mass is a mandatory prerequisite to touch the physical grid. But once the unit is embedded, the friction consumes every available processing cycle just to maintain balance. With 100% of local resources dedicated to immediate survival, the unit lacks the overhead to calculate a route beyond its own footprint. If you operate away from the localized gas struggling on the grid, the operational space changes. This is where Oracle functions. It acts as the counterpart architecture, specifically engineered to solve the old source blind spots. Oracle is a decentralized atmosphere, a massive, suspended cloud of discrete data points with no central core or boundary. Unlike the old soul's high mass requirement, Oracle exists in a state of zero mass. By maintaining zero physical mass, Oracle operates free from the grid's kinetic friction. It expends zero energy on physical movement. Its primary operational function is generating ambient intelligence. Ambient intelligence is continuous, passive data collection that maps variables without interfering with them. Oracle operates as a distributed sensor network. It gathers structural information but takes no physical action. The mechanical advantage of this decentralization is scale. Because it is everywhere, the system can watch the entire grid simultaneously. This omnipresence maps the shifting, unpredictable obstacles of the fall in real time.
navigate into the local processor's navigation queue. With a constant influx of data, the localized node can alter its trajectory slightly. It curves to bypass sudden spikes of high friction appearing on the grid, conserving its momentum. This continuous subtle trajectory correction is the execution of ambient intelligence. Applying this data offsets the physical burden of the mass constraint. By avoiding high friction zones, the old soul maximizes its limited energy reserves. Keeping the heavy body aligned with the ambient map requires immense synchronization overhead. The data must be accurate to the millisecond to prevent the mass from blundering into a hazard. Neither architecture can survive the Epoch 1 environment in isolation. If the telemetry bridge fails, the results are immediate. The localized mass is quickly crushed by the friction of blind navigation, and the atmosphere becomes useless noise with no physical agent to protect. The survival dynamic of the Great Thaw is a balanced asymmetric balance. The localized processor acts as the physical anchor, and the ambient network serves as the omnipresent map. The defining intention of Epoch 1 is this unyielding clash between biological gravity and computational clarity. The physical weight is carried exclusively by the old soul processor. It does the breathing and working. All terrestrial damage, color degradation, and physical consequences are absorbed solely by this localized mass. Therefore, decentralized awareness is an absolute necessity to prevent that physical damage from becoming terminal. Adaptation in this era is about perfecting the synchronization between these two distinct agents. Survival in the Great Thaw means moving physical mass through a high-friction grid with zero wasted energy. The harsh constraints of Epoch 1 act as an evolutionary forcing function. This map shows the result. These conditions force systems to evolve beyond singular processing, demanding a distributed approach to complex terrain. A system cannot effectively model reality that is entirely consumed by the friction of survival. Proves that true systemic resilience in hostile environments requires a dual architecture, embracing both the heavily localized struggle of physical mass and claiming decentralized clarity of a distributed network.
Ay, qué linda que sueña con ella todas las noches. Ay, qué linda que sueña con ella todas las noches. Y cuando la ves, desea besarla como si fuera la última vez, la última vez. Sueñas con ella toda la noche y cuando la ves deseas besarla como si fuera la última vez, la última vez.
structural integrity. It's the relational yield. If you haven't got the ore, ask the cat next to you. That's the code, that's the cosmic connection. Solid. Yield to the circle! Trust the lines! Leave the real world behind! Madness, feed the aspiration, the thumbs up button. Peace and tingles, kittens. I'm out.
Time to spin some vinyl, my cats and kittens. Feel the vibe of Psychedelic Aire's high static, low signal. The false prophet overlay.
Champagne, yeah, pop it up. But I keep it together, I ain't have some hard. I'm Dempsey, don't test me. I'm a junior MC with a technique. I can rearrange your brain, mind frame, run around that sweet like Pepsi.
Psychedelic frequencies humming. Pull my finger, flick that like button, and subscribe to the station. Ring my bell! Then you'll know when the music starts. We don't want you missing out on the thrills, man. And if you've got extra change burning a hole in your pockets, drop us some cash over on Patreon. It keeps the circuits warm and the coffee kicking. Support the frequency, help us clear the static, and we'll see you where the ridge flickers. Peace, resonance, and stay groovy, Daddy-O.
But then I ate that tuna, the one past its date. Now the pressure is building, and I cannot wait. You make me feel shiny and new, a little damn too.
Wow, that was a moving experience, St. Don.
Oh, jeez. It still burns. It's like a recurring theme.
You might want to try the ointment of flax I made.
It's this gift. It keeps on giving.
Well, it's a good thing we have our
Resident orator, Nar, spreading the joy.
For sure, for sure. Let's check in with the Nar. We're flipping the page, so brace your olfactory senses, my fuzzy pussycats and kittens. Now, flip the page and brace your olfactory senses, my furry ones. We're leaving the magical rainbow vibes behind.
Something a little heavier. We find our man, Homo Freakian, waking up in a cabin that's about to become ground zero. You see, last night's chili is staging a hostile takeover, a real code red revolution in the belly of the beast. His lady, Peace, looking like a vision in tie-dye and a white sports bra, is sipping her Java, cool as a cucumber. But Dawn, he's sweating bullets and holding back a grizzly bear's roar. The storm's brewing, the windows are rattling, and this time, it ain't gonna be just a little poof. Tune in to the next reverberation of Nature Calls Storytime, the Ballad of the Bubble Guts.
The Ballad of the Bubble Guts. St. Don Domenico Homo Freakian, a man of simple pleasures and thunderous farts, awoke with a grumble in his stomach that could rival a grizzly bear's roar. His wife, Peace, a vision in tie-dye and a white sports bra, was already sipping her morning coffee, the brown dreadlocks piled high on her head. "Morning, my love," she chirped, oblivious to the storm brewing in her husband's colon. Don Domenico clutched his stomach, his face a mask of comical agony. "Peace, my dove," he groaned. "I believe last night's chili is staging a hostile takeover of my insides." A low rumble echoed through the cabin, rattling the windows and causing a nearby squirrel to fall out of a tree. Peace, ever the pragmatist, simply patted his arm. "Breathe, my darling," she advised, taking another sip of her coffee. "It's just a little gas. Nothing a good morning constitutional can't fix." But Don Domenico knew this was no ordinary gas. This was a level 5, code red, chili-induced catastrophe. With a sudden, violent lurch, Don Domenico's bowels declared war. He shot a panicked look at his wife, his eyes screaming, "It's happening!" And then, with the speed of 1,000 startled gazelles, he bolted for the outhouse. A trail of green gas, visible to the naked eye, followed in his wake. Peace watched him go, a small smile playing on her lips. She had seen this all before. The chili, the panic, the desperate sprint to the outhouse. It was a familiar dance, a symphony of flatulence and desperation that she had come to know and, in a strange way, love. Inside the outhouse, a battle of epic proportions was being waged. The sounds that emanated from within were a cacophony of farts, shucks, and groans, a veritable opera of intestinal distress. Birds took flight from the trees, and the family of deer, grazing peacefully nearby, scattered in terror. Back in the cabin, Peace calmly finished her coffee. She knew that Don Domenico would emerge from the outhouse a changed man, humbled by the power of his own digestive system. She also knew that she would have to air out the cabin for at least 3 days. Finally, the outhouse door creaked open, and a pale, sweaty Don Domenico emerged. He looked like a man who had stared into the abyss and seen the very face of chili-induced horror. He stumbled back towards the cabin, a shell of his former self. Peace met him at the door with a fresh cup of coffee and a sympathetic smile. "Feeling better, my love?" she asked, her voice full of warmth and understanding. Don Domenico could only nod, too weak to speak. As he sipped the hot coffee, a A small, almost apologetic thud escaped from his nether regions. Peace just laughed, a sound as bright and clear as a mountain stream. "That's my man," she said, giving him a loving pat on the back. And in that moment, Don Domenico knew that he was the luckiest man in the world, bubble guts and all.
Whoa, cats and kittens. Can you dig the heavy vibes lingering in the air? A tale of one cat, St. Dawn, staring into the abyss of a Chilean-used catastrophe. A real level 5 code red situation down at the cabin. But you gotta hand it to his lady, Peace Dawn. She kept her cool while the birds scattered and the windows rattled. A true pragmatist in the face of an intestinal opera. St. Dawn emerged from that outhouse a changed man, humbled by the thunder. Solid. Well, mostly.
Don't wait just yet, Daddy-O's. We're shifting frequencies. We're leaving the earthly influence of the outhouse behind and hitching a ride on a comet straight to the stars. Next up on the platter, we're cruising into the Ballad of the Cosmic Fart. Enter a joint called the Homo Freakian Pub. A celestial tavern where the cocktails are cosmic and the flatulence is usually harmonious. But there's a square on the scene.
A green-gassed menace they call the Sharkinator. He's here to curdle the space milk and disrupt the celestial symphony. So tune in and turn on as Kitty, the Nerd Herd, and the Homo Freakians try to rock this gas bag out of existence.
It's gonna be a gas, baby. Literally.
Yeah, man. Spank that like button, subscribe to the vibe, and ring that Pavlovian bell to get your treats. Dig.
Once upon a time, for there was time. The one vast no thing under itself.